Moral Tales by Elisabeth Charlotte Pauline GUIZOT, translated by L. BURKE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cate Barratt. Moral Tales by Elisabeth Charlotte Pauline GUIZOT, translated by L. BURKE. Preface. Decoration. The writings of Madame Guizot are highly celebrated in France, and though something of this celebrity may be due to her position as the wife of an illustrious statesman and historian, it must also be remembered that this very position was calculated to draw forth a severer criticism than would usually be passed on one less favourably circumstanced. But the works themselves have merits of far too decided an order not to command attention in any case, and they especially deserve the notice of English parents, from their entire freedom from the exaggeration of sentiment and love of effect, so often justly complained of in a certain portion of the literature of France. In her tales, it has been the aim of Madame Guizot to secure the attention of her youthful readers by an attractive narrative, in which the chief personages are children like themselves, and the events and situations such as might occur in their own experience, and then to lead their minds to important conclusions by the natural course of the story, and without the repulsive intervention of mere lecturing or argumentation. And we think it will be admitted that in the present series she has been eminently successful. These tales are so simple and natural that they may be understood by even younger children than they are actually intended for, while at the same time they are so full of good sense, and touch so vividly those springs of action which influence alike both the young and the old, that many of them will be read with as much interest, and sometimes even with as much advantage, by the parent as by the child. Though perfectly unpretending in structure and language, the most fastidious taste will acknowledge them to be the productions of a highly refined and cultivated mind, while they equally display all the charms of an affectionate and parental disposition, conjoined with a lofty, though a gentle and rational morality. It is only necessary to observe, in conclusion, that the translator has endeavoured to preserve throughout the simplicity of style which distinguishes the original, and to convey its meaning with all the fidelity which the difference of the two idioms would permit. A few unimportant expressions have been modified or omitted as unsuitable to English taste, or likely to convey, in translation, a different impression from that actually intended, but beyond this no liberty has been taken with the text. End of Preface. Chapter 1 of Moral Tales by Elisabeth Charlotte Pauline GUIZOT, translated by L. BURKE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The History of a Louis d'Or. Ernestine was passing with her mother through the arcades of the Palais Royal, stopping at every shop, longing for all she saw, now and then sighing heavily, and at each moment making the happiness of life consist in the possession of some attractive object, the remembrance of which was effaced the moment after by some other, destined in like manner to be as speedily forgotten. She was, however, more especially interested by a toy shop. Not that Ernestine had any wish for dolls, little carts, or bureaus, in which she could not even have put her thimble, the drawers were so small. She was, indeed, too old for that, for she was already 11. But the sight of a moving picture, in which were to be seen two men fighting, a dog turning a spit, a laundress, a pavior and a stone cutter, inspired her with a fancy, which appeared to her much more reasonable. She stopped her mamma in order to examine it more leisurely, and her mother was kind enough to indulge her. But the picture was then motionless. Ernestine thought it would be delightful to see all those figures in action, especially the dog turning the spit, and asked if it would not be possible to beg of the shopkeeper to wind it up. "Certainly not," replied Madame de Cideville. "He did not place it there for the amusement of the passers by. He would think I wished to purchase it." would surely be very dear," said Ernestine. 1 louis, replied the shopkeeper, who had overheard her. "Oh, mamma," whispered Ernestine, "how cheap!" for she had imagined that a thing so beautiful and so ingenious must have cost an enormous sum. "How delightful it would be," she continued, "to obtain that for 1 louis." "There are," said her mother, "many better ways of employing it." And she passed on, to the great vexation of Ernestine, who wondered to herself how it could happen that her parents, who were so rich, did not think it proper to spend a louis on so charming a thing as a moving picture, in which a dog was to be seen turning a spit, for Ernestine, like all children, and upon this point she was more than usually inconsiderate even for her age, thought her parents much richer than they really were. Besides, she was not aware that there is no fortune, however large, which justifies unnecessary expense. On reaching home, she spoke to her father about the picture. "Only fancy, papa, it might have been had for 1 louis. Oh, how happy I should have been if I had had a louis of my own!" "You would not surely have spent it upon that," replied her father. "Oh, papa, how could I have spent it on anything more delightful?" "Doubtless," replied M. de Cideville, "it would have been quite impossible to have found anything more delightful, but you might have found something more useful." "For a louis, papa! What is there so very useful that can be bought for 1 louis?" As she said these words, Ernestine tossed in her hands her mamma's purse, which Madame de Cideville, on entering, had laid upon the table. A louis d'or fell out of it. "See," said Ernestine, as she picked it up, "to what very important use can this little yellow thing be put?" "To what use?" replied her father. "If I were to tell you all the important uses to which it might be applied, all the trouble that is sometimes required to gain it, all the danger there is in spending it badly, all the good it may do to those who are in want of it, all the evil it may make them commit in order to obtain it, you would wonder how any one could be even tempted to throw it away upon useless objects. Shall I relate to you the history of that particular louis, all the adventures it has met with, and to how many uses it has been applied?" "Oh yes, papa; but how came you to know all this?" "That I will tell you afterwards. At present I want you to look at it merely. It is not very ancient. It belongs to the coinage of 1787, so that it is scarcely 25 years old. Now listen to all that has happened to it." Ernestine drew a chair to her father's side, that she might listen more attentively, and M. de Cideville began thus: "I will not tell you how much labour and time were required to extract from the earth the small quantity of gold of which this louis is composed, to separate it from the other substances which are generally found mixed with it, to melt it, to coin it, etc. It was in the year 1787 that it came for the first time into the royal treasury, and that it was afterwards given out, in payment of a regiment, to which, I know not by what chance, several months' arrears were due. As the soldiers received 5 sous a day, this louis served to discharge what was owing for more than 3 months' pay to a poor fellow who, had there been a war, might during this time have fought in 12 battles, have been killed, or at least wounded, have died of hunger in a besieged city, perished at sea, or been eaten by savages, had he been sent to fight in America. But as it was a time of peace, he had only caught an inflammation on the chest, in consequence of having had to mount guard during one of the severest nights of winter, and afterwards a cutaneous disease, from having slept in the hospital in the same bed with a comrade who had it. At length he recovered, and as he was an industrious and well conducted man, and had managed by his occupation of barber to the regiment to make some little savings, he was able, notwithstanding what I have mentioned, to send this louis to his father, a poor peasant, at that very moment on the point of being imprisoned for a debt of 1 louis, which he could not pay. The creditor was on the spot, threatening him, and announcing his determination of sending for the sheriff's officer. The peasant's second son, the brother of the soldier, furious at seeing his father thus menaced, had taken up a hatchet, with which he was going to kill the creditor, notwithstanding the interposition of his mother, who, uttering piercing cries, rushed forward to prevent him, and was thrown down by him without his perceiving it, so violent was his passion. The person who had brought the louis from the soldier arrived in the midst of this tumult. She had at first much difficulty in making herself heard, but when they did begin to understand what she was saying, peace was restored. The father paid his creditor, the son rejoiced that he had not killed him, and thus this louis d'or saved a man's life, probably the lives of 2 men, for the son would have been punished for his crime. Perhaps, indeed, it saved a whole family, for the father and mother, who had only this son to assist them in their labours, would, in all probability, have died of misery and grief. The creditor who had exacted this louis with so much severity belonged to the same village, and was really in absolute want of the money, because, his harvest having failed, he had not the necessary provisions for his family during the winter. Had the soldier's louis not arrived, however, it would have been useless for him to have put the father in prison. He would have gained nothing, as the old man possessed nothing. But with this louis he bought 5 or 25 bushels of potatoes, which were then very cheap, and these served to support himself and his children. The woman, however, from whom he had purchased the potatoes, and who belonged to another village, having the imprudence to cross in the dark a wood, through which the road to her house lay, 3 villains of the neighbourhood in which she had sold her potatoes, who had seen her receive the louis, agreed to wait for her in the wood, and rob her of it. When, therefore, she had penetrated into the thicket, they burst upon her, threw her from her horse, took the louis, and were about to tear off her clothes, and perhaps kill her, when, fancying they heard a noise, they ran off in different directions. He who held the louis endeavoured to escape from his companions, that he might not share it with them, but they met him that same evening at a tavern where he was spending it in drink. They demanded their share, quarrelled, fought, and discovered all their secrets. They were arrested and sent to the galleys. The tavern keeper interposed in the lawsuit. He wished to have the louis, as it had been spent at his house. The woman who sold the potatoes, and who had recovered and again mounted her horse, also claimed it, as it had been stolen from her. I know not whether they were indemnified, but the louis, after having served as a proof of the theft, because it was the only one in the country, none of this particular coinage having been before introduced there, passed into the hands of an old lawyer, who quarrelled with an elderly lady, after a friendship of 30 years, because she had won it of him at piquet during the course of 6 months, and had told him, besides, that he did not know how to play. This old lady sent it as a New Year's gift to one of her little granddaughters in Paris, who was saved by it from a very considerable annoyance. Her brother, who, though treated with a good deal of severity, was nevertheless very disobedient and ill-behaved, had taken from her father's library, notwithstanding his having been forbidden to touch it, a book which contained prints. While reading it, he had let an inkstand fall upon it, and in order that he might not be suspected, had carried it into the ante-room. All this he communicated to his sister as a great secret, making her solemnly promise to say nothing about it, so that the servant might be suspected. As her father was very particular about his books, the young girl knew that the servant would be dismissed. Still she could not denounce her brother. The book had been put in the ante-room during the evening, and she wept all night at the thought of what was to happen next day, for she was extremely kind and just. In the morning, on awaking, the first thing she beheld was the louis, which had been put upon her bed as a present from her grandmamma. Her joy was extreme, and she immediately sent for a copy of the book, as her brother, who had also received a louis, finding himself screened, would not spend his in this manner. However, she consoled herself by thinking of the terrible pain she would have experienced in seeing an innocent person punished, without daring to justify him. The book cost exactly 1 louis. This louis passed into the hands of a librarian, and had a great influence on the destiny of a little boy, whose history I am about to relate to you. Chapter II of Moral Tales, by Elisabeth Charlotte Pauline GUIZOT, translated by L. Burke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter II. Little Peter. Little Peter, when 10 years old, had entered the service of M. Dubourg, a worthy man, who passed his life in the study of Greek and Latin, and was so much taken up with what happened 3000 years ago, that he did not even think of troubling himself with what was actually passing around him; for he was consoled for every inconvenience, provided he could apply to it an example or a maxim drawn from antiquity. If he cut his finger, or hurt his foot, his first movement was an exclamation of impatience, but immediately afterwards he checked himself and grew calm, saying, "The philosopher Epictetus suffered his leg to be broken by his master, who was beating him, without making any complaint beyond these words: 'I told you you would break my leg.'" One day, while dining in town, he found himself in company with some very ill bred military men, who could talk of nothing but the stories of their regiment and the number of bottles of wine they had drunk at a mess dinner. The mistress of the house, in order to make him some kind of apology for a conversation which wearied him, said, laughing, "You must allow, M. Dubourg, that I have made you dine in very bad company." "Madame," replied M. Dubourg, "Alcibiades knew how to accommodate himself to every grade of society, to every company, and even to the customs of every nation;" and in order to follow the example of Alcibiades, he commenced talking to them of the battle of Salamis and the feasts of Bacchus. As to the rest, M. Dubourg only dined out 6 times a year. This was a rule which he had laid down for himself, however numerous might be the invitations which he received. The only irregularity he allowed himself was in the periods. Thus, for instance, he might one year dine out on the 6th of March, and on the following year on the 7th or the 10th. It might even happen that he accepted 2 invitations in the same month, though, as a general rule, he placed them as nearly as possible at equal distances. But if by any extraordinary chance the 6 dinners were expended by the month of July, no consideration would induce him to dine away from home during the rest of the year. His expenditure was regulated as strictly as his manner of life. With a very small income, M. Dubourg wished to live in such a manner as to be perfectly independent of every one, and especially so as never to be reduced to the necessity of borrowing, which he regarded as the greatest of all faults. "For," said he, "one can never be sufficiently sure of repaying." Thus his dinners were furnished by a restaurateur, who, for the same sum, brought him every day the same thing. On one occasion the restaurateur wished to increase his charge. "It is all the same to me," said M. Dubourg, "I shall take less." Diogenes was able, by mere philosophy, to bring himself to drink out of his hand, although he had still a wooden cup of which he might have made use. It was probably less out of respect for philosophy than from the fear of disobliging a customer that the restaurateur, by the means of certain arrangements, agreed to furnish him, for the old price, a dinner of pretty nearly the same kind. The other expenses of the day were calculated with the same precision, so that without ever counting, M. Dubourg had always a year's income in advance, and was consequently never inconvenienced by having to wait for his returns. He had besides a sum in reserve for extraordinary cases, such as an illness, an accident, or even a goblet broken, or a bottle of ink overturned, etc. It might also happen, on a rainy day, that he had to pay for crossing a stream upon a plank, or, in winter, to give a sou to the little sweeper who cleaned the crossing. All these expenses fell upon the extraordinary fund, for as to coaches, M. Dubourg had only hired 2 during the whole course of 30 years. One was to pay a visit to a rich man from whom he had accepted an invitation to dinner, and to whose house he was told he must not go splashed. This broke off their acquaintance, and he never would go again, however much he was pressed. The other he took when going to declare his sentiments to a young lady whom he had been persuaded to fancy himself desirous of marrying. He took it for fear that the wind should shake the powder out of his hair, and it gave him an opportunity of reflecting, as he proceeded, on the disorders into which the passions lead us. On arriving at the young lady's house, he paid the coachman, returned home on foot, and renounced for ever the idea of marrying. His reserved fund was always maintained in the same state, by means of a portion of his income regularly set apart for this purpose. When it did not happen to be all spent by the end of the year, M. Dubourg gave the remainder to the poor, otherwise he never gave nor lent, for he said that it is not proper to give unless we are certain of not being obliged to ask, and that he who, in order to lend, exposes himself to the chance of being obliged to borrow, places his integrity at the mercy of a bad paymaster. It may be seen, then, that with some follies, M. Dubourg was a man highly to be esteemed for his integrity. Little Peter passed with him the happiest of lives, provided he was careful not to arrange the books that were scattered or heaped together upon the desk or floor, which M. Dubourg called disarranging them, provided he took care to sweep the room only once a fortnight, when M. Dubourg had taken away certain fine editions, which he did not wish to have exposed to the dust, provided he was careful never to remove the cobwebs, that he might not run the risk of upsetting the busts of Homer, of Plato, of Aristotle, of Cicero, of Virgil, etc., which adorned the top of the library, little Peter might do pretty nearly what he pleased. If he happened to be out at the hour at which the restaurateur brought every day M. Dubourg's dinner, so that it had to be left at the door, M. Dubourg having forbidden the man ever to ring, for fear of interrupting his studies, and if M. Dubourg found his dinner quite cold, or partly eaten by the cat, Peter merely excused himself by saying that he had been detained by some business. Then M. Dubourg would say to him, "It is quite natural, Peter, that you should occupy yourself principally with your own affairs. You are not my slave. I have not purchased you with my money. But were you my slave, the case would be very different." Then, whilst taking his dinner, he would explain to him the duties and condition of slaves, and how it was that their masters possessed over them the power of life and death, which was indeed but just, since they had purchased them. "But as for me, Peter," he would add, "I am not permitted to do you the least harm, for you are not my slave." And in fact he would not give him a caning, even when he learned his Latin grammar badly. This was, nevertheless, the greatest annoyance Peter could cause M. Dubourg, who, on this point, sometimes got into violent passions, quite at variance with his general character; for he could not understand how it was possible for any one to dislike so excellent a thing as the Latin grammar. This dislike, however, was very sincere on the part of little Peter, who had no fancy for study, and who, though he had learned to read and to write, had done so much against his will. When M. Dubourg, who did not wish any one to live with him without understanding Latin, first put an accidence into his hand, his parents were delighted at the thought of his making, as they thought, little Peter a learned man like himself. But Peter had not the slightest wish to resemble M. Dubourg, who passed the whole day in poring over books, who often only half dined, for fear of allowing a Greek passage to escape him, the meaning of which he was beginning to seize; who took water scarcely coloured, because wine disturbed the judgment, and had, he said, caused Alexander the Great to commit many crimes; and who, finally, as his only pleasure, walked for 2 hours every day in the gardens of the Tuileries, with 3 other learned men, who, on their part, met there for the purpose of conversing together, after the manner of the Peripaticians. Little Peter, fancying that Latin led to nothing better than this, could not perceive in it anything very attractive, and only learned his accidence, ill or well, as the case may be, for the sake of pleasing M. Dubourg, who wept with joy when he had repeated his lesson well. He read, however, with tolerable pleasure, some books of history which M. Dubourg had lent him, and he passed the remainder of his time with his parents, to whom M. Dubourg had promised to send him for several hours each day, and to whom Peter, according to custom, remitted a very considerable portion of the 100 francs which he annually received as his wages; for they said that, having consented to place him with M. Dubourg at an age in which his labour might have been useful to them in their trade of braziers, they ought to be indemnified in some other manner for the expenses he had occasioned them in his childhood. Little Peter, better fed and better clothed than he could have been at home, ought to have considered himself very well off, but he was discontented, because he could not run about like other boys of his age, and because he had not the free disposal of his money. In fact, he regretted all the follies which he could not commit, and then the rudiments greatly disgusted him. Besides, little Peter affected to be ambitious. He must make his fortune, and that was an impossibility so long as he remained with M. Dubourg. He related his troubles to a little groom with whom he had become acquainted, from having seen him at the door of a house situated between the residence of M. Dubourg and his father's shop. One day this groom, whose name was John, told him that if he wished, he would procure him a good situation with a young gentleman, a friend of his master, who was in want of a groom. He would have to take his meals with the other servants of the family, as long as the young gentleman resided with his parents, and receive 100 francs a year, as with M. Dubourg, besides a louis d'or for his New Year's gift, not to mention the perquisites, which, according to John's account, would amount to 3 times as much as his wages. Peter felt himself greatly tempted by the louis d'or, which he hoped to keep for himself, and by the livery, which he thought much finer than his grey jacket, forgetting that from his grey jacket he might pass to a better dress without the change being remarked, whereas livery is a costume which, once seen upon a person, is never forgotten. John had taught him to groom a horse, and this pleased him much more than the rudiments. He thought it would be very delightful to have to groom one every day, and besides, it seemed to him that he should have his own way much more. However, he told John that the thing was impossible, that he could not leave M. Dubourg, but as he went along he could think of nothing else. His parents, seeing him thus preoccupied, said to him a dozen times, "Peter, are you ill?" He replied that he was not, and left them much earlier than usual, to go and find John. Not that he knew what answer to give him, but simply that he might hear him talk of the situation, of the louis d'or, of the perquisites, and of the horse. The desire he felt to obtain the situation increased at every moment. John told him that nothing was easier, that he had only to allow him to speak to M. and Madame Jérôme, these were the parents of little Peter, and that he would make them listen to reason. Peter took him at his word, and told him to come with him. John went, and as he was a boy of great determination, he represented, in glowing colours, to M. and Madame Jérôme all the advantages of the situation which he proposed, with the exception, however, of the louis d'or, to which Peter had begged him not to allude, as he wished to keep it for himself. "But see, Madame Jérôme," said John, "the master he will have lays aside his clothes almost new, and I will wager that every year Peter will be able to bring a suit to M. Jérôme, but that is on condition that you let him have a little more of his wages." "We shall see, said Madame Jérôme, who was quite captivated with the idea of her husband's having a smart coat to walk out with her on a Sunday. M. Jérôme urged that Peter could not leave M. Dubourg, who bestowed so much pains on his education. "Excellent," replied Madame Jérôme. "No doubt Peter will be very well off when he is as learned as M. Dubourg. They say in the neighbourhood that that is not the way to get bread." And as Madame Jérôme always made her husband do just what she pleased, it was agreed that Peter should accept the situation. John went to his master to solicit it. The latter mentioned it to his friend, who sent for little Peter, and as he was without a servant, it was arranged that if Peter brought him a good character from M. Dubourg, he should enter his service the following day. Peter returned home to M. Dubourg, whose dinner had been waiting at the door a quarter of an hour. He was so bewildered, that in laying the cloth, he put the chair on the side of the window instead of on that of the door, a thing which had not been done for 25 years, and he forgot, when giving M. Dubourg something to drink, that it was an inviolable rule with him to put the wine into the glass before the water. His master looked at him with astonishment, saying, "Are you ill, Peter?" He again replied that he was not, and continued his duties. But he was completely embarrassed, and the more so as M. Dubourg spoke to him with even more than his usual kindness, calling him "my child." his term of endearment for those whom he particularly liked. He said to him, "You will soon be 13 years old. This is precisely the age at which the Romans took the Praetexta. I even think that I might find instances in which it was taken earlier, though indeed this may have been in corrupt times. But no matter, I think I can in conscience allow you to leave off your grey jacket. Since you have been with me, I have made it a rule never to dust the covers of my books with my sleeve, as I was accustomed to do, and I have only failed once, and then through pure forgetfulness. Besides, although this coat has nearly served its time, for I buy one every 3 years, it is in a sufficiently good condition to be done up for you. And," added M. Dubourg, patting him on the head with an air of gaiety, "you will look like a little gentleman." Little Peter felt extremely troubled. This kindness, and then this coat, which was to make him look like a gentleman, had completely upset all his ideas. He left the room as soon as he could, and did not enter it again that evening. The following morning, Madame Jerôme came to inform M. Dubourg that her son wished to leave him, and to ask him for a character. However great was his astonishment, he only uttered these words: "Little Peter is not my slave. I have no right to detain him against his will." He promised the character, and when Madame Jerôme was gone, he called Peter, who had not dared to show himself. "Peter," said he, "if you were my slave, you would deserve to be beaten with rods, or even worse, for wishing to leave your master. But you are not my slave, therefore you may go." He said this in a tone of so much feeling, that little Peter, already much moved, began to cry. "Why do you wish to leave me, my child?" continued M. Dubourg. "You will forget all you know, with another master." "Oh, sir," said Peter, shaking his head, "it is not my lot to be a learned man." "You are mistaken, Peter, you are mistaken, my child. If you could once get over the rule of que retranché, you would get on very well." And thereupon he began to cite to him, with great earnestness, the examples of many celebrated men, who had at first displayed but little talent, but who afterwards astonished the world by the extent of their learning. "You have the opportunity of becoming what they were, Peter," exclaimed M. Dubourg, "and yet you renounce it." He was so sure of his case, and spoke with so much enthusiasm, that little Peter, quite carried away, felt himself on the point of losing his fortune. "Oh, sir," he exclaimed, "only consent to give me 1 louis more a year, and I will remain with you all my life." At these words, the enthusiasm of M. Dubourg was changed into consternation. "If that is what is required," said he, "it is impossible. You know yourself that it is impossible." Peter remained silent and confounded, for he knew that his master, before engaging him, had refused a boy who asked him 5 louis, because this would have occasioned an irregularity of 20 francs in the expenses of the year. He retired in confusion. M. Dubourg, without uttering another word, gave him a favourable character, to which, however, he considered himself obliged, as a matter of conscience, to add that Peter had always shown but little inclination for the Latin grammar. Little Peter soon got over his vexation. He thought himself so fine in his livery, especially when John had taught him some of his grand airs, that he was as proud of it as if there had been really some merit or honour in wearing it, and when by chance he had to drive his master's cabriolet through the streets, he would not have exchanged conditions with any of those triumphant heroes whose history M. Dubourg had made him read. One day when he was behind this cabriolet, he saw M. Dubourg in danger of being knocked down by the horse, and cried out, "Take care, take care," in a louder, though less imperious tone than usual. M. Dubourg recognised the voice, and looked up. Peter did not very well know whether to be pleased or ashamed, that he should thus be seen by him in all his glory. M. Dubourg gave a heavy sigh. "Is it possible," he said, "that a person who was beginning to understand the Latin grammar could mount behind a cabriolet?" And he continued his way home, in a thoughtful mood. As for Peter, he did not think of the circumstance very long, he only thought of amusing himself. John had taught him, according to his own account, the best means of doing so; that is, he took him to the public house, and to places where cards and billiards were played. There he lost his money, and when his master paid him his first quarter's wages, he owed the whole of it. For 3 days he did not dare to go near his parents, for he knew very well that they would require their share. At length, John advised him to say that he was to be paid only every 6 months, assuring him that by that time he would regain all that he had lost. On the contrary, he lost more, and only got deeper in debt. At the end of the 6 months, he said that he had been mistaken, and that his master paid only once a year. His parents began to disbelieve him, and besides, the coat that John had promised to M. Jerôme was not forthcoming. If Peter had received perquisites, he had sold them to obtain money. Still his debts increased daily. He dared not pass down the street in which a certain tavern keeper lived, because he had had drink in his house, for which he had not paid. In the neighbouring street, a petty dealer in hardware, from whom he had obtained on credit a chain of false gold, in order to appear to wear a watch, insulted him every time he saw him. At every moment he met comrades to whom he was still indebted for money which they had won from him, while his parents, on the other hand, were very much displeased with him, and threatened to go and ask his master whether he told them the truth. Little Peter knew not where to hide his head. One morning his master's mother, who was almost as precise a person as M. Dubourg, gave him 18 francs to carry to a shopkeeper, to whom she owed the balance of an account, for some things purchased of him the previous evening. Peter went out, proceeding with great caution, and looking on every side, as he was accustomed to do, since he had become constantly fearful of meeting persons to whom he owed money. He was absolutely obliged to pass through the street in which the hardware dealer lived. He looked out from a distance, saw him engaged in conversation, and hoped to pass by unperceived. But as he approached, the person with whom he was talking turned round. It was the tavern keeper, who called to him, and demanded his money in no very polite terms. The hardware man joined him, and they placed themselves in the middle of the street, so as to prevent him from passing, telling him that he must pay them. Peter glided between the wall and a carriage which was standing there, and ran on with all his might. He heard them cry after him, that it was well to have good legs when one had not a good conscience, but that he might spare himself the trouble of running away, as they would catch him again. As he continued his flight, and was rapidly turning a corner, he ran against a man who was coming towards him. This man turned out to be a groom of his acquaintance, to whom he owed some money won at cards. He was half intoxicated, and seizing little Peter by the collar, and swearing at him, said that he must have his money, for the publican demanded it of him, and that he would drag Peter before him, and beat him until he had paid it. Peter defended himself with all his strength. A crowd gathered round, and allowed them to continue. At length he heard some one cry out, "Villain, leave off beating that child." He recognized the voice of M. Dubourg, and saw him, with uplifted cane, approaching to his assistance. The fear of being recognized gave him even more strength than the fear of being beaten. He tore himself out of the hands of the groom, who had likewise turned round, on hearing himself thus spoken to, and whom M. Dubourg, with his cane still upraised, prevented from following Peter. Peter, who now continued his flight with even greater rapidity than before, came at last to a street where he no longer saw any one likely to recognize him, and sat down trembling upon a bench, not knowing what was to become of him. He had heard the groom also say that he would catch him, and he had no doubt that he was watching for his return. On raising his eyes, he perceived that he was before a tavern to which his comrades had taken him to play at cards, and where he had seen one of them win 100 francs. His heart beat high at the idea of gaining as much, and a detestable thought took possession of his mind. Perhaps, in hazarding 30 sous only of the 18 francs with which he had been entrusted, he might regain all that he owed. But if he happened to lose... This reflection made him tremble. He went away, then returned, the temptation increasing every moment. At last, picking up a stone, he said to himself, "If in throwing this against the wall I hit the mark that I see there, it will be a sign that I shall win." He placed himself very near the wall, that he might not miss it, threw the stone, hit the spot, and went in. He was so excited that he scarcely knew what he was about. Never before had he committed so bad an action, nor would he have committed it now, doubtless, had he been in his right mind. But it is one of the consequences of bad actions that they place us in circumstances which disturb the judgment and deprive it of the strength necessary for directing our conduct. Had any one at this moment told Peter that he was committing the act of a thief, he would have trembled from head to foot. Yet such was nevertheless the fact. But he did not think of it. At first he only hazarded 30 sous, and won. He won again, and fancied himself already rich. Had he stopped there, he would have had, if not sufficient to get out of difficulty, at least enough to satisfy, in some degree, 1 or 2 of his creditors. But by doing this, he would have been rewarded for his fault, and by a law of Providence, evil doers never know how to stop at the point where their faults would be unattended with danger. He who, in doing wrong, relies upon his prudence to protect him from exposure, always finds himself deceived. The love of gain, or of pleasure, ends by dragging him on to the action which is to bring about his punishment. Peter was desirous of gaining more, and he lost not only what he had won, but his stake also. The hopes that he had at first formed rendered him only the more ardent in the game, and besides, how was he to replace the 30 sous? He hazarded 30 more, lost them, then more. At last the whole 18 francs are gone. He left the house in despair, and wandered through the streets unconsciously, neither knowing where he was, nor what he was doing, still less what he intended to do. He heard it strike 4 o'clock, and remembered that at 5 he had to wait at table. He would be asked by his mistress's mother whether he had paid the 18 francs, and though for some time past he had got into the habit of telling falsehoods, his conscience accused him so vehemently that he felt he should not be able to reply. However, like a man who throws himself into a river without knowing whether he shall get out of it again, he took, mechanically, the way to the house. But as he approached it, he fancied he saw the shop girl belonging to the tradesman to whom he had been ordered to carry the 18 francs, coming out of it. He had no doubt that she had been to ask for the money, and feeling that it would be quite impossible for him to enter again his master's dwelling, he turned away and recommenced running, without knowing whither he went. It was winter, night came on, and he at last stopped, and sat down upon a step, and felt that he was without a home. Nothing in the world would have induced him to return to his parents, and it would have been equally impossible for him to expose himself to the look of the honest M. Dubourg. The cold increased with the night, and it began to freeze rather severely. Peter had eaten nothing since the morning, and though his heart was oppressed, yet hunger began to make itself felt at last. All he could do, however, was to weep, for what resource was left to him in the world? At times this hunger, cold, suffering, and despair weighed so heavily upon him, that he would start up and run away, whither he knew not, but determined to find some spot where he should suffer less. Then again he would suddenly stop, for he felt that he had not the courage to show himself anywhere, or to endure the questions or the looks of any one. So he would slowly return, sit down again, and weep anew, while the cold wind, blowing upon his face, froze up the traces of his tears. At last, overcome by fatigue and exhaustion, he fell asleep, or rather he became numbed. His state was a kind of half sleep, which, although leaving him no distinct ideas, still left him the consciousness of the cold and hunger and grief. In the middle of the night, he was awakened by some one who shook him violently. He opened his eyes and saw around him several armed men. It was the watch, who, finding a child asleep in the street, wanted to know why he was there, and to whom he belonged. Peter had at first some difficulty in collecting his ideas, and when he had succeeded in doing so, he only felt the more vividly the impossibility of replying. He dared not say to whom he belonged. He cried, and entreated them to leave him there, as he was doing no harm to any one. They would not listen to him, but told him that he must go to the guard house. One of them took him by the shoulders, and as he resisted, another gave him a blow across the legs to make him proceed. Peter walked on, trembling. The snow began to fall so heavily that they could scarcely see their way, and added to this, the wind was so strong that it extinguished all the lamps, and drove the snow full into their faces. At length, the soldier who held little Peter had his cap blown off by a violent gust, and left him in order to run after it. The others, blinded by the snow, got dispersed. They sought each other. They called out. As to Peter, stupefied by the wind, the snow, and all that had happened to him, he knew not where he was, what he was doing, or what he ought to do. Motionless on the spot where he had been left, he heard the soldiers inquiring for him, and asking whether he had not escaped. This brought him to himself, and finding one of them approaching, he drew back softly, in order to get as near as possible to the wall. As he retired farther and farther, he was still unable to feel the wall, and at last perceived that he had entered a by-street, which the thickness of the snow had prevented him from seeing. He then walked faster, and soon ceasing to hear the soldiers, he regained a little courage, and after many windings, he at last stopped, and crouched down at the corner of an old building. After remaining there some time, he again fell asleep, and when he awoke, day was breaking. He tried to get up, but the cold and the uneasy posture in which he had remained had so benumbed his limbs, that he could not move a step, nor even stretch his legs, while the violent effort which he made in order to move forward threw him to the ground. In falling, his head struck the curbstone so violently that he became unconscious. He did not, however, altogether faint, and after a short time he had a confused perception of persons speaking and acting around him. It also seemed to him that he was taken up and carried away, but all was so indistinct that he had no proper consciousness of anything. He neither had any fear of what was going to happen to him, nor any wish to be better, nor any recollection of what he had done. He came to himself, however, by degrees, and his first sensation was a violent oppression of the heart. Poor little fellow! This is a feeling which he will henceforth always experience, as often as he calls to mind what he has done. At present he does not call this to mind. He simply feels that he has committed a terrible fault. He also feels that he is suffering in every part of his body, but at the same time he perceives that he is in a bed, and in a room. At length he regained complete consciousness, and saw that he was at M. Dubourg's, and that M. Dubourg and his mother, Madame Jerôme, were by his side. His first impulse on perceiving them was to hide his head in the bedclothes and weep. As soon as his mother saw that he was conscious, she asked him what had happened to him, and why he had fled from his master. She told him that, finding he did not return during the day, they had sent at night to inquire for him at her house, that this had made her very uneasy, and that she had gone to his master's early in the morning, and learning that he had not slept there, she had run in great terror to M. Dubourg, who told her that he had not seen him, and finally, that on leaving his house, she had found him at the corner of the street, stretched upon the ground, totally insensible, and surrounded by several women of the neighbourhood, who were exclaiming, "Oh, it is little Peter! What can have happened to him? What will Mother Jerôme say? He must have been drinking, and got intoxicated, and the cold has seized him." At the same time, the woman who attended to M. Dubourg's house had gone to tell him the news, and he in great uneasiness came out in his dressing gown and nightcap, a thing which had never happened to him before in the whole course of his life. At the conclusion of this recital, intermingled with reproofs, Madame Jerôme renewed her questions, but little Peter wept without replying. The physician who had been sent for now arrived, and told them that he must not be tormented, as a severe fever was coming on, and indeed a violent excitement soon succeeded to the weakness from which he had just recovered. His fault represented itself to him in the most frightful colours, and threw him into fits of despair, of which they were at a loss to conjecture the cause. At length, when Madame Jerôme had gone home to inform her husband of what had happened, and of the necessity there was of her remaining to nurse Peter, he raised himself in his bed, and throwing himself on his knees, with clasped hands called M. Dubourg, and said to him, "Oh, M. Dubourg, I have committed a great crime." M. Dubourg, thinking him delirious, told him to keep himself quiet, and lie down again. "No, M. Dubourg," he repeated, "I have committed a great crime." And then, with the quickness and volubility which the fever gave him, he related all that had passed, but with so much minuteness of detail, that it was impossible to consider what he said as the effect of delirium. M. Dubourg made him lie down again, and stood before him, pale and shocked. "Oh, Peter, Peter," said he at last, with a deep sigh, "I had so earnestly hoped to have been able to keep you with me." Peter, without listening to him, uttered aloud all that the torments of his conscience dictated. He said that his master's mother would have him apprehended, and in moments when his reason wandered more than usual, he declared that the guard were in pursuit of him. M. Dubourg, after reflecting for some time, went to his secretary, counted his money, closed his desk again, and Madame Jerôme returning at the same moment, he related to her what he had just learned, adding, "Madame Jerôme, little Peter, according to his own account, has committed a great crime, which prevents my keeping him with me as I had hoped to do, for I had provided the necessary means. My mind has never been easy, from the day I saw him behind a cursed cabriolet. He had offered to remain with me for 1 louis more a year, and I thought of procuring it by my labour. You see, Madame Jerôme, how valuable and profitable a thing is, learning. I had indeed made it a rule never to publish anything, but I considered that there were works which might be written, without compromising one's tranquillity. I have composed an almanac, in which I have recorded the feasts and epochs of the year among the ancients. It cannot but be very interesting to know that on such a day began the Ides of March, or, as the case may be, the feasts of Ceres. I demanded of the publisher 1 louis for it, that being all I stood in need of. He gave it immediately, and will give me the same every year, for a smaller almanac." M. Dubourg was going on to explain to Madame Jerôme how he would manage to ensure accuracy, notwithstanding the irregularity of the ancient calendar. "But," said he, "it is not necessary for you to know all this," and then added, "I had intended this louis for little Peter. I can dispose of it in his favour, and the more easily as we are now at the end of the year, and I have in my reserved fund more than sufficient to defray the expenses of his illness. I was afraid at first that I should be encouraging vice, but I have since considered that the evil is now done, and that it is the innocent who has suffered from it. Take then this louis, Madame Jerôme, and carry the 18 francs to the shopkeeper." This, said M. de Cideville, was the precise louis d'or whose history I am relating to you. Madame Jerôme, he continued, had been waiting anxiously for the end of this discourse, which she did not very well understand, but which she had not ventured to interrupt. As she was a very honest woman, the conduct of her son had so overwhelmed her with grief and shame, that she almost threw herself at the feet of M. Dubourg, to thank him for affording her the means of repairing it, without being obliged to pay a sum very considerable for a poor woman burdened with a family. She hastened out, though not without addressing some reproaches to her son, who scarcely understood them, and ran to pay the shopkeeper. As it happened, no inquiries had been made of him, nor had he, on his part, sent for the money. Peter, therefore, had been mistaken, and as yet nothing was known about the affair. His mother, on her return, found him better. The fever had begun to abate, and he was also comforted by the intelligence she brought. But if he had escaped exposure, he could not escape from the remorse of his own conscience, or from the reproaches of his mother, who was inconsolable. Her lamentations, however, distressed him less than the cold and serious manner of M. Dubourg, who no longer approached his bed, or spoke to him, but took care that he should want for nothing, without ever directly asking him what he wished to have. Little Peter had more than once shed bitter tears on this account, and to this grief was added, when he began to recover, the fear of returning to his father, who had come to see him during his illness, and who, being a man of great integrity, had severely reprimanded and even threatened him. Peter entreated his mother to ask M. Dubourg to keep him. M. Dubourg at first refused, but Madame Jerôme having promised him that Peter should not go out, and that he should study the whole of the day, he went to consult his Xenophon, and saw that Socrates, in his youth, had been addicted to every vice. There was reason, therefore, for hoping that labour would reform little Peter, as it had reformed Socrates. Peter was obliged to keep his word. His illness had left a debility which long continued, and he was further restrained from going out by the fear of meeting those to whom he owed money. Study being his only amusement, he ended by becoming fond of it, and as he possessed good abilities, his progress was such as to give his master much satisfaction. But the honest M. Dubourg was ill at ease with Peter, and no longer spoke to him with his accustomed familiarity. Peter felt this, and was unhappy. Then he redoubled his efforts to improve. One day, having made a translation which gave M. Dubourg great satisfaction, the latter promised that if he continued to improve, he would have the coat, which he still kept for him, arranged. Peter, after much hesitation, begged to be allowed to sell it instead, so that its price, together with the louis which he was to receive at the end of the year, might serve to pay a part, at least, of his debts. M. Dubourg consented, and was greatly pleased that this idea had occurred to him. While waiting, therefore, for 2 years, until the new coat had served its time, he continued to wear his old grey jacket, which he was obliged to mend almost every day, and the sleeves of which had become about 4 inches too short. But during this time he succeeded in completely gaining the friendship of M. Dubourg, who, having received a small legacy, employed it in increasing the salary of Peter, whom he elevated to the rank of his secretary. From this moment he treated him as a son, but Peter, who was now called M. Jérôme, could not perceive, without profound grief, that whenever any allusion was made in his presence to a defect of probity, M. Dubourg blushed, cast down his eyes, and did not dare to look at him. As for himself, whenever anything was mentioned that could have reference to his fault, he felt a severe pang shoot through his heart. When money was concerned, he was timid, always trembling, lest his honesty should be suspected. He did not dare for several years to propose to M. Dubourg that he should spare him the trouble of carrying the money to the restaurateur at the end of each month. The first time his master entrusted him with it, he was delighted, but still felt humiliated by the very pleasure he experienced. However, he became accustomed to it. A life of steady honesty has at last restored to him the confidence which every man of honour ought to possess. But he will not dare to relate this history to his children for their instruction, until he has become so old and so respectable, that he is no longer the same person as little Peter, and he will always remember that to M. Dubourg and his louis d'or he owes the preservation of his character. Chapter 3. of Moral Tales by Elisabeth Charlotte Pauline GUIZOT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Continuation of the history of a louis d'or. One day after breakfast, M. de Cideville having a leisure hour, Ernestine begged him to continue the history of the louis d'or, and he began thus. The shopkeeper to whom Madame Jérôme had carried the louis was just going out as she gave it to him. He took it, returned her in change a 6-franc piece, which was lying on the counter, gave the louis to his wife to be locked up, and departed. As the woman was on the point of putting it by, she heard her little girl, a child of 2 years old, screaming so violently in the adjoining room, that she thought she must have fallen into the fire. She ran to her, and found that she had only caught her finger in a door. Having succeeded in pacifying her, she returned to lock up the louis, but it was not to be found. Her shopwoman, Louisa, searched for it also, with great uneasiness. No one had entered the shop. She had been alone, and she felt persuaded that her mistress, who did not much like her, and who often quarrelled with her without just cause, would accuse her of having taken it. Nor was she mistaken. It was in vain that she asserted her innocence, that she emptied her pockets, and even undressed herself in the presence of her mistress, to prove to her that she had not concealed it. She was not to be convinced, and she was the more enraged from knowing that her husband would be angry with her for not having locked it up immediately. On his return, she related what had happened, and expressed her confidence that Louisa had taken the money. He was not so sure of that, however, for he knew her to be an honest girl. But he was out of temper, and Louisa suffered for it, and was dismissed. She went away heartbroken, yet carrying with her, without being aware of it, the louis d'or in her shoe. At the moment that her mistress, hearing the cries of her little girl, ran to her aid, she laid the louis upon the counter, on which Louisa had mounted for the purpose of arranging a bandbox, placed very high. She wore thick shoes, to which, in order to render them still stronger, and better suited for keeping out the damp, she had had another sole put. But this sole, which was not very good, was worn out at the side, and Louisa, making a false step upon the counter with these heavy shoes, the louis was forced into the opening between the 2 soles. She felt, as she descended, something catch at her foot, but imagined it to be a nail coming out of her shoe, and as she was very active and did not willingly interrupt anything upon which she was engaged, she merely struck her foot against the bottom of the counter in order to drive in what inconvenienced her. This made the louis enter entirely into the opening, and as high heels were then worn, the action of the foot made it slip towards the toe, where it was no longer felt, and Louisa wandered through Paris in search of a new situation, carrying with her everywhere this louis which had driven her from her old one. Not having a character from her master, she could not obtain an engagement. She was an orphan, and had no relations in Paris, so that to avoid perishing from want, she was obliged to station herself at the corner of a street as a mender of old clothes. This occupation was a very painful one for Louisa, who had been well brought up, her parents having been respectable tradespeople, who had failed, and died in poverty. It had required all the gentleness of her disposition to enable her to live with the wife of the shopkeeper, by whom she was badly treated, but as she was a well-conducted girl, she endured everything in order to continue in a respectable situation. Now she was compelled to hear the oaths of the street people, and the talk of drunkards, who often addressed her in a very disagreeable manner, to say nothing of the cold, the wind, and the rain, from which she suffered greatly. But as her occupation did not require much walking, she had not worn out her shoes, so that she always carried about with her the louis which had occasioned her so much harm. One day in spring, when the sun had been very warm, there came on suddenly a terrible storm, which in a few minutes swelled the kennels to such a degree, that in several places they touched the walls of the street. Louisa had left her station to take refuge under an opposite doorway, where she found herself by the side of a lady, dressed in a manner which indicated affluence. She was not young, appeared to be in bad health, and was much embarrassed about having to cross, in her thin shoes, the deep pools of water formed before her. She was not in the habit of going on foot, but this morning, the weather being very fine, and the church in which she usually heard mass being near her residence, she had not ordered her carriage in going to it. Having found it, however, very full, she went to another at some distance, and while there, had sent her servant on an errand. She had returned alone, had been overtaken by the storm, and was much afraid that the damp would bring on a severe cold, from which she was but just recovered. "If I had only some other shoes," she said. Louisa very timidly offered hers. "But what will you do?" asked the lady. "Oh, I can go barefoot," replied Louisa, "but you, madame, cannot possibly go in those shoes." And Louisa really believed what she said, for poor people, accustomed to see us surrounded with so many inconveniences, which they manage to do without, sometimes imagine it would be impossible for us to support things which they endure as a matter of course. But although they entertain this opinion, we ought not to share it. We must not persuade ourselves that their skins are much less sensitive than our own, nor that they are constituted in a different manner to ourselves, but accustomed to pain, they do not exaggerate it, and thus endure, without much suffering, things which we should think it impossible for us even to attempt, and which, nevertheless, would not do us more harm than they do them. However, continued M. de Cideville, in the present case it was not so. Louisa was young and in good health, the lady aged and an invalid. It was quite reasonable, therefore, that she should accept Louisa's offer, and she did so. Louisa, making many apologies for not being able to present her shoes in better condition, accompanied her barefoot, and supported her, as she could not walk very well in such large and heavy shoes. When they reached the lady's residence, she made Louisa go in order to dry herself, and at the same time to reward her for the service she had rendered. She also ordered her shoes to be dried before they were returned to her. They were placed near the kitchen fire. Louisa likewise seated herself there, and while talking with the servants, the kitchen maid took one of the shoes in order to clean it, and accidentally raised up the outer sole which the water had almost entirely detached. The louis d'or fell out. For a moment Louisa was as much astonished as the rest, but she suddenly uttered a cry of joy, for she remembered that something had entered her shoe on the day she had been accused of taking the louis. She related her story, and the servants, greatly astonished, went and told it to their mistress. Louisa entreated the lady to give her a certificate of what had happened, that she might get a character from her master, and thus be able to obtain a situation. The lady caused inquiries to be made, not only at the shopkeeper's, where she learned that Louisa's account was entirely true, but also in the neighbourhood, where she had always been regarded as a very honest girl, and where no one believed that she had stolen the louis. The lady also perceived by her manners and conversation, that she was much superior to the station in which she had found her. She therefore took her into her service, in order to assist her lady's maid, who was old and infirm. She sent to the shopkeeper the amount of his louis in silver, and gave to Louisa the louis d'or, which had occasioned her so much injury and so much good. As often happens with uneducated persons, Louisa was superstitious. She imagined that her good fortune was attached to this louis d'or, which she had so long carried about her, without being aware of it. She therefore would not think of spending it, but still continued to carry it about her. It happened that her mistress, while going to her country seat, which lay at some considerable distance from Paris, turned aside for a few leagues, in order to spend a day with a friend, whose house was nearly on her route. She left Louisa at the post house with her luggage, where she was to take her up the following morning. As Louisa had nothing to do, she seated herself upon a bench before the door which faced the high road. Presently she beheld a young man riding up to the house at full speed. He rode so rapidly, that the postillion, by whom he was accompanied, could not keep pace with him, and was obliged to follow at some considerable distance behind. He was pale, apparently much fatigued, and also greatly agitated. He alighted from his horse, and ordered another to be saddled immediately. The ostlers could not make sufficient haste. As he was preparing to remount, he sought for money to defray his expenses, but he had not his purse. He searched his pockets, and then perceived that at the last stage but one, where he had been obliged to change everything, in consequence of his horse having thrown him into a ditch full of water, he had forgotten his portmanteau, his purse, and his watch. He was greatly distressed and agitated. "What!" he exclaimed, "not a louis upon me! A louis would save my life." He inquired for the master of the inn, and was told that he was in the fields, and that there was no one in the house except his son, a lad of 15, and some postilions. "Can you not," he said, "find 1 louis to lend me? I will give you a cheque for 10. The men looked at each other without replying. He told them he was the Count de Marville, and that he was going 2 leagues further on. His wife was lying there ill, very ill, without a physician, and surrounded by persons who did not understand her constitution, and who were giving her remedies quite unsuitable to her state. The news had reached him at Paris. He had consulted his physician, and in order not to lose time, had taken post horses and travelled night and day. His servant, too weak to follow him, had been obliged to stop by the way, and as for himself, he had just travelled a double post, so that he was 4 leagues from the place where he had left his luggage, and had not a single louis to continue his journey, and save, perhaps, the life of his wife. But to all this the men made no reply. They merely dispersed. The very agitation of the count destroyed their confidence in what he said. Besides, the postillion who had accompanied him, and to whom he had promised a liberal reward in order to induce him to ride a double stage, was extremely dissatisfied at not being even paid his hire, and complained, swore, and threatened to appeal to the mayor of the place. M. de Marville thought of nothing but the delay, and in his anxiety it seemed to him that the loss of a single hour might be fatal to his wife. Louisa heard all this. She knew the name of de Marville, having heard it mentioned by her mistress. She thought of her louis. It was the only money she had about her, for in travelling she placed the little she possessed in the care of her mistress, except the louis, which she could not part with. She thought it very hard to give it up. Still it had drawn her from a state of so much misery, that she felt it would be a sin not to allow another to be benefited by it, when it was in her power to do so. Taking it, therefore, out of the little pocket in which she always carried it, she offered it to M. de Marville, who, greatly delighted, asked her name, and promised that she should hear from him. Then paying the postillion and remounting his horse, he rode off. while Louisa, though she did not repent of what she had done, felt nevertheless a little uneasy, and the more so as the people of the inn assured her that she would never see her money again. The following day her mind was set at rest by the return of her mistress, who was acquainted with M. de Marville, and had learned that his wife was in fact lying very ill at the distance of 2 leagues from where they were. Louisa's sole anxiety now was to regain her louis, which was still at the post house where M. de Marville had changed it, and it became henceforward more precious than ever in her estimation. M. de Marville did not forget what he owed her. He had found his wife extremely ill, and whether from the good effects of his treatment, or from some other cause, he had the delight of seeing her restored to health. He attributed her cure to Louisa, and as he was extremely attached to his wife, he considered himself under great obligations to one whom he regarded as her preserver. He went to see her at the seat of her mistress, repaid the louis, and also settled upon her a small annuity. On this occasion his manservant, who had some property, became acquainted with Louisa. He married her, and shortly after entered into the service of the same mistress. As he was a reasonable man, he wished her to spend the louis, for he knew that it was ridiculous to imagine that anything of this kind could bring good fortune. But Louisa would only consent to part with it in payment of the first 2 months' nursing of her first child. The nurse of this child was a tenant of M. d'Auvray, the father of a little girl called Aloïse. To him she gave the louis, when paying the rent of her farm, and you shall presently see what use was made of it. Chapter IV. Chapter IV of Moral Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Moral Tales, by Elisabeth Charlotte Pauline GUIZOT. Chapter IV. The Rent. Aloïse had for some time been very uneasy. Jeannette, the woman who used to bring her every other day a bunch of fresh chickweed for her bird, had not been near her for a whole week, and each time she thought of it, she said to her nurse, "I am sure my poor little Kiss will be ill, for want of some chickweed, for there is no shade in his cage when he is at the window, and the sun is shining over his head." And Aloïse actually feared that her bird would receive a coup de soleil. This fear, indeed, did not often occupy her thoughts, only whenever she went to talk to Kiss, she would say, "This naughty Jeannette, will she never come?" Jeannette arrived at last, and Aloïse, when she saw her, gave her a good scolding, and hastily seizing a bunch of chickweed, and without giving herself the time to unfasten it, she tore a handful, and carried it to her bird, saying, "Poor Kiss, the sun is dreadfully hot." "Oh, yes, miss," said Jeannette, "it is indeed very hot, especially when one has just recovered from a fever." "Have you had a fever?" asked Aloïse, whose whole attention was now turned to Jeannette, and whom, indeed, she perceived to be very much altered. Jeannette told her that her illness had been caused by grief, for her rent was due, and she was unable to pay it, and her landlord had threatened to turn her and her 3 children out of doors, and take away her bed, which was all she possessed in the world. "What!" said Aloïse, "have you no chairs?" Jeannette replied that she had had 2 wooden stools and a table, but that during the winter before last, which was that of 1789, she had been forced to burn them, for the cold was so intense that one morning she found one of her children almost dead. A short time previously she had lost her husband, after a long illness, which had exhausted all their resources, so that this was the 3rd quarter's rent which she had been unable to pay. Her landlord had given her some further indulgence, but now told her, that if she did not pay by the next quarter, both she and her children should be turned into the street. "And well will it be for us," continued Jeannette, "if we find there a little straw in which to lie down and die, for we are too miserable to be taken in by any one." Saying this, she began to cry, and Aloïse, who was extremely kind and compassionate, felt ready to cry also. She asked Jeannette if her rent was very high. It was 6 francs a quarter. 3 quarters were due, a louis would, therefore, be owing in July, and this was a sum which she could not possibly hope to pay, for her only means of living was the sale of her chickweed, together with a few flowers in summer, and some baked apples in the winter, all which was scarcely sufficient to find food for her children. She added that during her illness they must have died of hunger had it not been for the charity of some neighbours, and that she was now hastening home in order to get them some bread, as they had eaten nothing all day. Aloïse took from her drawer 40 sous, which was all that remained of her month's allowance, for as she was very careless, she was never rich. These she gave to Janette, and the nurse added 20 more, thus making in all 1/2 crown. The nurse also gave her, for the children, some old shoes which Aloïse had cast aside, and poor Janette went away delighted, forgetting for the time her unhappy condition, for the poor sometimes endure such pressing hardships, that when they find themselves for a moment freed from them, the happiness which they experience prevents them from thinking of the misery which awaits them. After Janette's departure, Aloïse and her nurse continued talking of her for a long time. Aloïse would gladly have saved from her allowance 8 francs a month, in order to make up the louis required by Janette, but this was impossible. She had lost her new gloves, and was obliged to buy others. A new pair of prunella shoes was to be brought home to her on the 1st of the month, to replace those she had spoiled by imprudently walking in the mud. Besides, her thimble, her needles, her scissors, her thread, all of which she was constantly losing through her want of order, formed a source of considerable expense. Although she was 11 years of age, nothing had been able to cure her of this want of order, a defect which resulted from great vivacity, and from the fact that when once an idea had taken possession of her mind, it so completely engrossed it, that, for the moment, it was impossible for her to think of anything else. At present, it was Janette who occupied her thoughts. She would have been delighted to have had a louis to give her by the time her rent became due, but she did not dare to ask her parents for it, for she saw that, without being in any way embarrassed, they nevertheless lived with a certain degree of economy. Besides, she knew them to be so kind, that if they could do anything, they would do it without being asked. When she went down to her mother's room, she spoke of Janette, of her grief for her, and of her desire to assist her. 20 times she went over her calculations aloud, in order to let it be understood that she could not do so out of her allowance. 20 times she repeated, "This poor Janette says that she must die upon straw if she cannot pay her rent." Her mother, Madame d'Auvray, was writing, and her father was occupied in looking over some prints. Neither of them appeared to hear her. Aloïse was in despair, for when she once wished for anything, she had no rest until she had either obtained it, or forgotten it. She was told that her drawing master was waiting for her. Quite taken up with Janette and her grief, she left, as almost invariably the case with her, her work upon the chair, her pincushion under it, her thimble on the table, and her scissors on the ground. Her mother called her back. "Aloïse," said she, "will you never put away your work of your own accord, and without my being obliged to remind you of it?" Aloïse replied mournfully that she was thinking of something else. "Of Janette, was it not?" said her father. "Well, then, since you are so anxious to get her out of trouble, let us make a bargain. Whenever you put away your work without being reminded of it by your mother, I will give you 10 sous. In 48 days, therefore, you will be able to gain the louis, which will not be required by Janette for 3 months." Oh, how delighted was Aloïse! She threw herself into her father's arms. Her heart was freed from a heavy load. "But," said M. d'Auvray, "in order that the agreement may be equal, it is necessary that you should pay something whenever you fail. It would be just to demand from you 10 sous, but," added he, smiling, "I do not wish to make too hard a bargain for poor Janette. I will therefore only require of you 5 sous. But mind, I shall show no mercy, and you must not expect a fraction of the louis, unless you gain the whole. Here it is," said he, as he took it out of his pocket, and placed it in a drawer of Madame d'Auvray's secretary. "Now try to gain it." Aloïse promised that it should be hers. Her parents seemed to doubt it. It was, however, agreed that Madame d'Auvray and Aloïse should each keep an account, in order to secure accuracy; and Aloïse was so pleased, and so eager to communicate the arrangement to her nurse, that she ran out of the room without putting away her work. Fortunately, she remembered it at the door. She ran back again, seized upon it, and beheld her father laughing heartily. "At all events," she exclaimed, "mamma did not remind me of it;" and for once the excuse was admitted. For some time Aloïse was very exact, and the more so as she had related the affair to Janette, who, without daring to remind her of it, now and then dropped a word concerning her landlord, who was a very severe man. During a whole month the work had only been forgotten 6 times. Thus, in 24 days, Aloïse had gained her 10 sous, but as there were 6 days of negligence, during each of which she had lost 5 sous, there remained 6 times 5, or 3 times 10 sous, to be deducted from what she had gained. She had therefore secured but 21 out of the 48 days. But Aloïse did not reckon in this manner. As her carelessness extended to everything, she sometimes forgot that on the 6 days on which she had not put away her work, she had not gained her 10 sous. At other times she forgot that on these days she had lost 5 also, so that she never considered that she had lost more than 5 or 10 sous on those days on which her negligence had really made her lose 15. At the end of the month, her mother had the greatest difficulty in the world to make her understand this calculation, and when she did understand it, she forgot it again. She had begun to keep her account in writing, and then had neglected it. She begged her mother to let her examine hers. She did so, at the same time warning her that it was for the last time. Aloïse recommenced writing, but lost her paper. She then tried to reckon mentally, but got confused in her calculations. Unfortunately, also, the hour for her dancing lesson, which she took in her mother's apartment, was changed, and now fell at the time that Janette called. She therefore saw her less frequently, and began to forget her a little. Nevertheless, the orderly habits which she had begun to contract were tolerably well kept up. She often put her work away, but she also frequently neglected it. Still, it seemed to her that she had attended to it so many times, that she felt quite easy on the subject, and did not even think of examining the day of the month. One morning she rose extremely happy. She was going to spend a day in the country. The party had been long arranged, and Aloïse had drawn a brilliant picture of the pleasure which she anticipated from it. The weather, too, was delightful. She had just finished dressing, when a man came to her room in the garb of a workman. He wore a leather apron and a woollen cap, which he scarcely raised as he entered. He appeared very much out of humour, and said in a rough manner to the nurse, that he had come on account of the woman who had served her with chickweed for her birds, that he was her landlord, that she owed him 4 quarters' rent, which she was unable to pay, and had entreated him to go and see if any one there could assist her. "It is not my business," he added in a surly tone, "to go about begging for my rent. However, I was willing to see if anything was to be got. If not, let her be prepared. Tomorrow, the 8th of July, she must quit. At all events, her moving will not be a very heavy one." Aloïse trembled in every limb, at finding herself in the same room with this terrible landlord, of whom she had so often heard Janette speak, and whose manner was not calculated to tranquillize her fears. Not daring to address him herself, she whispered to her nurse that she would go and ask her mamma for the louis. "But have you gained it?" said the nurse. "Oh, certainly," said Aloïse, and yet she began to be very much afraid she had not. She drew herself in as much as possible, in order to pass between the door and the man who stood beside it, and who terrified her so much, that she would not have dared to ask him to move. She ran quite flushed and breathless into her mother's room, and asked for the louis. "But does it belong to you?" said her mother. "I do not think it does." "Oh, mamma," replied Aloïse, turning pale, "I have put away my work more than 48 times." "Yes, my child, but the days on which you have not put it away?"
Mamma, I have put it away very often, I assure you." "We shall see," and Madame d'Auvray took the account from her secretary. "You have put it away 60 times," said she to her daughter. "You see, mamma!" cried Aloïse, delighted. "Yes, but you have neglected it 31 times, for the month of May has 31 days." "Oh, mamma, that does not make—" "My dear, 31 days, at 5 sous a day, make 7 livres 15 sous, which are to be deducted from the 30 francs that you have gained. Thus 35 sous are still wanting to complete the louis." Aloïse turned pale and clasped her hands. "Is it possible," she said, "that for 35 sous—" "My child," said her mother, "you remember your agreement with your father?" "Oh, mamma, for 35 sous, and this poor Janette!" "You knew very well what would be the consequence," said her mother. "I can do nothing in the matter." Aloïse wept bitterly. Her father, coming in, asked the reason. Madame d'Auvray told him, and Aloïse raised her hands towards him with supplicating looks. "My child," said M. d'Auvray, "when I make a bargain, I keep to it, and I require that others should act in the same manner towards me. You have not chosen to fulfil the conditions of this agreement, therefore let us say no more about it." When M. d'Auvray had once said a thing, it was settled. Aloïse did not dare to reply, but she remained weeping. "The horses are ready," said M. d'Auvray, "we must set off. Come, go and fetch your bonnet." Aloïse then knew that all hope was lost, and she could not restrain her sobs. "Go and get your bonnet," said her father in a firmer tone, and her mother led her gently to the door. She remained outside the room, leaning against the wall, unable to move a step, and crying most bitterly. Her nurse entered softly, and asked whether she had got the money, as the man was becoming impatient. Indeed, Aloïse heard him in the hall speaking to the servant, in the same surly ill-tempered tone. He said he had not time to wait, that it was very disagreeable and inconvenient to be sent there for nothing, and that Janette might rest assured she would have to be off pretty quickly. The tears of Aloïse were redoubled. Her nurse endeavoured to console her, and the old servant who was passing at the moment, not knowing the cause of her grief, told her that she was going to amuse herself in the country, and would soon forget her trouble. "To amuse myself!" cried Aloïse. "To amuse myself!" And she remembered that during this time Janette would be in despair, and turned into the street with her 3 children. "Oh, dear!" she exclaimed, "could they not have punished me in some other manner?" "Listen," said her nurse, "suppose you were to ask for some other punishment?" Aloïse turned towards her a hesitating and frightened look. She saw very well that she was going to propose to her to give up her visit to the country, and although she promised herself very little pleasure from it, she had not the courage to renounce it. But the servant came to tell her that the man was tired of waiting, and was going away; and in fact she heard him open the door, saying in a loud voice, "She shall pay for having made me come here for nothing." Aloïse, with clasped hands, entreated the servant to run after him and stop him for a moment, and told her nurse to go and beg of her parents to change her punishment, and instead of it, to deprive her of the pleasure of going into the country. The nurse having done so, Madame d'Auvray came out immediately and said to her daughter, "My child, our wish is not to punish you, but to fix in your mind something of consequence which we have not yet succeeded in impressing on it. Do you think the regret you will feel in not going into the country with us will have sufficient effect upon you to make you remember to be a little more orderly in what you do?" "Oh, mamma," said Aloïse, "I do assure you that the grief I have had, and that which I shall still have," she added, redoubling her tears, "in not going into the country, will make me well remember it." "Very well, then," said Madame d'Auvray, and she gave her the louis, which Aloïse charged her nurse to carry to the man. As for herself, she remained leaning against the door, through which her mother had returned into her room. Her nurse, having ordered the kitchen maid to follow the man, and carry the louis to Janette, found her there still crying, and told her that as she had taken her course, she ought to show more courage and dry up her tears, and go and bid farewell to her parents, who would otherwise think she was sulking, which would not be proper. Aloïse dried her eyes, and endeavouring to restrain herself, entered the room. As she approached her father in order to kiss him, he took her on his knee and said, "My dear Aloïse, there is no way of engraving still more deeply on your memory that which you ought not to forget." Aloïse looked at him. "Would it not be," he continued, "by taking you with us into the country, relying upon the promise which you will give us never again to forget to put your work away?" "Never," said Aloïse, with an agitated look; "but if I should forget it on some occasion?" "I am sure that you will not do so," replied her mother. "Your promise, the recollection of our indulgence, all this will force you to remember it." "But, oh dear, if after all I were to forget it!" "Well," said her father, kissing her, "we wish to force you to remember it." Aloïse was greatly affected by all this kindness, but she felt tormented by the fear of not keeping the promise on which her parents relied; and whilst her nurse, who had heard what was said, ran joyfully to fetch her bonnet, she remained pensive, leaning against the window. At length, turning eagerly to her mother, "Mamma," she said, "I will beg of God every day in my prayers to give me grace to keep my promise." "That will be an excellent means," replied her mother; "make use of it at once." And Aloïse raised her eyes to heaven, and her heart to God, and felt encouraged. Nevertheless, she preserved throughout the day, amidst the amusements of the country, something of the emotions which had agitated her in the morning. At night she did not forget to renew her prayer. The next morning she thought of it on waking, and in order not to forget it, she imposed upon herself the rule of attending to it before she did anything else. She succeeded, by this means, in impressing upon her mind the duty prescribed to her. Once only did she seem on the point of going away without arranging her work. "Aloïse," said her mother, "have you said your prayers this morning?" This question reminded her both of her prayer, which, indeed, for some time past, she had said with less attention, as she now thought herself secure, and also of her promise, which she had run the risk of forgetting, and she was so much terrified that she never again fell into the same danger. One day, when her mother was speaking to her about the manner in which she had corrected herself, she said timidly, "But, mamma, in order to correct me, you surely would not have had the heart to allow poor Janette to be turned out of doors?" Her mother smiled and said, "You must at all events allow that you are at present very happy for having been afraid of this." Aloïse assented. The louis d'or had enabled her to acquire a good habit, from which she derived more advantages than she had at first expected; for the money which she saved, by not having constantly to replace things lost through carelessness, gave her the means of doing something additional for Janette, for whom also work was found, as well as various little commissions, so that she and her children were no longer in danger of dying of hunger, or of being turned out of their miserable garret. Here M. de Cideville, being obliged to go out, interrupted his narrative, deferring its continuation to another day. Chapter V. Of Moral Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Moral Tales, by Elisabeth Charlotte Pauline Guizot. Chapter V. Continuation of the history of a louis d'or. M. de Cideville having one day, of his own accord, continued the history of the louis d'or, said to his daughter, "You have already seen, by the several adventures which I have related, of what importance may be, under certain circumstances, a sum apparently so trifling as a louis d'or. You will soon see all the advantages which may be derived from it. But I must first tell you in what manner it passed out of the hands of the landlord, to whom Janette had given it in payment of her rent. This landlord was a shoemaker. His house was very small, very disagreeable, and very dirty, as may be imagined by the sum paid by Janette for rent, as he was himself the porter. He was very avaricious, and would not go to the expense of keeping it in a moderately decent condition, or even of repairing it, so that it was occupied only by very poor people, or by those who had been guilty of bad actions, for provided his tenants paid him, he did not trouble himself about their honesty. There was one among them, named Roch, whom he knew to be a rogue, and who had several times concealed stolen goods. The shoemaker shut his eyes to this, because on these occasions he almost always received some little present. One day, as the shoemaker was looking in the narrow court which separated his house from that of his neighbour for old pieces of linen sometimes thrown there, and of which, after having washed them, he made use as linings for his shoes, he stooped down to pick up one of them, when his pipe, which he had in his mouth, caught in something, and slipping from him, fell through a grating into his neighbour's cellar. He would have been glad to have gone and asked for it, but he did not dare to do so, for misers are always ashamed of those little actions which their avarice leads them to commit. Whilst leaning over the grating, in the hope that it might have lodged on the slope of the wall within, and that he should be able to regain it, there suddenly burst from the opening such a volume of smoke that he was nearly stifled. The pipe had fallen upon some straw, recently unpacked, and which, not having yet imbibed the damp of the cellar, caught fire almost immediately. The shoemaker knew very well what was likely to follow, and ran away, in order that he might not be suspected as the cause of the mischief. But trembling for his own house, to which the fire might extend, he gave an alarm, saying that he perceived a strong smell of smoke, and in order that assistance might be promptly rendered, he guided the people so well in the direction of the fire, that the truth was immediately suspected. The flames quickly spread to a heap of faggots, thence to a quantity of goods which were near, and before there was time to suppress them, they had injured the building. The landlord entered a process against the shoemaker, in order to make him pay the damages, saying that it was he who had set the place on fire, which, indeed, there was every reason for suspecting. It was known that he was in the habit of searching in the court for rags, and such like things, that happened to be thrown from the windows. There had also been found in the ashes underneath the grating, and on the spot occupied by the heap of straw, the remains of a pipe which had not been consumed. It was observed that when the shoemaker gave the information, he was without his pipe, a thing quite extraordinary for him. He was also known to have bought a new one on the same day, and every one was aware that he was not a man to buy a new pipe if he had an old one in his possession. It was then more than probable that it was his pipe which had fallen into the cellar, and set it on fire. Besides, 2 persons believed that they had seen him, from a distance, going out of the court. The shoemaker had nothing to oppose to these charges but the assertion that he was not on the spot when the place took fire. But in order to have this assertion received, he must find witnesses who would consent to give a false testimony. He thought Roch might do him this service, and he reminded him of all the indulgence which he had granted to him. Roch made no objections. He was so great a knave that he seemed to take a pleasure in doing what was wrong. He simply demanded, as the reward of this service, that the shoemaker should introduce and recommend him as a servant to M. de la Fère, a gentleman for whom the shoemaker worked, and who at that time was in want of a servant. Roch was very desirous of getting this place, but quite at a loss as to the means of doing so, as he could find no one willing to give him a character. The shoemaker consented, for we can never ask others to do what is wrong for us, without being obliged to do at least as much for them in return. But 2 witnesses were requisite. Roch undertook to procure another, on condition that the shoemaker should give him a louis d'or. The latter, at first, made many objections, for he valued his money more than his conscience, but there was no alternative in the case. He therefore gave him the very louis d'or that Janette had paid him, and Roch and his comrade both affirmed on oath that the shoemaker was returning home in their company at the time that he perceived from the street the smell of the smoke then issuing from the court. They also affirmed that during their walk a porter had knocked against him so roughly that his pipe was thrown out of his mouth, and that in stepping forward to gain his balance, he had trodden upon it and crushed it. To give their assertions a greater appearance of truth, they repeated the remarks which they pretended to have made upon the occasion. The shoemaker gained his cause. Roch kept the louis, giving only 12 francs to his comrade, and entered the service of M. de la Fère, who was on the point of leaving France, where, like many others, he did not consider himself in safety, for it was the close of the year 1792. Neither his manservant nor his wife's maid was willing to accompany them, so that being in a great hurry to leave, they were compelled to take Roch without inquiry, and upon the sole recommendation of the shoemaker, whom they believed to be an honest man. They were desirous of obtaining gold for their journey, as being more convenient than silver, and at that time the value of the louis d'or was high, for it was much in request, as many families were leaving France for the same cause as M. de la Fère. Roch therefore sold to his master the louis d'or which he had received from the shoemaker. It thus came into the possession of M. de la Fère, and you shall see presently all that it produced. As for Roch, before his departure with M. de la Fère, he defrauded the shoemaker out of the amount of a rather heavy bill which his master had ordered him to pay. He produced a false receipt, and kept the money. The shoemaker did not become aware of his departure till several days afterwards, and thus found himself punished for recommending a rogue. We must now see what the louis produced in the hands of its new possessor. Chapter 6 of Moral Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Moral Tales by Elisabeth Charlotte Pauline Guizot. Chapter 6 The Week. It was at the commencement of the year 1793 that M. de la Fère, accompanied by his wife, his son Raymond, a lad of 15, and his daughter Juliette, who was 13, his servant Roch, and his wife's new maid, left France, to establish themselves in a small town in Germany. They had brought with them sufficient money to enable them, if necessary, to remain away for several years, and the more easily as having chosen a town in which no French had as yet arrived, and where they were not acquainted with any Germans, they hoped to lead the kind of life which suited them, without being obliged to incur greater expenses than they wished. Thus they hoped, by means of a reasonable, but not inconvenient economy, to pass the period of trouble in comfort and tranquillity, attending to the education of their children, who, delighted with the change of scene, thought only of enjoying the various new objects which their journey presented to them. Although much afflicted at leaving their country, and deeply grieved for the misfortunes which were daily occurring there, M. and Madame de la Fère would not depress the spirits of their children, by recurring to events over which they had no control; but, on the contrary, they procured for them such pleasures as were compatible with their situation. They had somewhat prolonged their journey, in order to show them various interesting objects situated at a short distance from their route, and had been settled in the town in which they intended to reside only a few days, when their host, Mr. Fiddler, spoke of a rather curious kind of fair which was then being held at some distance from that place. They hired one of the carriages of the country, and wishing to take advantage of the opportunity which the occasion afforded of enjoying the scenery of the neighbourhood, which was very beautiful, they set out early, carrying with them sufficient provisions to enable them to pass the whole day in the fields. It was in the month of June. They prolonged their walks so much, that it was 10 o'clock in the evening when they reached town. They were surprised, on arriving, to find that the servant, whom they had left in the house, did not come to assist them. They supposed that he must have gone to the fair on his own account, together with the maid, whom they also called for in vain. They were at a loss to get in, as the door of the house was locked, Mr. Fiddler having also gone to the fair. At last, a little boy who had been left in charge of it, and who likewise had been amusing himself, came back, opened the door, and procured a light from a neighbour, who presented to M. de la Fère a letter which had arrived during his absence. M. de la Fère stopped to read it, and then entered the house so completely absorbed, that he did not notice the exclamations of distress which were uttered by his wife and children. At last they ran to him, spoke to him, roused him from his abstraction, and showed him all their cupboards open and emptied, the secretary forced, and their money and jewels carried off. There was nothing left. Roch and the maid, who had also been taken without sufficient inquiry, and who was an equally ill-disposed person, had several times during their journey given them cause for distrusting them, and it was their intention to send them back to France. They had apparently suspected this intention, and profited by their absence to rob them. This they could very easily do, as the pavilion, which was the part of the residence occupied by M. and Madame de la Fère, was separated from the rest of the house, and on one side opened upon the fields. On this side, the open doors and windows showed traces of their flight; but there was no possibility of following them at that hour, nor any hope of otherwise arresting them. The town was situated on the frontiers of two small German states, and there was no doubt that they had entered the neighbouring one, as from several circumstances which were then recollected, it might be presumed that they had taken their precautions beforehand. However, M. de la Fère went to the magistrate of the town to lodge his complaints, and to take the necessary proceedings. When he returned, his family had not yet had time to recover from their consternation. Juliette was crying, and her mother, though herself overwhelmed with grief, was endeavouring to soothe her. Raymond, who understood German, was talking to Mr. Fiddler, who, hearing of their misfortune on his return from the fair, had hastened with great kindness to offer them his assistance. All this Raymond communicated to his mother and sister. M. de la Fère also thanked him in German, for Mr. Fiddler did not understand French, and told him that though they had indeed experienced a most serious misfortune, he hoped, nevertheless, that they would be able to extricate themselves from it; and Mr. Fiddler, who was very considerate, fearing to be importunate, immediately retired. When they were alone, assembled round a candle which Mr. Fiddler had lent them, M. de la Fère, after tenderly embracing his wife and children, made them sit down by him, and remained for some time silent, as if he knew not what to say to them. At length Raymond, who had heard his father's reply to Mr. Fiddler, broke the silence. "Papa," he said, "you told Mr. Fiddler that we should be able to extricate ourselves from our difficulties. Does the letter, which you have just received, say that money will be sent to us from France?" "On the contrary, my child." "What! On the contrary?" exclaimed Madame de la Fère, with a movement of alarm. Her husband pressed her hand, and she restrained herself. He had accustomed her to preserve her self-command in the presence of their children, in order not to give them exaggerated ideas of what might happen to them. "My beloved friends," continued M. de la Fère, taking his daughter on his knees, and retaining the hand of his wife within his own, "we must not rely, at least for a very long time to come, on any assistance from France, for all our property is seized, and God only knows when we shall regain possession of it." Madame de la Fère turned pale, but said nothing. Juliette wept and trembled, and Raymond, leaning on the back of a chair, listened attentively to his father, whose calm and firm manner completely reassured him. M. de la Fère continued: "Of all our effects there remains absolutely nothing, but what we have upon us, and a small trunk of linen, which I see in the corner there, and which they seem to have forgotten. Of all our money, there remains but this louis d'or," said he, holding it up, "which I had in my pocket." "Good heavens!" exclaimed Juliette, in a tone of despair, "what will become of us?" Her father pressed her in his arms. "Have a little patience, sister," said Raymond quickly. He saw that his father had something to propose, and whatever it might be, he was eager to execute it. M. de la Fère continued: "A louis, my dears, may still become a resource, provided one knows how to turn it to account. We cannot live without work. We must, therefore, find the means of working." Madame de la Fère replied that she and her daughter could embroider, and that Mr. Fiddler would be able to recommend them in the town. "Yes," replied M. de la Fère, "but that is not sufficient. Before these recommendations have produced their effect, before we receive work, and before that work is finished, our louis d'or may very easily be spent, and my watch, which is the only thing left us that we can sell, for they have taken Raymond's, will not afford us a very considerable resource. We must, therefore, devise some plan for not exhausting too rapidly our means of existence." Juliette said that Mr. Fiddler, who had so kindly offered his aid, would be able to assist them until their work afforded them the means of living. "We must only accept assistance from others," said M. de la Fère, "when we can do absolutely nothing for ourselves. Do you feel the courage to impose upon yourselves, for 1 week only, the most severe privations?" All answered yes. "Even if it be to live on bread and water," said Raymond. M. de la Fère pressed his son's hand with an air of satisfaction, but Juliette turned towards her father with a somewhat terrified expression, and Madame de la Fère looked first upon her husband and then upon her children, and could not restrain a few tears. M. de la Fère, making a great effort to preserve his firmness, said to them, "Listen, my dears, and I hope you will agree with me, that a week's courage is a very trifling matter, if it can ensure our preservation. This is my calculation. Our rent is paid 3 months in advance. We have in the trunk as much linen as we shall want for 3 weeks, without requiring anything washed. As it is the summer, we shall not need any fire. The days being long, if we get up and go to bed with the sun, there will be no necessity for candles. Thus, without expending anything, we are secured on all these points, from all suffering, and indeed from every real inconvenience, for more than a week. We have only our food to pay for. In limiting ourselves for a week only to what is absolutely necessary, to bread, my dear Juliette," said he, tenderly embracing his daughter, whom he still held upon his knee, "it will be possible for us to employ a part of this louis on the purchase of materials to enable you to embroider, and myself and Raymond to paint boxes and screens, and various other things which Mr. Fiddler doubtless will enable us to sell. In a week we shall probably have gained something by our labour. If we are compelled to wait longer, I have still my watch, and I will answer for it, that before its price is expended, we shall be free from anxiety." Raymond, animated by the manner in which his father pronounced these words, embraced his mother, and then his sister, who was still weeping a little. "Consider, Juliette," he said, "a week is so soon over." Hitherto, indeed, Raymond had always been much more of an epicure than his sister, and much more eager in the pursuit of what pleased him; but at the same time he had more determination, and was better able to make a sacrifice, where any great object was to be attained. Besides, the present moment had inspired him with what a great misfortune ought always to inspire a man, an increased amount of sense and courage; whilst Juliette, on the contrary, somewhat overcome by the fatigues of the day, had not been able to recover from the surprise and terror of the first moment. Their ill-lighted room gave her melancholy impressions, everything seemed dark around her, and she felt excessively unhappy, without being exactly able to tell why. The caresses of her parents calmed her a little, her mother made her go to bed, and she soon sunk into that sound sleep which grief usually produces at her age; and on awakening the following morning, she felt entirely reanimated. Her mother had already made the purchases necessary for commencing work. It had been the fashion in France, for some time before their departure, to wear lawn handkerchiefs embroidered in coloured silks, and this custom, though now rather antiquated, had not yet reached the town in which they were residing, although its inhabitants affected to follow the French fashions. She bought sufficient lawn for a handkerchief, silks to embroider it, and some cardboard and colours for her husband and son. These cost rather less than 14 francs, the remaining 10 were carefully reserved for the maintenance of the family. Madame de la Fère felt her heart a little oppressed when she beheld this trifling sum, but the recollection of the watch gave her confidence that her children would not want for bread; and besides, accustomed to rely upon her husband, of whose courage and firmness she was well aware, so long as she saw him tranquil, she could not feel very uneasy. As M. de la Fère was returning with the bread he had purchased for the family, he met Mr. Fiddler, who expressed his grief for the inconveniences which he suffered, and once more offered his services. M. de la Fère again thanked him, promising that if he really stood in need of assistance, it would be to him that he would apply, and Mr. Fiddler, being a man of the greatest discretion, did not press the matter further. When Juliette entered the room in which the family was assembled, she found her mother and Raymond already occupied in arranging an old embroidery frame, which they had found in a corner of the apartment, while M. de la Fère was drawing upon the piece of lawn the wreath with which it was to be embroidered. The sun shone brilliantly into the apartment, which looked out upon a magnificent landscape, and Juliette, forgetting the troubles of the previous evening, set herself gaily to assist her mother and brother. The wreath was soon drawn, the frame soon mounted, the tasks were distributed, and each commenced his labour. During this time, M. de la Fère began to design the ornaments for a work box, whilst Raymond, who was tolerably adroit, cut and gummed the cardboard, and even assisted his father in the less difficult ornaments. After working for some time, Juliette began to feel hungry. She was afraid to say anything as yet. Raymond, however, having asked his father if it was not time for breakfast, opened a cupboard in which the bread had been placed, and exclaimed, laughing, "Behold our week's provisions." Then he cut for his mother and sister some slices of bread, which he assured them had been selected with great care. As to himself, he separated his own into 5 or 6 pieces, calling one a cutlet, another a leg of mutton, and so on. This made them laugh, and thenceforth they constantly amused themselves, while eating their bread, with bestowing upon it the names of the most refined dishes. Although Madame de la Fère often made Juliette leave her work, and walk with her brother in the road that passed beneath their windows, yet in 3 days the handkerchief was embroidered, and M. de la Fère, on his part, had completed a box, the top of which, painted in bistre, represented one of the points of view to be seen from his window, while the sides were ornamented with arabesques, also in bistre. Mr. Fiddler, to whom M. and Madame de la Fère had communicated their determination of living by their labour, recommended them to a lady in the town, the only one who understood French. Madame de la Fère called upon her, accompanied by Juliette, who, although somewhat ashamed at being presented under such circumstances, nevertheless felt a certain degree of pride in thinking that her work should be of some consequence. The German lady, to whom Mr. Fiddler had related their misfortunes, received them with great kindness. She purchased the handkerchief, at the price of a louis, in the money of the country, and also the work box for 12 francs, and told Madame de la Fère that she would enable her to sell others. They returned delighted. "Mamma," said Juliette on their way home, "since we have been so successful, I think for to day at least we might have something to eat with our bread." Madame de la Fère replied that that must depend upon her father. But when, after relating their success, Juliette renewed her proposition, "My dears," said M. de la Fère, looking at his children, for Raymond had listened to his sister's proposition with great attention, "if we break our fast to day, it will be more difficult to keep it to morrow, and if we do not maintain it until the end of the week, the fruit of our courage will be lost, for we shall still be inconvenienced to purchase the materials necessary for continuing our labours; whereas our having a little in advance will make us quite comfortable." "Come," said Raymond, running to the cupboard, and cutting a large slice of bread, "here is my sturgeon pasty for this day." "My dear Juliette," said M. de la Fère to his daughter, who seemed a little sad, "it is merely an advice which I have given you. The money which we possess is in part gained by your labour, and it would be unjust to prevent you from spending it according to your fancy. If you wish, we will give you your share, and you can do what you please with it." Juliette threw her arms round her father's neck, and told him that she always wished to do as he did, and whatever he pleased, and the money was immediately employed in purchasing new materials. If Juliette had rather more difficulty on this day and the following ones in eating her bread, to which her brother in vain gave the most tempting names, she consoled herself by calculating with her mother the number of hours, of minutes even, which must intervene before the close of the last day, and then how many minutes were required to work a flower. This shortened the time, for when Juliette had not finished her task in the period which she had allotted to it, she found the time pass much too quickly. She was greatly delighted that the watch had not been sold, and felt a certain pride in thinking that they might be able to preserve it by their industry. As constant work suggests methods of abridging labour, they this time finished in 5 days 2 handkerchiefs and 3 boxes, and to complete their happiness, on the evening of the 8th day, the German lady sent to inquire if any more were ready. She had given a party on the previous evening, her handkerchief had been admired, she had shown her box also, and several of her friends expressed a wish to purchase similar articles of both kinds. When Madame de la Fère and her daughter called upon her the following morning, she not only took all that were finished, but gave orders for a fresh supply. Juliette could not contain her joy. She had eaten her dry bread very cheerfully before starting, thinking that, according to all appearances, they would have a better dinner; and now, on their return, she assisted her mother in preparing it. She could never have believed it possible for her to have experienced so much pleasure as she now felt, in peeling onions, touching greasy spoons, or broiling herself in skimming saucepans on a hot summer's day. Her mother wished that for this day she should entirely lay aside all other work. Raymond and she, therefore, passed the morning in laughing till tears came into their eyes, at the 1,000 absurdities which their joy prompted them to utter; and M. and Madame de la Fère, delighted at seeing them so happy, forgot for a time that they had ever experienced sorrow. With what delight Juliette helped her brother to set the table, to lay the cloth, to place the covers and plates lent them by Mr. Fiddler. Just at the moment that she was about to serve up the dinner, she heard exclamations of joy from Raymond, who came running to tell her that the Chevalier de Villon, an old friend of his father, whom they had not seen for several years, as he had left France a long time before them, had just arrived in the town, and was coming to dine with them. "How fortunate," said Raymond, "that he did not come yesterday!" and he ran out to rejoin the chevalier. "He comes to diminish our dinner," said Juliette, in a tone of ill temper, which she was not able to control, for it seemed to her that the least alteration must interfere with the happiness she anticipated. "Juliette," said her mother, "if during the past week you had found a friend who was willing to share his dinner with you, you would have been very glad, even though you thought that he would thereby deprive himself of something." "It is because I think M. de Villon does not stand in need of it," said Juliette, completely ashamed of what she had said. At this moment the chevalier entered, his clothes in rags, and himself so pale and so thin, that Madame de la Fère, on beholding him, could not suppress a cry of grief. As for him, with his Gascon vivacity, he ran to embrace her. "You see," said he, "to what I am reduced. This is now the uniform of a French gentleman, my dear madame. Why, I am not sure that I have eaten anything these 2 days." Madame de la Fère turned to Juliette, who with a supplicating look seemed to entreat her to forget what she had said. The chevalier sat down, for he could scarcely stand; nevertheless his gaiety never forsook him, as long as his strength remained, but they felt that it was sinking with every sentence. Juliette laid a cover for him, and placed a chair at the table, for he was so much fatigued, that he seemed scarcely able to move. When the soup was served, and the chevalier, with his accustomed politeness, wished to pass to her the first plate, she entreated him to keep it with so much earnestness that he could not refuse. She then raised her eyes to her mother as if to ask forgiveness. Madame de la Fère smiled, and joy returned to Juliette's heart. She was at length helped in her turn, and thought she had never enjoyed anything so much; while Raymond, who until then fancied he disliked carrots and turnips, did not leave a single bit of them upon his plate. A piece of beef and a dish of vegetables appeared to all this family a magnificent repast. How happy the poor chevalier felt at finding himself once more seated and at a table, and in the midst of his friends! How he amused Raymond and Juliette by relating his campaigns and adventures! Mr. Fiddler, knowing that M. de la Fère had a friend to dinner, had requested permission to send in a couple of bottles of good wine, and M. de la Fère, who was no longer afraid of being obliged to have recourse to compassion, considered that he ought not to refuse a friendly present. The wine completely restored to the chevalier his strength, his originality, and even his hopes. By the time the dinner was over, he had completely forgotten that he had not a sou, that he had not a shirt, that his shoes were without soles, and his coat almost without sleeves. His friends had equally forgotten it, for on this day no one thought of the future, and it passed away in the enjoyment of a degree of happiness of which those who have never suffered can form no conception. At night, Mr. Fiddler lent them a bed, and the chevalier slept in the room occupied by M. de la Fère and Raymond, who could hardly sleep from the joy he felt at having a new companion. The following morning, M. de la Fère said to the chevalier, "Well, you remain with us, but every one in this house works. What can you do?" "Faith, not much," said the chevalier. "I can attend to the house, go of errands, and see to the cooking, when there is any," for they had related to him the history of the 8 days' fast. "Oh, I forgot," he continued, "I have marvellous talent for mending old clothes. Look!" And he showed them his coat, which was hanging in tatters at all points. Every one laughed, but on a closer examination, they found that if indeed the chevalier's coat was thus torn, it had been previously well mended. "This," said he, "is the only talent I have as yet needed. Set me to work, and perhaps some other will spring up." It was agreed that for the present he should confine himself to the exercise of his talents as a tailor, upon the remains of his coat, in order to make it look somewhat more respectable while he was waiting for a better, and that he should undertake the rough work, while the family was occupied in executing the orders, which were now numerous and pressing. A few days after, Mr. Fiddler consented to let them have, instead of the pavilion which they occupied, and which was unsuited to their present circumstances, a much smaller dwelling, to which was attached a little garden. This the chevalier undertook to cultivate, and it supplied them with some fruit and vegetables. He also prepared the cardboard for the boxes and screens, and even chimney ornaments, and pendule cases, which were made by M. de la Fère and his son. These productions, as well as those of Madame de la Fère, became quite the fashion in the country. The chevalier took them to the neighbouring fairs, where, at the same time, he found opportunities of making more advantageous purchases than in the town. M. de la Fère gave him a percentage on all he bought and sold for him, so that in a short time he was able to carry on a small trade on his own account, in which he displayed considerable ability. Raymond often accompanied him in these excursions, and thus began to acquire a knowledge of business. As for Madame de la Fère, who added to her skill in embroidery a talent for millinery, she had soon so much to do, that she was obliged to take workwomen, and she opened a shop, to which people came from all parts, to get the French fashions, of which the chevalier, by his activity, contrived to obtain for her the patterns. When their circumstances had so much improved, that there was no longer any danger of another fast, M. de la Fère said to Raymond and Juliette, "My children, you have hitherto worked for the benefit of the community. It is but just that you should also work for yourselves. I give you each a louis d'or. You now know what it is capable of producing. Turn it to profit on your own account." They did turn it to so good a use, that it served for their maintenance during the remainder of the time they continued abroad. M. and Madame de la Fère, when they returned to France, had acquired by their industry a sufficient sum to repurchase a portion of their property which had been sold, and the Chevalier de Villon, who remained with them, was in a condition to pay them a small sum annually. As to Raymond, he had acquired habits of business and industry, and Juliette those of activity and economy. She had also learned never to close her heart to the miseries of others, as sometimes happens with those who are very much engrossed by their own trials. But it was in the midst of the anxieties of a most painful position, that Juliette had seen how little it sometimes costs to alleviate a great misfortune, and it was the louis d'or which had taught her all this. Chapter VII. Of Moral Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Moral Tales, by Elisabeth Charlotte Pauline GUIZOT. Chapter VII. Continuation of the history of a louis d'or. The louis d'or paid by Madame de la Fère to the merchant from whom she had bought the lawn for her first handkerchiefs was passed by him to a fellow tradesman, who was going to another town of Germany, where he was established as a dealer in lace. Among the workpeople who supplied him was a young girl named Victorine, a refugee like M. and Madame de la Fère. Victorine worked for the support of her godmother, Madame d'Alin, an elderly person who had formerly been well off; but the dread of the Revolution had seized upon her to such a degree, that almost at the very outbreak she precipitately quitted France, without taking any precautions to preserve her property, and without any money but what she happened to have at the moment for her current expenses. Thinking only of flight, she took no one with her but her godchild Victorine, the daughter of one of her old servants, whom she had brought up. She had had her instructed in every kind of female employment, and when they fell into misfortune, Victorine, who, though scarcely 17 years of age, possessed both sense and courage, set herself vigorously to work for her godmother, whom age, delicate health, and weakness of character rendered incapable of overcoming the difficulties of such a situation. The first thought of Victorine, when they found themselves without means, had been to sell a piece of lace, which she had just finished for herself. Having succeeded in disposing of it, she continued this kind of work. She could not devote to it as much time as she wished, having to attend to the domestic arrangements, and to wait upon Madame d'Alin, who was not accustomed to do anything for herself. Occasionally, also, she had to read aloud to Madame d'Alin, who was sometimes a little vexed that she could not do so more frequently. Victorine often felt annoyed at being disturbed from her work, but she did not display this feeling, for she knew that her godmother was so kind, that had she perceived it, she would have deprived herself of many pleasures and dispensed with many services which habit had rendered necessary for her. Notwithstanding these interruptions, Victorine's labour was sufficient to provide for their ordinary wants, but it was only just sufficient. The least additional expense would have deranged everything, and since they had been in Germany, their wardrobes had not been renewed. Madame d'Alin suffered no inconvenience on this account, because she went out so rarely that her dresses were but little used, so that the clothes she had brought with her were sufficient for a long time. But Victorine's stock, never very considerable, was soon exhausted, and the poor girl, notwithstanding her good sense, was not insensible to the annoyance of going out in a dress, the different parts of which did not well match the pattern, and the sleeves of which only reached half way down her arm, for she had grown. Madame d'Alin, who was kindness itself, and who was extremely fond of Victorine, endeavoured to improve matters by giving her some of her own dresses, but the dresses of Madame d'Alin, who was small and thin, while Victorine was very tall and rather stout, suited her still worse than those which had, at least, been made for her, and although her godmother's bonnet and old mantle preserved her from the cold and rain, they gave her so strange an appearance, that she could not help being a little uncomfortable when she had to go into the streets thus muffled up, and especially when she entered the shop where she sold her lace. She longed for the time when she should be able to buy a dress and bonnet in the fashion of the country, and as everything was very cheap there, and Victorine had no desire to dress expensively, she hoped to be able to accomplish her wish for a sum of about a louis. The possession of this louis, then, was the object of her ambition. She thought of it night and day, and pictured to herself the delight she should feel the first time she went out dressed like other people, but she must first be able to spare a louis, and to accomplish this was no easy matter; for Victorine, from the situation in which she was placed, and the whole responsibility of which devolved upon her, had acquired such habits of economy, that she would never have run the risk of spending so considerable a sum without having in advance sufficient money and work for several months. She had then put a louis aside, but determined not to purchase her dress and bonnet until she had collected a certain sum. At first she was very far from the point, then some weeks of cheapness and the talent which she had acquired for economy enabled her to increase her store. Sometimes it augmented so rapidly that she hoped to see it soon complete. But all at once the price of vegetables was raised, or the bushel of charcoal had gone more quickly. Then the treasure ceased to increase. Victorine no longer knew when it would be complete, and the slightest accident which happened to diminish it made her lose all hope. Then she would add another patch to her dress, which, in the anticipation of a new one, she had a little neglected, and for several days her heart would be sad, and she would feel some difficulty in working with her usual diligence and pleasure. One day, when she happened to be in a happier mood, she carried her work to the dealer, who in paying her said, "See, here is some of the money of your own country," and he showed her the louis. Victorine, on beholding it, was greatly moved. It was so long since she had seen a French coin. Oh, how she longed to possess it! But it was in vain that she calculated. The sum owing to her in the currency of the country did not amount to a louis. At last she begged the shopkeeper to save it for her, promising in a short time to bring sufficient work to make up the amount. In fact, the desire of possessing this louis redoubled her energies. Shortly afterwards, she went to obtain it, brought it away with great delight, and as everything was referred to her favourite idea, she determined to purchase with it her dress and bonnet, as soon as she was able. This was the louis d'or which she had put by, and which she kept so carefully. The increased quantity of work which she had for some time executed, in order to obtain it the sooner, together with a few weeks favourable to her economy, brought her near the accomplishment of her wishes. At length the day arrived when the work she was to take home would complete the necessary amount, provided the provisions she had to purchase did not exceed a certain price. The provisions happened to be cheap, and Victorine, overjoyed, stopped on her way back at the shop of a linen draper with whom she was acquainted, and selected a pattern, in order to increase the pleasure she would have in buying it; and perhaps also that she might the sooner have the gratification of telling some one that she was going to purchase a dress. She had not yet communicated her intention to Madame d'Alin, but she felt quite sure of her approbation. After having made her choice, she returned home, almost running, to leave her provisions, and to fetch her louis. On entering, she opened the door so hastily, that Madame d'Alin, who did not expect her, started, and her spectacles, which were lying on her knee, fell, and both the glasses were broken. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Madame d'Alin, partly from fright and partly from the vexation she felt at having broken her glasses. As for Victorine, she remained motionless. The pleasure which she had promised herself was so great, that her vexation was proportionally extreme. At length, taking the spectacles from the hands of Madame d'Alin, with a movement of impatience, which she could not control, she said, "Now then, there are some glasses to be bought." "No, my child," replied Madame d'Alin mildly, "I will do without them." Victorine felt that she had done wrong, and telling her godmother, in a tone of greater gentleness, that she could not do without glasses, she went out to replace them. However, in calling on the linen draper to tell him that she should not buy the dress, she had to turn away her head, that he might not see the tears which started to her eyes. She purchased the glasses, returned home, and was greatly astonished at finding with Madame d'Alin a man whom she did not at first recognize, so little did she think it possible for him to be there. It was the steward of the little estate on which Madame d'Alin usually resided. He had come from France for the purpose of informing his mistress that there was no longer the slightest danger in returning, that she had not been put upon the list of emigrants, that her tenant, who was an honest man, had punctually paid his rent, and that he himself, having been unable to transmit to her the money, had allowed it to accumulate, and had now come to seek her, in order that she might return home. Madame d'Alin, while listening to him, was agitated between hope and fear; and as for Victorine, she was so troubled that she knew not what she felt. Though she had longed to revisit France, yet this had appeared to her a thing so impossible, that she had never dwelt upon the idea; but from this moment it took such possession of her mind that she could think of nothing else, and her entreaties and arguments, added to those of the steward, as well as the representations of several of the friends of Madame d'Alin, from whom he had brought letters, which her spectacles now enabled her to read, made her resolve on returning. The day was fixed for their departure, and Victorine, for whom her godmother immediately bought a dress and bonnet, having no need of her louis for this purpose, reserved it, in order to buy, when she got back to France, something which might afford her very great pleasure. On her return, she was for a long time unable to decide on the manner in which she should employ it. Madame d'Alin, who regarded her as her own child, supplied her abundantly with everything she required, and as she was too much accustomed to economy to have any very strong fancies, she always kept it for some better opportunity than had as yet presented itself. Besides, when after some stay in Paris, they returned to the little estate of Madame d'Alin, Victorine was placed at the head of her household, and as she found many things which required to be put in order, she was too much occupied to think about spending her louis. At length, one of her relatives, a servant, in a town a few leagues distant, having occasion to visit her, spoke of the difficulty she felt in managing with her low wages, having her mother to support, whose strength no longer permitted her to do much. Victorine thought that the best use she could make of her louis was to give it to her friend. The latter promised to send it as soon as possible to her mother, who was called Old Mathurine, and who resided 2 leagues distant from her. As to Victorine, she shortly after married the son of the honest steward, who had so well preserved the fortune of his mistress. While Madame d'Alin lived, they took care of her, as if they had been her own children, and at her death she left them a considerable part of her property. You see," continued M. de Cideville, "how much time and trouble are sometimes required in order to obtain a louis d'or. The following story will show you how many vexations might sometimes be avoided by the possession of a sum much less considerable." Chapter VIII of Moral Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Moral Tales, by Elisabeth Charlotte Pauline Guizot. Chapter VIII. The Temptations. Madame de Livonne, after having been in affluent circumstances, had fallen into a state of great poverty. Being left a widow, with her daughter Euphemia, who was about 12 years of age, and having only distant relations, who were far from wealthy, and to whom she did not wish to be a burden, she took the reasonable and courageous resolution of providing, by her own exertions, for herself and daughter. She therefore established herself in a small town where she was unknown, that she might be able to live as she pleased, without being obliged to go into company, or receive visits. She applied herself to plain work, with Euphemia, who was gentle and reasonable, and who loved her mother, whom she had seen very unhappy, so tenderly, that provided she saw her tranquil, nothing troubled her. It was not because Euphemia did not, at first, experience much difficulty in accustoming herself to certain privations which daily increased, or to duties somewhat repugnant to her feelings; but she found her mother so ready to neglect herself on her account, and so anxious to spare her as much as possible everything that was disagreeable, that she felt eager to anticipate her, and made a pleasure of what would otherwise have been a pain. Thus, for instance, she had no fancy for counting the linen, or washing the dishes, but if she could manage to be the first to see the laundress, she hastened to give her the clothes, delighted with the thought that her mother would not have to do it; and after dinner she generally contrived to surprise her by washing and arranging the things before Madame de Livonne rose from table, who, upon seeing what was done, would embrace her child with the greatest tenderness.
With the happiness which these attentions caused would sometimes mingle a feeling of melancholy and uneasiness relative to the future prospects of Euphemia; but Madame de Livonne possessed so much fortitude, that she was enabled to overcome her fears, and to place her trust in Providence. Besides, there could not well be any sadness where Euphemia was, for she laughed and sung over all she did, and her mother, who was still young, and had a pleasing voice, often joined in her songs. In the evening, when the weather was fine, they walked into the country, and Euphemia, after having been shut up all day, enjoyed with transport the beauty of the weather and the freshness of the air, and satisfied with having worked with diligence, she thought with pleasure of the duties of the succeeding day. To see and hear her, one would have imagined that she was the happiest creature in the world; and in truth she was happy, for she did nothing wrong, she had no fancies that tormented her, she was never wearied, and always spent her time in useful occupations. Madame de Livonne was so economical, and proportioned so well her expenses to her means, that since they had been compelled to work for their living, they had never been embarrassed. But she was taken ill, even dangerously so. However, Euphemia's joy, when she beheld her convalescent, was so great, that she could scarcely think of the situation in which they were soon to be placed. Almost all their money had been spent during the time that Madame de Livonne had been unable to work, and when Euphemia, occupied in nursing her, her heart always heavy, and her eyes full of tears, was scarcely able to work either. It was not what the poor child had eaten during this time that cost much, but medicines and nourishing food had been required for her mother. Several persons of the town who esteemed Madame de Livonne, on account of her fortitude and her virtues, had indeed sent her various things of which she stood in need, but this assistance ceased as soon as she was better, and she herself even, in order not to encroach upon their kindness, had assured them that such things were no longer necessary for her. They therefore found themselves in such a state of destitution, that as soon as Madame de Livonne had, in some degree, regained her strength, she determined to go to a town, about 2 leagues distant from where they lived, in order to collect some money for work sent home before her illness. They set out very early one morning, and when just on the point of starting, the daughter of Mathurine called upon them. It was in this town that she was in service, and her mother lived in the one to which they were going. She was acquainted with them, as they worked for her mistress, and being aware of their intended journey, she begged them to carry to her mother the louis d'or that Victorine had given her. They willingly took charge of it, and set off full of spirits. Euphemia was so delighted to breathe the morning air, that although repeatedly reminded by her mother that they had 4 leagues to walk during the day, she could not refrain from jumping about, and running on before, and into the fields, on each side of the road; so that when the heat increased, she became very thirsty, and the more so as she had eaten, while skipping about, a large piece of bread. Her mother exhorted her to bear the inconvenience with patience, as there was no means of procuring anything to drink. Euphemia said no more about it, as she did not wish to grieve her mother needlessly, but presently she uttered a cry of joy. "Oh, mamma, there is a man selling gooseberries, we can buy 1 pound to refresh ourselves." "My poor child," said her mother, "you know we have no money." "I thought," replied Euphemia, timidly, "that they would not be very dear." "But I have no money at all, my dear Euphemia, none whatever." "I thought, mamma, that this man might change for us old Mathurine's louis d'or, and when we arrived, we could give her her money, together with what we had borrowed from it. But we have neither the permission of Mathurine, nor of her daughter, to borrow from this money. It was not given us for that purpose." "Oh, I am quite sure," continued Euphemia, in a sorrowful tone, "that if they knew how thirsty I am, they would gladly lend us sufficient to buy 1 pound of gooseberries." "My poor child," replied her mother, still more sorrowfully, "we can be sure only of our own will, and dispose only of that which belongs to us. As this money does not belong to us, is it not the same as if we had not got it at all?" As she spoke, she put her arms round her daughter's neck, and embraced her tenderly, regarding her with a look of distress, as if to entreat her not to persist in a request which she could not grant. Euphemia kissed her mother's hand, and turned away her head, that she might not see the basket of gooseberries which was passing by them at the moment; and hearing her mother sigh heavily, she determined not to give her any more uneasiness. "Are you still very thirsty?" said Madame de Livonne to her, some time afterwards. "Yes, mamma," and she added, "this is like the child of Hagar in the desert." But seeing that her comparison brought tears to her mother's eyes, she continued gaily, "But I shall not die of it," and she began to skip about, in order to show that she was not overcome by the heat and thirst. Nevertheless, she was very much flushed, and her mother, looking at her with great anxiety, saw that she was really suffering. She stopped and looked around her. "Listen, Euphemia," said she to her daughter. "It is possible that behind this rising ground, which overhangs the road, we may find a hollow, and perhaps some water. Get up and see." Euphemia ascended, and at first saw nothing but a vast plain covered with corn, without a tree, without the least verdure indicative of water. For the moment she felt ready to cry. She stood on tiptoe, and notwithstanding the heat of the sun, which was shining full upon her head, she could not make up her mind to come down and resign the hope of quenching her thirst. At length she heard a dog bark not far from the spot where she stood. After hearing it several times, she remarked that the sound always proceeded from the same place, and that it was, moreover, the voice of a large dog, and not that of a shepherd's dog. She judged that the animal must be at the door of some dwelling, and running in the direction of the sound, she discovered, to her extreme joy, a house which had been hidden by the elevation on which she stood. She announced the news to her mother, who, telling her to go on, followed after her. Before Madame de Livonne arrived, Euphemia had drunk off a large glass of water with a little wine in it, which a good natured woman had given her, although Euphemia at first refused the wine, as she had no money to pay for it. She also asked for a glass for her mother, and ran to meet her; and Madame de Livonne, delighted at seeing the poor child refreshed and comforted, forgot half her own fatigues. Having fully rested and refreshed themselves, and warmly thanked their kind entertainer, they again set out on their journey, by a path which she had pointed out to them, as shorter and pleasanter than the high road. Euphemia, quite reanimated, could not refrain from congratulating herself on her good fortune, and a little also on her cleverness in having inferred that there was a house there. "You must allow," said her mother, "that you would not have shown so much discrimination, had you not been so thirsty. Necessity is the parent of invention." "Oh, most certainly," replied Euphemia. "If I had eaten the gooseberries, we should not have sought for something to drink, and I should not have had that good glass of wine and water, which has done me so much more good." Whilst thus conversing, a poor woman approached them, carrying an infant, which was very pale, and so weak that it could not hold up its head. She herself was frightfully emaciated, and her eyes were red and hollow from weeping. She asked them for alms. "Good heavens! we have nothing," said Euphemia in a most sorrowful tone. "Only enough to buy something for my poor child, who has had no milk for 2 days, only enough to save it from dying." "I have nothing in the world," said Madame de Livonne, with inexpressible anguish. The poor woman sat down on the ground, and burst into tears. Euphemia, her heart torn with grief, clasped her hands, and exclaimed, "Mamma, mamma, shall we leave this poor child and its mother to die of hunger? Would not that be worse than borrowing from Mathurine's money? We are still near the house. Let me go and change the louis." Madame de Livonne cast down her eyes, and for a moment appeared to reflect. "Euphemia," said she, "have you forgotten that as this money does not belong to us, it is the same as if it were not in our possession?" Euphemia began to cry bitterly, hiding her face in her hands. The poor woman, seeing them stop, got up and again approached Madame de Livonne. "For the love of God," she exclaimed, "and that he may preserve your young lady, take pity on my poor child." "Tell me," said Madame de Livonne, "have you sufficient strength to reach the town?" The poor woman replied that she had,
and Madame de Livonne, drawing from her pocket the cover of a letter, on the back of which she wrote a few lines in pencil, told her to take it to the Curé of the town in which she resided, promising her that he would give her assistance. Euphemia, hearing the poor woman thank her mother, felt courage at last to turn to her her tearful face. The expression of her pity seemed to shed a gleam of comfort over the heart of this unhappy creature. She looked alternately at Euphemia and at her child, as if to tell him also to thank her. Euphemia just then, remembering that she had in her bag a piece of bread, left from her breakfast, gave it to the poor woman, who went away loading them with blessings, for she plainly saw that they had done for her all that was in their power. They continued their journey. Their minds were relieved, but they were serious. Euphemia could talk of nothing but the poor woman. "You see, my child," said her mother, "that there are sometimes terrible temptations in life." "Oh, mamma, so terrible that I do not know how it is possible to resist them." "By fully persuading ourselves that there is nothing truly impossible but a breach of duty." "But, mamma, if you had not been able to write to the Curé, could you have made up your mind to allow this poor woman to die, rather than change Mathurine's louis?" "I would rather have begged for her." This reply, in proving to Euphemia that resources are never wanting to him who has the courage to employ all those which are allowable, calmed a little the alarm inspired by the severity of certain duties. At length they reached the town. One of the two persons with whom Madame de Livonne had business lived at its entrance, and she felt a little uneasy at seeing the shutters of the house closed. Nevertheless, she made inquiries. A servant, the only one remaining in the house, informed her that her mistress was gone to see her sister, who was ill, and living at a distance of 30 leagues. Euphemia looked at her mother with dismay. However, she thought it very fortunate that they had not touched Mathurine's louis. They then went to the other customer, but she no longer resided in the town. A neighbour told them that she had only stayed there a short time, and that no one knew where she was gone to. On receiving this reply, Madame de Livonne sat down on a step. Her daughter saw her turn pale, and lean for support, as if she was going to faint. And indeed it was only her courage, which had until then supported her against the debility left by her malady, the fatigues of the journey, and the vexation occasioned by her first disappointment. Now her strength entirely gave way, and she fainted outright. Euphemia, trembling, and in despair, embraced her as long as she was able, and called her and shook her, in order to make her revive. She was afraid to leave her for the purpose of seeking assistance. Brought up in habits of self-restraint, she dared not cry out, and no one happened to be passing by. Every one was in the fields. At length, the neighbour who had spoken to them again coming out, Euphemia called her, and pointed to her mother. Two other old women also came up, and gave their aid in restoring her to consciousness. Madame de Livonne opened her eyes, and turned them upon her daughter, who, kneeling by her side, kissed her hands, and exclaimed in a transport of joy, "Mamma, here I am!" For at this moment she thought of nothing but the happiness of being once more restored to each other. However, she soon became very anxious about their return home, but her mother told her not to torment herself, as she would soon recover her strength. And yet at every moment she seemed on the point of fainting again. Every time she closed her eyes, Euphemia turned pale, and was ready to burst into tears, but restrained herself, in order not to grieve her mother, and clasping her hands, she murmured in a suppressed voice, "My God, what shall we do? How are we to get home?" One of the women told her that a coach would be passing in 2 hours, which would take them back, but Euphemia knew very well that they had no money to pay for their places, and besides she thought that it would be impossible for her mother, weak as she was, to continue their journey without taking some refreshment. However, she had not once thought of making use of Mathurine's money, but at last it occurred to her that if she were to carry it to her, she might perhaps lend them a part of it. Delighted with this idea, she forgot her timidity, and hastily searching for the louis in her mother's pocket, and begging one of the women to accompany her to Mathurine's house, she looked at her mother for permission.
Madame de Livonne by a sign gave her consent, and Euphemia set off, walking so quickly that the woman who accompanied her had some difficulty in following her. Her heart beat violently as she reached the house. The door was locked. Mathurine had gone 4 leagues off to assist in the harvest, and was not to return until the following day. Euphemia looked at the person who gave her this information without uttering a word. She was unable to speak, for her heart was bursting, and her ideas were confused to such a degree, on receiving an intelligence which destroyed her last hope, that happily for her she had no longer felt all the misery of her situation. She returned slowly, looking mechanically around her, as if seeking some one who might give her aid; but all she saw seemed poorer than herself, though she felt at that moment there were none of them so wretched. Presently the air resounded with the crackling of postilions' whips. A travelling carriage drove up, and stopped at the inn. It occupied the whole of the narrow street, and obliged Euphemia and her companion to stop. A lady, her husband and daughter, and a lady's maid, descended from it, and were quickly surrounded by poor asking for alms. This sight made Euphemia weep, without very well knowing why. She watched them and listened to the lady's soft voice. She looked at her husband, whose countenance was good and amiable, and at the young girl, who was nearly of her own age. She could not make up her mind to pass on. At last she heard the husband, in a tone of kindness, say to the poor who were begging, "My children, I can give you nothing here, but come to Béville, ask for the château, and you shall have work." A thought suddenly struck Euphemia. They might, perchance, give her work too. She rushed into the yard, regardless of the horses that were crossing it, and stood before the lady, who was just entering the house. But once in her presence, she stopped, cast down her eyes, and was afraid to speak. Madame de Béville, such was the lady's name, seeing before her a young girl neatly dressed and in tears, asked her kindly what she wanted. Euphemia hesitated, stammered, but at length the thought that her mother was waiting for her, and perhaps uneasy, forced her to make an effort, and with clasped hands, and downcast eyes, for she dared not look at Madame de Béville, she said in a low voice, "Let me have some work too." "Some work, my child? Certainly I will, but how, what sort of work?" Euphemia could not reply. The little girl then approached her, and said in the most encouraging tone, "Come, speak to mamma." Euphemia took courage, and addressing Madame de Béville in her former manner, said, "But I want to be paid in advance, immediately, and then," she added, raising her head, and in a tone of great earnestness, "then I will work for you as long and as much as you please." She stopped, trembling. Madame de Béville questioned her with great kindness, and Euphemia related her troubles; but while speaking, the louis d'or, which she held in her hand, fell to the ground. The little girl picked it up, and returned it to her, blushing, grieved at the thought that Euphemia had been trying to deceive them. "My child," said Madame de Béville in a reproachful tone, "why did you tell me that you had no money?" "It is not ours," replied Euphemia with simplicity. "It has been entrusted to us for another, and therefore we cannot touch it." The young girl, much moved, looked at Madame de Béville, who kissed Euphemia, and asked to be conducted to the place where she had left her mother. At this moment Madame de Livonne entered the yard, supported by M. de Béville, who had recognised her from having often seen her in Paris, and who begged his wife to join him in persuading her to pass a few days with them, in order to regain her strength. Madame de Béville, deeply affected by Euphemia's narrative, pressed the hand of Madame de Livonne, entreating her, in the kindest manner, to accompany them. Madame de Livonne turned to Euphemia, who smiled at her with a look of entreaty. The little girl had already taken her by the arm to lead her away. Madame de Livonne could no longer hesitate, and they entered the carriage of Madame de Béville, whose horses had arrived to conduct them to the château, which was only a few leagues distant. Euphemia could not contain her joy, when she saw her mother seated in that comfortable carriage, and surrounded by persons who took care of her, and her pleasure was enhanced by the thought of the delightful time they should pass at Béville. The following day the louis was sent to Mathurine by a confidential person. Madame de Livonne only required rest, and was soon perfectly restored. M. and Madame de Béville, greatly pleased with the principles she had impressed upon the mind of her daughter, and knowing besides that she was well educated, and very talented, told her that as they could not obtain in the country where they lived the greater part of the year such masters as they wished for her daughter, they would be delighted if she would remain with them, and assist them in her education. Madame de Livonne, although for herself she would have preferred her independence, nevertheless accepted a proposition, which ensured to Euphemia a happier existence, and probably also a valuable protection. As to Euphemia, she was delighted beyond measure at the thought of having to live with Madame de Béville, with whom she had already formed a most intimate friendship; and while rejoicing with her mother at this good fortune, she remarked that it would not have happened to them if they had been so weak as to change Mathurine's louis d'or. "We have done our duty," she added, "and God has rewarded us." "My child," said her mother, "our present situation is a blessing bestowed on us by God, but not a reward." "And why so, mamma?" "Because this is not the kind of recompense he assigns to the fulfilment of duty. Do you remember the lines I made you read to me the other day from an English book? What, then is the reward of virtue bread? It is not by giving to the virtuous the means of living that God rewards them, but by giving them the satisfaction of having done their duty and obeyed his will. This sometimes is their only reward in the present world, sometimes even they are unhappy during the whole of their lives. Do you suppose from this that God is unjust to them?" "No, mamma." "And do you not think that among these virtuous yet afflicted people, there must have been many who have had much more difficult duties to fulfil than ours, and who have fulfilled them without obtaining those things which you look upon as a reward?" "Oh, certainly, mamma." "It is not then probable that God has wished to reward us, in preference to others who have better merited a recompense." "But, mamma, nevertheless, it is because we have done our duty that we are now so happy." "Yes, my child, and things like this should often happen, for a very simple reason. God, who has willed that the accomplishment of our duties should be rewarded by peace of mind, has also permitted that happiness should usually be the portion of those who take the most pains to attain it. Now it is certain that he who feels no hesitation in neglecting his duty, will not, in a case of emergency, trouble himself with the search of any more difficult resource than this." "That is quite clear." "Whereas he who is anxious not to fail in his duty, will exert all the energies of his mind in order to discover some other means of success, and as the Gospel says, 'Seek and ye shall find.' Thus it may often happen, that the efforts we make to avoid a breach of duty, enable us to discover many important resources, which would not otherwise have occurred to us." "Yes, mamma, just as with the pound of gooseberries; and if also when I saw you so ill, I had considered myself justified in making use of Mathurine's louis, I should not have thought of addressing myself to Madame de Béville, which has been so much more advantageous to us." At this moment, the poor woman whom they had met upon the road presented herself. Her child was quite restored, and she herself, though still very thin, appeared happy. The Curé had at first relieved her, and afterwards sent her to a manufactory, where she obtained employment. Assured of a subsistence, she had come to announce her happiness to those who had been the means of procuring it, and to bring her child for Mademoiselle Euphemia to kiss, now that he had become handsome again. "Mamma, mamma," said Euphemia, overwhelming it with caresses, "it is still because you would not change Mathurine's louis, that you sent him to the Curé. Oh, how much good this louis has done us!" Here M. de Cideville paused. "Is that all?" asked Ernestine. "Yes," replied her father, "I think that is the whole history of the louis d'or, and that from old Mathurine it has come to me without any adventures."
"And now, papa," said Ernestine, "you forbade me to question you until the end of the story; but is it not true that you do not know whether all the adventures you have related have really happened to the louis d'or you showed me?" M. de Cideville smiled, and said, "It is true that I do not exactly know whether these adventures have really happened, but you must allow that they are possible." Ernestine assented. "You must also allow that if some of them are rather romantic, some at least are probable, and may have occurred without any very extraordinary combination of accidents." She again assented. "Well, then, my child," replied M. de Cideville, "it is partly for want of knowing the truth, and partly for want of sufficient imagination to supply its place, that I have not related many other histories, all more simple and more interesting than my own, in which you might have seen a louis d'or, or even a much smaller sum, prevent the greatest misfortunes. Picture to yourself a family which had eaten nothing for 3 days. Can you imagine the delight with which they would receive a louis d'or, which would afford them time to await, without dying, such other assistance as might save them entirely? And again, the unhappy wretch whose reason has been so far disturbed by excess of misery, that he is led to attempt his own life, can you doubt that a louis d'or, by delaying the moment, would often give him time to return to calmer feelings, and seek some better resource than an act of crime? I give you only 2 examples, but I repeat that there are thousands remaining, of which it would be impossible to think, without losing every wish to spend such a sum in a frivolous manner." "But, papa," said Ernestine, "is it then never allowable to spend a louis on pleasure?" "My child," said M. de Cideville, "if we impose upon ourselves restrictions too severe, on one point, we run the risk of failing in others. There are duties proportioned to every situation in life. It is proper that those who enjoy a certain degree of affluence should occupy in the world a position suitable to their means, and also that they should mix in society, which they cannot do without some expense; for it is highly important that society should be kept up, since it binds men together, and gives them opportunities of mutually instructing each other. It is also good for the poor, because the expenses of the rich give them the means of exerting their industry, and maintaining their families. It is necessary, too, that those employed in important labours, as I am every morning in my study, should be able sometimes to repose the mind by occupations of a less serious nature, as otherwise they would end by losing the means of fulfilling the duties of their station. It is for reasons of this kind, that many expenses which do not appear directly useful, are nevertheless proper and necessary. But a mind accustomed to judge of the real value of things, will easily draw a distinction between money spent in this manner, and that which is thrown into the sea, as the saying is; and while such a person will never feel tempted to indulge in expenses of the latter kind, he will permit himself to enjoy the others without remorse. I know very well, my dear Ernestine, that you may easily deceive yourself in regard to your pleasures. At your age, every pleasure appears of great importance; but I am anxious that you should at least understand the value of what you bestow upon it. Therefore, I promise to give you this louis as soon as you have found a really useful means of employing it." Ernestine, quite enchanted, promised to seek one. We shall see whether she succeeded in her search. Chapter 9. Of Moral Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Moral Tales, by Elisabeth Charlotte Pauline GUIZOT. Chapter 9. Conclusion of the history of a louis d'or. For a whole week, Ernestine could think of nothing but her louis, and the use she was to make of it, but she found none that suited her. The stories which her father had related made her reflect on what might really be useful, and as her parents supplied her abundantly with everything necessary, and even interested themselves in her pleasures, whenever they were reasonable, she saw nothing that could justify her in spending it on herself. Besides, she had determined to apply it to some benevolent purpose. but at her age she was ignorant of the best means of doing good. She often met poor people, and delighted in relieving them, but as her little monthly allowance was almost sufficient for these acts of charity, she would have been very sorry to have expended her louis upon them. Besides, she did not know whether one of these poor people was in greater need than another, nor could she tell how to ascertain this. She therefore experienced great anxiety on this head, but the arrival of the season of gaiety dissipated her cares. She went to 5 or 6 balls. She had never danced so much in her life, and her head was so completely turned with joy, that she forgot her louis; for of course she would never have thought of spending it upon her toilette. At length the time arrived for their departure into the country, and seeing her father paying some money at the inn, she recollected her louis d'or, and mentioned it to him. M. de Cideville told her that it was in the country she would find the best means of employing it to advantage, as it was there that the greatest amount of good might be done, with the smallest amount of money. They had only been a few days at Soleil, the estate of M. de Cideville, when Ernestine came running to her father, quite out of breath, to tell him that she required her louis, for that one of the villagers, named Marianne, whom he knew very well, as she had assisted at his haymaking the previous year, had just had her leg broken in the fields by a kick from a horse. The surgeon of the neighbouring town, who was also the medical attendant at the château, happened fortunately to pass by while she lay upon the ground, screaming dreadfully. He set the leg immediately, and had her taken home. But this was not all. Marianne would require remedies, and she was very poor. Her husband was in the army, and she had only a very small garden and her labour to depend upon, for the maintenance of herself and a little girl 8 years of age. It was therefore absolutely necessary to assist her. M. de Cideville agreed to this. "But," said he to his daughter, "have you well considered the matter of employing your louis, so as to render it as beneficial to her as possible?" "If I give it to her, papa, she will be able to buy what is necessary with it." "Do you think she will be able to buy much?" "Oh dear no, but that is always the way." "But if you could so employ it as to make it yield a considerable profit to her? Do you remember the advantages which the family of M. de la Fère derived from a louis d'or?" "Yes, papa, but their history is not true," said Ernestine quickly. "It is quite sufficient that it is possible." "Yes, but if it be necessary," said Ernestine, with a sorrowful and embarrassed look, "to bring oneself as they did to bread and water." "You are not reduced to this extremity. This is one of those resolutions which we ought to have the courage to take, when necessity demands them, but which would be ridiculous when unnecessary?" These words restored Ernestine's cheerfulness. "Whilst we are talking," said she to her father, caressing him, "poor Marianne does not know that we are coming to her aid." Her father reassured her. M. de Cideville had been informed of the accident before Ernestine came to tell him, and had given orders to the housekeeper, who was a confidential person, to attend for the moment Marianne's wants. "But henceforward," said M. de Cideville, "it is to you we look for her being taken care of, and for seeing that she wants for nothing. Do you think your louis will be sufficient for this?" "Good gracious, no! What is to be done?" "What do you think she will stand in need of?" "Why, first of all, she must be nursed, for she can do nothing for herself, and Suzette, her daughter, is too young to attend upon her." "She has many neighbours about her, and I am sure they will relieve each other in nursing, and taking care of her as long as it is necessary. You already see how much these poor women can do without the aid of money." "Yes, but I cannot do what they do." "Therefore you ought to do something else. Will she not require medicines?" "We must buy some for her." "The greater part of the herbs, of which her draughts and poultices will probably be composed, grow wild in the fields. We know them, and will teach you to distinguish them also. If you like to employ your walks in seeking for them, you may, I think, easily gather a good provision of such of them as are most required, and we will show them to the surgeon, in order to be quite sure that we are not mistaken." "There again is the surgeon! I never thought of him. He too must be paid." "He attends the château, and receives a certain sum annually. We treat him well, and he is satisfied with us. Besides, he is a very worthy man, and attends gratuitously to the poor of the village, as much from humanity as from the wish to oblige us; while some presents from our produce, as a cask of wine for instance, enable us, from time to time, to testify our gratitude to him." "But, papa, it is you and other people who do all this, it is not I." "You can but do little of yourself, my child, since you have neither strength nor wealth; but it is precisely because you are dependent on us for all your wants, that you ought to count among your resources the pleasure we feel in obliging you, in everything that is reasonable, and the predisposition which people feel to comply with your requests, when you ask for what is proper." "Oh, papa, to ask! But that is so difficult. I should never have the courage to do that." "It is in this, my child, that the greatest merit of charity often consists. I could relate to you many admirable stories on this subject. In order to do good, we must often be able to conquer our pride, which makes us dislike to have recourse to others; our idleness, which makes us dislike exertion; our indolence or thoughtlessness, which makes us lose 1,000 things which would be useful. We must learn to do much with little means; otherwise we shall never manage to accomplish anything of importance. Those who only give money soon exhaust all they have to give, whereas the contrivances of charity, in aid of the unfortunate, are inexhaustible. Dear papa, I shall beg you to teach me to find the herbs, but I assure you I am very much afraid I shall not be able to discover anything else." "You will see. Meanwhile, here is your louis. If you take my advice, you will not spend it, except in the purchase of such things as you cannot otherwise obtain. As for the others, seek the means of procuring them. In a house of any consideration, there are always many things which may be given away without any positive expense, as they would be otherwise lost, or nearly so. You can ask us for these, and in this way we will aid you with the greatest pleasure in succouring poor Marianne, whom from this moment I place under your care." Ernestine, though a little frightened at a duty which she was afraid of not fulfilling in a proper manner, still felt proud and happy in having some one under her protection. Madame de Cideville entering at this moment, her husband informed her of the important charge he had committed to her daughter; and as a servant came to say that Marguerite, one of the women who took care of Marianne, wanted some old linen for her, Madame de Cideville said, "It is to Ernestine you must apply." Ernestine looked at her mother, with an air of utter astonishment. "But, mamma," she said, "I have no old linen." "And you cannot think of any means of procuring some?" "Madame Bastien," this was the housekeeper's name, "has plenty. The old sheets and napkins belonging to the house serve her for making bandages; but she is always angry when any one applies for them. Last year, when my nurse hurt her foot, she hardly even dared to ask her for any. Nevertheless, you must endeavour to obtain some between this and tomorrow, for tomorrow they will be needed for Marianne." "Mamma, if you were to tell Madame Bastien to give me some?" "She would give them to you, most assuredly; but do you think she would do so with less ill humour? She is well aware that I wish her to give to all who require it, but as she has sometimes to supply a great many persons, she is afraid that each will take too much. Perhaps too she likes to show her authority a little. Therefore you may be quite sure that whatever she does, she will do it with a much greater grace for the sake of obliging you, than she would if I were to order it." As Ernestine was going out, she met Marguerite, and told her that she would endeavour to have some linen to send her for the following day. Marguerite replied that it was absolutely necessary, for without it she could not change Marianne's poultices. Ernestine was very much embarrassed. She was afraid of Madame Bastien, who had been in the family 30 years, and possessed great authority. The servants feared her, because she was exact and economical, and Ernestine, without knowing why, did the same. At that moment she would have been very glad if her papa and mamma had themselves undertaken to provide for Marianne's wants. She saw in this charge a host of embarrassments, from which she knew not how to extricate herself, but she did not dare to say so. While standing, thoughtfully, on the spot where Marguerite had left her, she saw Madame Bastien approaching. She blushed, for she thought of what she had to ask her,
and stooped down as if to look at her hortensia, which was placed upon the step at the side of the yard. Madame Bastien stopped to look at it, and remarked that it was very beautiful. Ernestine, who was anxious to prolong the conversation, showed her 2 slips from it, which she had planted the preceding year. They each bore 2 buds which were beginning to swell. Madame Bastien admired these also. "Will you accept of them?" asked Ernestine with eagerness. Madame Bastien refused, saying that she did not like to deprive her of them. "Oh! yes, yes," said Ernestine, and taking the 2 pots under her arm, she lightly descended the steps and ran to place them on the window of the lower room where Madame Bastien usually worked. Madame Bastien followed her, thanking her very much for this present, with which she seemed to be greatly pleased, and at the same time admiring the hortensias. Ernestine went and got some water for them, wiped the leaves, and changed the sticks intended for their support, but which were beginning to be too short for them. Madame Bastien hardly knew how to thank her sufficiently for so much attention. "Madame Bastien," said Ernestine, as she tied the last prop, "could you not give me some old linen for poor Marianne? Mamma has given me permission to ask you for some." "Very willingly," said Madame Bastien, in the best humoured manner in the world. "The poor woman shall have as much as she requires. She is laid up for a long time." And she took Ernestine to the linen closet, where she made up a large parcel, which Ernestine, her heart bounding with joy, carried off, and hastened to show it triumphantly to her mother, who allowed her to take it herself to Marianne. Whilst waiting on the step for her nurse, she saw Suzette, Marianne's little girl, enter the yard, walking slowly by the side of the wall, looking first on one side, and then on the other, as if fearful, yet anxious to be seen. Ernestine descended a few steps and called to her. "How is your mother?" she asked. "Pretty well," replied Suzette, with a heavy sigh. "What are you looking for?" "Nothing." And this nothing was followed by a sigh still heavier than the former. She began to look at Ernestine's flowers, and said, "What beautiful flowers!" Then, as if continuing the conversation, she added, "I have had no dinner to day." "You have had no dinner?" "No, and I don't think I shall get any." "Why not?" "Because mother cannot give me any." "Stay then," said Ernestine, and running to her mother, she exclaimed, "Mamma, here is Suzette, and she has had no dinner." "Very well, my child, something must be done for her." "Yes, mamma. Do you think," and she hesitated, "do you think it would be a positive expense if Suzette were to be fed here? It seems to me that there is sufficient in the pantry." "I think, my dear, there is. There would be only the bread." "Oh, yes, but mamma, they bake at home for the servants. Would it be necessary to bake more on account of Suzette?" "I think not, provided at least that you will not waste it, as you are in the habit of doing, by cutting large slices to give to Turc, who ought to have only the fragments." Ernestine promised, and Madame de Cideville consented to Suzette's being fed at the château during her mother's illness. While now waiting for her dinner, Ernestine got her a piece of bread, to which she added, as it was the first time, a little gingerbread cake, which she brought from her own room, as it belonged to her. In passing by Turc, who, as soon as he saw her, came out of his kennel, and got as near to her as the length of his chain would permit, all the time wagging his tail and lowering his ears, "My poor Turc," said she, "you will have nothing now but the pieces." Nevertheless, she begged Suzette to give him a bit of her bread, as a mark of friendship, and promised herself to go and look for some in the piece basket, in order not to forfeit Turc's good graces. She would carry the bundle of linen herself, although it was rather heavy. Fortunately, Marianne lived quite close to the château. On reaching her house, all flushed with pleasure as well as embarrassment, she said, "Here, Marianne, here is some old linen I have got for you." "I assure you," said the nurse, "she was very anxious to bring it to you." "It is very kind, Mademoiselle Ernestine," said one of the women who was there, "to come and comfort poor people." This speech gratified Ernestine, but embarrassed her still more. Children, and especially girls, are timid with the poor, because they have seen little of them, are unaccustomed to their manners and language, and do not know how to talk to them. This timidity, which they do not sufficiently endeavour to overcome, often causes them to be accused of haughtiness. Fortunately for Ernestine, Suzette, who had followed her, came forward eating, with good appetite, a piece of bread. She was asked where she got it, and replied that Mademoiselle Ernestine had given it to her. "I have asked mamma," said Ernestine, addressing Marianne, "to let her be fed at the château all the time you are ill." "This is just what was wanted to cure her," said the woman who had before spoken, "for she has done nothing for a long time but cry and say, 'Who will take care of my poor child?' I told her that if she tormented herself in that manner, her blood would be curdled." "Suzette shall want for nothing, my poor Marianne," said Ernestine, with great earnestness, "nor you either, I hope." Joy and gratitude were painted on the suffering countenance of Marianne. She clasped her hands under the bedclothes, for she had been forbidden to move. An old woman who was seated near her bed let fall her crutch, and taking the hand of Ernestine within her own, said to her, "You are a good young lady, and God will bless you." Ernestine was so moved that tears almost came to her eyes. She now felt more at her ease, and her nurse having questioned the women who were there as to what had been done, and what ordered by the surgeon, she joined in the conversation, and in a short time her embarrassment quite vanished. When she left, Marianne raised her feeble voice to bless her, and the old woman again said, "You are a good young lady." The other woman followed her to the door and looked after her. She felt that they would talk about her in that poor cottage, and say that she was good, and this thought made her experience a pleasure which had hitherto been unknown to her. Suzette, who followed her like a shadow, she considered as under her especial protection, and she seemed to herself to be older and more reasonable, now that she was able to protect some one. At this moment, she would not have exchanged the pleasure of having Marianne under her charge for all the enjoyments in the world. She hastened to communicate to her parents all the joy she experienced, and they shared it with her. She told her mother that there was still one thing which she had to beg of her, but she hoped that it would be the last. It was some broth for Marianne. "I could easily," she said, "boil her some meat, but then I should require wood, and besides, meat would not be good for her. If the broth were made for 2 days, it would turn at the first storm, and besides, it would give more trouble to her neighbours. Perhaps some could be sent to her from here, without increasing the expense." "I see," said her mother, smiling, "that you begin to understand what you are about." This was the result of her conversation with the woman who took care of Marianne. Madame de Cideville permitted her to ask M. François, the cook, for some broth, and M. François promised to give her some with great pleasure, provided Mademoiselle Ernestine did not incessantly say to him, "Monsieur François, do not so often give us melted butter with asparagus in it." "Monsieur François, the spinach had no taste to-day," or else, "I do not like pease soup." Ernestine promised to be satisfied with everything, and she was, at all events, perfectly satisfied with her day's work. In the afternoon, she gathered in the fields several of the herbs which she had been told might be required for Marianne. She also learned to distinguish a few which grew in the uncultivated parts of the park, and even in the crevices of the walls. They were shown to the surgeon, who thought many of them very good. Some others were necessary, and these he promised to supply himself. Ernestine asked him the price. "Nothing to you, my dear young lady," he replied. "I do not wish to ruin so pretty a sister of charity." Ernestine blushed and thanked him, and from that moment treated him with a degree of respect and politeness, which charmed the good doctor so much, that he redoubled his attentions to Marianne. He gave Ernestine an account of her condition, and told her what was necessary to be done, and Ernestine thanked him in a manner which completely won his heart. He joked with her, she laughed with him. They became the best friends imaginable. One day a rather expensive drug was wanted. Ernestine insisted on paying for it. He would not allow it. "I am also an apothecary," he said. "I'll prepare that myself." "Yes, but you would sell it?" "That is not certain. There are drugs which must be prepared in advance, in order that they may always be ready in case of need, and which nevertheless, if kept too long, run the risk of being spoiled. This risk we are obliged to charge against those who have money,
by making them pay a higher price, which is but just. But it is also just that the poor should profit by it in receiving for nothing what might otherwise be spoiled." Ernestine was satisfied with the surgeon's arguments, but she told her mother that as she wished to make him a present which would not be very expensive to her, she had determined to embroider a waistcoat for him, which would suit his portly person wonderfully well. Her mother approved of her idea, and even assisted her, and when the waistcoat was completed, the surgeon was invited to dinner. Ernestine placed it under his napkin, and it gave him so much pleasure, that there was certainly nothing in the world which he would not have done to oblige his little sister of charity, as he always called her. From the moment that Marianne began to improve, she had required soup, and the surgeon wished it to be made of lighter bread than that which was baked for the servants, that it might not injure a stomach weakened as much by want as by illness. Ernestine at first bought some, but she afterwards remarked that large pieces were frequently left from that served at their own table, which no one made use of, and which were only thrown into the refuse basket. She had at first some scruples as to the propriety of making use of these. "Mamma," said she to Madame de Cideville, "is it not wrong to collect pieces for Marianne, as we do for Turc?" "It is not at all the same thing, my child, for they ought only to be given to Turc, on the supposition that they cannot be put to any other use. If you gave them to Marianne only because they were refused by every one else, that would undoubtedly be wrong, for you know that God punished the wicked rich man, because he did nothing for Lazarus, except permitting him to eat the crumbs that fell from his table. Instead of performing an act of charity, you would show a cruel and odious contempt of the poor. But so far from its being a contempt of Marianne that you collect this bread, you do it, on the contrary, for the sake of having additional means of benefiting her." Ernestine, though thus encouraged by her mother, nevertheless felt rather embarrassed when she carried these pieces to Marianne, after having cut them as neatly as possible. She wished to take them herself, although Suzette was her usual messenger in these cases, and she blushed as she showed them to the neighbour who was to prepare the soup. The latter showed them to Marianne, who seemed much pleased at the prospect of having such pieces every day, and Ernestine saw plainly that where there is real kindness, there is never any danger of hurting the feelings of those whom we oblige. It is only intentional slight or inattention which can really wound. From this time, Ernestine carefully made the round of the table each day, after breakfast and after dinner, and sometimes, in order that she might carry to Marianne a little loaf quite whole, she said at breakfast that she preferred the household bread with her milk and butter. Under all this care, the health of Marianne improved daily, but Ernestine looked with anxiety to the moment when her patient would again have to provide for herself and her daughter, more especially as during her illness she had been obliged to neglect her little garden, which supplied her with vegetables. One day Ernestine saw Geneviève, the daughter of Jacques, the gardener, returning from catechism, crying. She was to make her first communion this year, and went to catechism to be instructed. But as she had no mother, and as her father had not time to hear her repeat her lesson, Geneviève, who was naturally indolent, always learned it badly, and was reprimanded. Ernestine, who was much more advanced, although younger than Geneviève, offered to go over her lessons with her, and by dint of pains at last succeeded in fixing them in her mind. Her only object at first had been to be useful to Geneviève, but the same day, the gardener having asked her how Marianne was getting on, she replied, "Pretty well, but I am afraid her garden is doing very badly, for no one takes care of it." "We must see to that," said Jacques, and Ernestine smiled graciously as he went away. The next day, while in the garden hearing Geneviève do her lesson, she saw Jacques returning from Marianne's, in whose garden he had been planting a few cabbages. He ordered Geneviève to go in the afternoon and pull up the weeds, and promised Ernestine, who thanked him warmly, to take care of it as long as it might be necessary. She put Geneviève in a condition to receive her first communion, and when on leaving the church, Geneviève came to thank her, Ernestine experienced great delight, and a very pardonable pride, in seeing herself already useful to several people. She was rewarded for her benevolence to Marianne in more ways than one, for as she had often favours to ask for,
She became obliging to every one, and displayed a degree of attention and kindness which she had never previously manifested, so that every one became eager to gratify her. Her nurse especially had never before been so pleased with her, and hardly knew how to express her satisfaction. She took her to Marianne as often as she wished, and offered to teach Suzette to work. They also taught her to take care of her mother, as soon as she became convalescent, in order that her neighbours might return to their own affairs. They showed her, besides, how to weed and water the garden. Ernestine made her do this under her own superintendence, whilst one of the servants of the château, whom she politely begged to assist them, drew the buckets of water from the well. Ernestine often watered it herself. It was her chief recreation, for she no longer took pleasure in childish sports. The serious and useful occupations in which she was engaged inspired her with rational tastes, and she could no longer amuse herself with childish frivolities. At the same time, she had never felt so happy, or less disposed to ennui; for when she had nothing else to do, she would take her knitting, and make a petticoat for Marianne, or she would arrange an old dress for Suzette, or work for herself; for her mother had promised her that the money she saved by making her own dresses should be spent in wine for Marianne. At length the time arrived when Marianne was allowed to get up. "I cannot yet walk," said she to Ernestine, "but I am able to work. If I had some hemp, I could spin." Ernestine brought her some, and Marianne, who was very industrious, and terribly wearied from having so long remained idle, spun from morning till night. She sent the thread to a weaver, who, in exchange, gave her a certain quantity of coarse linen cloth, which Madame de Cideville purchased of her for the use of the kitchen. She procured some fresh hemp, and began to spin again. A short time after Marianne's accident, Ernestine had bought for her a little pig, which she had obtained very cheap. A sty had been made for it in the yard of the château, out of some old planks, and it was fed from the refuse of the kitchen. Ernestine had taught Suzette to collect for it everything that could serve as food, and as it was now grown large, she gave it to Marianne. The garden had afforded a good crop of potatoes, and Ernestine was able to return to Paris at the beginning of the winter, without any anxiety about the subsistence of her protégée, whose health was now quite re-established. "Well, are you satisfied with the use you have made of your louis?" said M. de Cideville, when they were in the carriage. Ernestine threw her arms round her father's neck. This louis had made her so happy. It is true that she had spent something additional, and had besides been well assisted. "You have laid us under contribution for Marianne," said M. de Cideville, smiling. "When you are older, you will know that we ought not to concentrate the whole of our benevolence on a single object, but endeavour to make all the unfortunate who are within our reach partakers of our bounty." "But, papa, I was only able to take care of Marianne." "Undoubtedly, and I am not blaming you, but as you will hereafter have greater means, you will, I hope, know how to combine your resources in such a manner that many may be benefited by them. Meanwhile, you have made so good a use of your louis, that I promise to give you one every 3 months, to be disposed of in a similar manner." Ernestine clapped her hands with an exclamation of surprise and joy, and again threw herself into her father's arms. "But remember," he said, "that this sum ought to form the smallest portion of the means you employ in doing good, and that you ought only to have recourse to it when you cannot manage otherwise." Ernestine assured him that this was her intention, and that she would be very careful to spare her money. "We ought to spare expense," replied her father, "whenever we can supply its place by care, industry, and order. The true use of money is to give us those things which we could not otherwise obtain. For instance, we cannot make our own shoes or clothes; therefore we pay for having them made; and according to the usages of society, we cannot enjoy a certain position and still wait upon ourselves. We therefore pay, in order to have servants. But a lady who, instead of taking care of her own household and superintending her servants, pays another to do it in her place, makes but a bad use of her money; for it is absurd to employ it in purchasing from others what we can do ourselves. The same may be said of those who, instead of employing their activity and care in doing good, only make use of their money. They spend a great deal, and accomplish very little, for he who does everything with money has never sufficient." "It seems to me," said Ernestine, "that we also lose the pleasure of doing good; for if I had had 10 louis to give to Marianne, they would not have afforded me so much happiness as the care which you have allowed me to take of her all the summer." M. de Cideville informed his daughter, that there were many persons who believed they could render themselves happy by getting rid of everything which occasioned them the slightest trouble, but who, on the contrary, gave themselves up to the most frightful ennui. He told her that this happened to all those who shrank from struggling with the first difficulties and annoyances of a project, and in fact Ernestine remembered that, at the first moment, she would gladly have transferred to her parents, had she dared to do so, the care of providing for Marianne's wants, and thus have lost all the happiness she had since enjoyed. Ernestine has grown up. It is usually on her father's estate that she employs, every year, the 4 louis, and especially the astonishing talent she has acquired of doing a great deal of good with very little money. She is adored by every one in the village, and as she has rendered services to many among them, she readily obtains from them assistance for those who stand in need of it. Thus her resources multiply. She has sown, in a corner of her father's park, those medicinal plants which are most generally required, and has also learned to dry them. She hopes that Suzette, who is becoming a pretty good workwoman, will soon, under her direction, be able to instruct the other girls of the village. She and her nurse have also taught her to read. As for herself, she endeavours to learn everything which can aid her in doing good, without spending too much money, and she laughs very heartily when she calls to mind the regret she once felt at not being able to spend a louis on a moving picture. Chapter 10. of Moral Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Moral Tales, by Elisabeth Charlotte Pauline GUIZOT. Chapter 10. Françou. Decoration. As Madame d'Inville was one day walking along the boulevard, accompanied by her grandson Eugène, and her granddaughter Mélanie, they saw a concourse of people collected, in the form of a circle, around one of those men who perform difficult and perilous feats. He had with him a little girl, dressed partly as a boy and partly as a girl. Her hair was arranged in female fashion, as was the upper part of her dress, but the lower part terminated in trousers. This little girl was walking upon her hands, with her head downwards, and her feet in the air, and performing a variety of tricks, which amused the children very much, so that Madame d'Inville was kind enough to stop and look at them for some time. At length, after giving them some money, she went away. It was not that Madame d'Inville felt much pleasure in giving to persons who followed useless occupations, but as her grandchildren had been much amused, she thought it but right to pay for the pleasure they had received. As they were walking along, Mélanie expressed her admiration of the dress of the little girl, all covered with spangles and chains of different colours. Eugène remarked that it was all dirty and torn, and that most of the things she saw glittering were nothing more than strips of gilt paper. Nevertheless, Mélanie appeared to be so dazzled with this costume, that her grandmamma jestingly proposed that she should go and take the little girl's place. Mélanie exclaimed against this, and Eugène said, "Probably Mélanie would not mind being beaten, as perhaps that poor little thing is every morning, before putting on her beautiful dress." "And why beaten?" asked Mélanie. "To make her work. You saw the other day that man who was making the dogs dance, and you remember how sorry you were when he beat one of them, because he would not make a bow in the minuet. Well, it must be pretty nearly the same thing in the present case." "It is quite bad enough to beat a dog," said Mélanie. "I hope people don't beat their children in the same way." "Perhaps the little girl," continued Madame d'Inville, "does not belong to this mountebank. Sometimes poor people, not being able to maintain their children, confide them to the first person who will take charge of them, and who hopes to gain something by making them work. These poor children, removed from their parents, learn nothing good, and are often unhappy. I knew one." "You knew one, dear grandmamma?" cried both the children at once.
"It was a little girl," said Madame d'Inville, "who was taken away from her native province by a fortune teller. She was in danger of perishing of hunger and of being crippled, and what is much worse, she ran the risk of becoming a thief." "Oh, dear! How much I should like to know her history," said Mélanie. As they had reached the Champs Elysées, Madame d'Inville sat down, the two children seated themselves on the stool which she put under her feet, and holding each other round the neck, to avoid falling, they listened to the history of Françou. Françou, whose real name was Françoise, had lost her parents before she was 5 years old. They were so poor that they had left nothing whatever for the maintenance of their child, and Françoise was placed with her uncle, her father's brother, who being himself very poor, and having lost his wife, found it quite difficult enough to provide for the two little boys which she had left him, without the additional charge of a little girl. While he was grieving over this matter, there came into the village in which he lived a man named Jacques, whom he knew from having worked with him at the harvest during the previous year. Jacques was a native of Auvergne, and a long way from his own province, for what was formerly called Auvergne is, as you remember, Eugène, that part of the country where the departments of the Puy de Dôme, du Cantal, etc., are now situated, and he was then in Maine, which is at present the department of the Sarthe. The natives of Auvergne are much in the habit of travelling beyond the limits of their own province. They leave it while very young to make what they call their tour of France. As long as they are little, they sweep chimneys, like the Savoyards, and more than half of those children we meet with in the streets and call Savoyards are really natives of Auvergne. They also go of errands in the town, and work in the country when they can get any to do. Many are travelling blacksmiths, and you may often meet them, carrying on their shoulders old shovels, old tongs, or old pots, which they buy, mend, and sell again. When they have gained a little money, they return to their own country and marry. They are generally very honest and industrious people, but Jacques did not resemble them. He thought himself possessed of more wit than others, because, instead of working, he invented 1,000 deceptions to get a living. Sometimes he told fortunes, that is to say, he foretold what would happen to people on the next day or the following days, as if he really knew, and he found many foolish enough to believe him and to pay for his predictions. At other times he would make up little bundles of herbs which he gathered in the fields, and sell them to the country people as certain remedies for the toothache, or the bite of a mad dog. He would then go and spend in drink the money obtained by this knavery. At other times he would beg, but he never worked, while it was possible for him to do anything else. The uncle of Françoise told him of his embarrassments. Françoise was very pretty, and very quick and intelligent for her age. "Give her to me," said Jacques, "I will teach her to tell fortunes." The truth was, that at that time Jacques was forced to beg, as he had squandered all his money, and he thought also that it would be much more interesting to have with him a little girl whom he could pass off as his daughter, and to whom more would be given than to him. It was not, in truth, very convenient for a man without money, and who was constantly wandering from place to place, to burden himself with a little girl only 5 years old. But persons like Jacques never think of the future, and besides, if ever she happened to stand in the way of his interests, he was not the one who would feel much scruple in leaving her on the first road he came to, whenever it happened to suit his convenience. Her uncle made no inquiries about all this. He was so rejoiced to get rid of Françoise, that he did not even trouble himself to consider that fortune telling is a very disreputable trade, since it is a system of deceptions. However, as he was rather ashamed of thus abandoning his brother's child, he told in the village that Jacques was going to take her to her mother's native place, which was a long way off, and leave her with a relation who would take care of her, so that no one thought any more of Françoise, and she remained entirely in the power of Jacques, who could do what he pleased with her. The first few days, she found it pleasant enough to run about the country. Jacques did not travel very rapidly, for as soon as he obtained any money on account of the pretty face of Françoise, he stopped at a public house in order to spend it in drink. Françoise liked this well enough, for on these occasions she always got something to eat. Nevertheless, if Jacques remained too long, she became weary, cried, and ended by falling asleep. At last the fatigue of this sort of life made her ill.
Then Jacques taught her to remain on his back with her arms round his neck, and seated in a kind of sack, the strings of which he held in front of him. Thus equipped, he begged for his sick child, and by this means obtained much more than before. One evening when he was intoxicated, he lost his hold of the sack, and poor Françoise fell down, hurt her head very much, and almost dislocated her arm. As she screamed a good deal, Jacques was annoyed, and threatened to throw her into a ditch. She was dreadfully afraid of him, for he had already beaten her several times, especially when he was intoxicated. She therefore ceased, and after having wept in silence for a long time, she fell asleep by his side in a ditch where he passed the night. The following day she was in a violent state of fever. It is difficult to say what Jacques would have done with her, had not a carrier, who fortunately happened to be passing by, given him for charity a place in his cart for himself and his sick child, and in this manner they arrived at Cavignac, which was Jacques' native village. Poor little Françoise was almost dying. She was stretched on the straw of the cart, her head leaning down, and her little face, all pale and bruised from the fall, was covered with tears, which flowed abundantly from her closed eyes. The vehicle was quickly surrounded by the women of the village, who questioned one another as to who this child could be, for they had always understood that Jacques was unmarried, and they were therefore greatly astonished at seeing a little girl with him. Whilst he was fabricating a story on this subject, Madame Pallois, the Curé's sister, happened to pass. She was a very virtuous and benevolent woman, and although not affluent, did a great deal of good in the village, where she visited and took care of the poor, worked for them, and frequently even served them for a doctor. She saw immediately that Françoise especially required food and rest. She had her carried at once into Jacques' house, as she believed her to be his daughter. She herself brought her some soup and a little wine, as well as some sheets to sleep in. She examined and dressed her arm, which was very much swollen, and desired that great care should be taken of her; and as Madame Pallois was highly respected in the village, her orders were always obeyed. Jacques' house was inhabited by his mother. This house, which was nothing more than a poor hut, half destroyed, was her only property, for her son had compelled her to sell some small patches of land which she possessed, in order to give him the price of them. He now came back to see whether there was anything else he could take from her, but she could not give him anything more, unless she consented to sell her house and sleep in the street, and this she refused to do. Then this detestable son became angry, he abused her, and even appeared on the point of beating her, so much so that the inhabitants of the village, filled with indignation at his conduct, forced him to leave it, threatening if he again entered it during his mother's lifetime, to denounce him to the authorities of the place. Françoise was not sufficiently restored to be able to accompany him, but this did not disturb him, as his head was now filled with other projects. He therefore left her, and she, on her part, was perfectly satisfied never to see him again. She remained with his mother, who was called in the village Old Catichou, which in the patois of Limousin, and of a part of Auvergne, is equivalent to Catherine, just as Françoise was called Françou. She soon recovered, and old Catichou, who believed her to be her grandchild, was very fond of her. Catichou was, on the whole, a tolerably good sort of woman, though she had so worthless a son, whom she had brought up very badly, not having very correct principles herself. Madame Pallois also was kind to Françou, and always gave her something when she went to see her, such as fruit, nuts, a little bacon, butter, or cheese. Françou, who was generous always, gave at least half of everything to Catichou, to whom she was much attached, especially when she compared her with Jacques. Catichou was fond of good living, and at the same time very poor. On these occasions, therefore, she received Françou with such kindness, that the child was so delighted at being able to carry her something, that she went every day to seek for food in the village, where she was considered very pretty and much liked. If nothing was given to her, she asked for anything that took her fancy, and it sometimes happened that when not observed, she took without asking whatever came within her reach, scarcely knowing that she did wrong; and when she brought home a few carrots or eggs that she had found the means of secreting, or some hemp or beans which she had taken from the fields, or from the places where they had been laid to dry, old Catichou troubled herself but little how they were obtained, quite satisfied with profiting by them. Madame Pallois, indeed, endeavoured to instil correct principles into the mind of Françou, and often exhorted her to conduct herself properly; but as she was not aware of her propensity to theft, she had not thought of alluding to that subject. Old Catichou died, and Jacques returned to the village, to the great annoyance of every one, for he was a worthless fellow. Madame Pallois especially was grieved to think that he would set a bad example to Françou, and teach her many evil habits; but there was no means of preventing him from coming to his own house, or from having with him one who was believed to be his daughter, for he had forbidden her to say he was not her father, as he did not wish it to be known that he had been into Maine, where he had been guilty of many fraudulent practices, which he feared might be discovered. Françou said nothing about the matter at first, or if she did, what she said had not been understood, as she could not speak the patois of the country, and after a time she ceased to think of it. She cried very much when Catichou died, but she was indifferent about seeing Jacques again, for she no longer felt afraid of him. 3 years had passed since his departure, and she had forgotten his ill treatment. She was now 8 years of age, clever, active, and determined. She was, besides, kind-hearted in the highest degree, always ready to oblige, going of errands for one, and assisting another in driving his donkey, or weeding his garden. In fine, every one loved her, and indeed she would have well merited this love, had it not been for that one bad propensity, of which all were as yet ignorant. Perhaps she might have overcome this fault, for loving Jacques much less than Catichou, she had no wish to carry anything to him, and she never thought of stealing for herself. Besides, she saw little of him, for he had connected himself with a band of smugglers, people who fraudulently import merchandise without paying the duty. He frequently passed whole days and nights away from home, and had it not been for the inhabitants of the village, Françou would have often run the risk of perishing of hunger. One day, when she complained of his not giving her anything to eat, he told her, in a brutal tone, that he had nothing to give her, and that she must go and earn her living by asking for alms on the high road, where just then many persons were expected to pass on their way to a neighbouring fair. Françou at first refused. Jacques told her that he would beat her, and not allow her to enter the house, if she did not bring something back with her in the evening. She went, therefore. The first person who passed by refused to give her anything. The second called her a lazy thing, and a little boy made game of her. Françou had often heard it said that she was pretty, and such compliments had rendered her proud, neither was she accustomed to insults. She therefore returned home, her heart burning with shame, and her eyes filled with tears, and declared that she would never beg again. Jacques beat her, and the following day led her by force upon the high road; but the moment he was out of sight, she went away. In the evening he asked her how much she had received. "Nothing," she replied, "I did not remain upon the road." He beat her again. She began to scream, and in the midst of her tears protested 1,000 times that no one should force her to be called a little lazy thing. Jacques turned her out of the house, and she passed the whole night out of doors. In the morning he found her half dead with cold. "Do you mean to go upon the road to day?" he asked. "Yes," she replied, "but it will be to go away altogether." In a transport of fury, Jacques raised his hand. "I am going," she said, running away. "I will lock you up," exclaimed Jacques. "So much the better, then I shall not have to go upon the road." Jacques saw plainly that he should gain nothing by these proceedings. Besides, he had business to attend to. His comrades were waiting for him at the public house. Françou, seeing him take his bag, as he was accustomed to do when he went on long excursions, concluded that he would not return that evening, and felt somewhat more tranquil. That day, and the following one, she lived on the food given her by the good people of the village, who heaped maledictions upon Jacques for having thus left her to die of hunger. But on the evening of the second day, she saw him returning in the distance, and was greatly frightened, for she remembered the terrible beating she had received on the night before the last. It was then too late for her to go away, Besides, she had not the courage to do so; neither could she apply to Madame Pallois, as that lady had accompanied her brother to a neighbouring village. At length she thought of the plan which had so often procured her a good reception from Catichou. She entered the kitchen of Madame Pallois, saw there a fowl which had just been killed for the next day's dinner, and took it away unperceived. The servant, who returned a short time after, thought that the cat must have stolen it. Françou made her escape trembling; besides, she felt grieved to take anything from Madame Pallois, who was so good to her, and whom she had always heard called throughout the whole of the village the mother of the poor. But children always imagine that those who are a little better off than themselves cannot want for anything, and she did not think she was doing her much harm. Besides, she was so terribly afraid of being beaten. As it happened, she was not beaten on this occasion. On the contrary, Jacques received her tolerably well, and Françou, perceiving that this was the means of securing her peace, became confirmed in this shocking habit. But as it was not so easy to satisfy Jacques as Catichou, she began to take things of more importance. At length suspicions were excited in the village, although Françou was not exactly accused as yet; but she would soon have been discovered, expelled with Jacques, and thus ruined for life, had it not been for an occurrence which took place at this time. Madame Pallois, wishing to keep her as much as possible out of Jacques' company, made her come to her to learn to read, and Françou, delighted at the prospect of knowing something of which others were ignorant, felt very grateful. Therefore it rarely happened that she took anything from Madame Pallois. Besides, she was very fond of Babet, the servant, who told her that she had been scolded for having let the cat eat the fowl, so that she would have been sorry to have got her again into disgrace. One day, when she was 9 years old, she entered the house without being observed. It was not her intention to steal in, but still she had not been seen. In this manner she went as far as Madame Pallois' room. No one was there. She saw half a crown lying on the mantelpiece. She looked at it. Jacques on the previous evening had brought home a shilling, which had dropped from the pocket of a person who was walking before him, and he had greatly exulted in his good fortune. The present coin was much larger than the one Jacques had picked up. How pleased he would be to have it! As he no longer beat her, she began to like him rather more than formerly. She no longer thought either of Babet or of Madame Pallois, but solely of the pleasure which Jacques would feel. She turned the piece over and over. She blushed. She had never as yet taken money, and she thought that it was much worse to take it than anything else. Besides, the evening before, she had seen a woman led to prison for having committed a theft, and her dreadfully dejected appearance had very much excited her compassion. She thought of the circumstances at this moment, and was on the point of replacing the money; but while still holding it, she fancied she heard a noise, and grasping it tightly in her hand, she ran out. No sooner was she outside, than, regretting more than ever what she had done, she was on the point of returning to try to replace the money on the mantelpiece without being seen; but at this moment she beheld Madame Pallois enter the house, and she hid herself, in great trepidation. There was no longer any chance of replacing it. When Madame Pallois had disappeared, Françou came out of her hiding place, and walked slowly away. She no longer thought of giving the money to Jacques. Her only concern was to find the means of returning to the house when Madame Pallois was out, and replacing the money unperceived. While still retaining it tightly in her hand, she met Jacques, who gave her a faggot to carry home. In taking hold of it, she dropped the money. Jacques picked it up. "Ha, ha!" said he, "where did you get this?" And without waiting for a reply, he carried it off. Françou did not dare to run after him. She did not dare to cry out, for she would be asked how the money came into her possession. She only sat down on her faggot and wept bitterly. At that moment she would have given the world not to have committed so disgraceful an action. Just then the Curé passed by. She quickly wiped away her tears, and without perceiving that she had been crying, he told her to go and fetch his cane, which he had left at home. The idea of seeing Madame Pallois, whom she knew to be at the time in the house, made her tremble from head to foot. Nevertheless, she must obey, for the Curé was waiting. At first she walked very slowly. He called to her to make more haste. She took her resolution and rushed into the house. There she found Madame Pallois greatly excited, and the servant in tears. "You may say what you please, Babet," said Madame Pallois, in a tone of severity. "You are the only person who can have entered this room during my absence, and I am quite certain that this half crown was on the mantelpiece when I went out." The servant again protested her innocence. "Be silent," continued Madame Pallois. "For some time past I have perceived several things missing. I give you till to morrow to leave this house; but until then I shall so carefully watch your proceedings, that you need not hope to profit by the time you still remain." The unfortunate girl sobbed violently, and struck her head with both her hands. Françou wept also, but she had not the courage to declare what she had done. At length she threw herself on her knees, and entreated pardon for Babet. Madame Pallois herself, softened by the despair of the poor girl, turned towards her. "Babet," she said, in an agitated voice, "perhaps want has led you to commit this crime. If so, I will forgive you, provided you confess all." Babet again loudly protested her innocence. "Leave the house," said her mistress angrily. Babet fell on her knees in the middle of the room. "See, Françou," continued Madame Pallois, "to what a condition crime reduces us." Françou hid her face in her apron. She was on the point of avowing her fault, but she looked at Madame Pallois, and her tongue seemed frozen in her mouth. "See what mischief you have done," continued Madame Pallois, addressing Babet with an air of deep concern, while her eyes filled with tears. "This was the last half crown which I had at my disposal at the present moment, and I had promised it to poor Bernard, in order that he might call a doctor to his dying wife." "It is not I," cried Babet once more. But Madame Pallois would not listen to her. Babet wrung her hands, and Françou rushed out of the house in search of Jacques. He was not at home. She ran to the tavern and reached it half suffocated with grief and the rapidity of her course. "Oh!" cried she, clasping her hands, "give me back the half crown that you took away from me." Jacques, already intoxicated, got up in a fury, and gave her a kick that threw her on the ground. "Give it me back! Give it me back!" she exclaimed, with outstretched arms, and without rising from the ground. Jacques was again on the point of striking her, but she was taken away from him, put out of the house, and the door closed against her. She threw herself on her knees before the door, and entreated them to open it, but no one attended to her. At last she sat down on a bench to wait until Jacques came out, but her eyes were heavy with weeping, and she fell asleep. Hearing no one in the tavern, she returned home. Jacques had come back, but he was plunged into the heavy sleep of intoxication, and it was impossible to rouse him. Françou then went to the Curé's house. Everything was quiet there. "Oh," she said, "perhaps they have pardoned Babet." She returned, lay down on her bed, and passed the night in alternate hopes and fears. The day dawned, and Jacques awoke. Françou again asked for the money, sometimes angrily, sometimes in tones of supplication. "The money!" said Jacques, with a stupefied look, for he was not yet sober. "Ah!" he continued with an oath, "it is all gone, not a sou left." Françou arose. She had formed a project during the night. She gathered together the few rags which still remained to her from what Catichou had left, made a bundle of them, and taking also a little silver cross given to her by Madame Pallois, she bent her steps towards the Curé's house. Babet was in the yard leaning against the wall. She approached her. "Babet," said she, "has Madame Pallois forgiven you?" "No," replied Babet gloomily. "Well," continued Françou timidly, at the same time offering her bundle, and taking from her neck the little silver cross, "give her these. Perhaps they will be worth as much." "Oh, they are not worth half as much," said Babet, sighing. "And besides, what good would it do me? My character is lost, and Bernard will think that I have caused the death of his wife." Françou sat down in dismay. "Go and see Madame Pallois," said Babet. "Go," she continued impatiently, as if eager to get rid of her, and as the child arose to depart, she added with much emotion, "Good bye, Françou. Will you kiss me?" Françou seemed afraid to approach. "Oh," said Babet sorrowfully, "I see that you too will not kiss me." She turned her head and wept, for she believed that Françou also took her for a thief, and did not wish to kiss her. "Oh, yes, yes," said Françou, as she threw herself into Babet's arms, who embraced her tenderly, and then said in a stifled voice, "Go, Françou, go to Madame Pallois, she is waiting for you." Françou walked slowly away, uncertain what to do. On reaching the door of Madame Pallois's room, her courage failed her, and instead of entering, she ran out towards the yard. There she beheld Babet standing on the brink of the well, looking down as if intending to throw herself into it. She rushed forward, uttering a piercing shriek. Babet turned her head, and Françou had just time to seize hold of her. "Oh, it is I!" she cried, falling on her knees and holding Babet by the skirts with all her strength. While Babet tried to disengage herself, Madame Pallois came up. "Oh!" exclaimed Françou, sinking on the ground, "don't let her throw herself into the well. It was I took the money." Babet and Madame Pallois stood motionless with astonishment. Françou still continued prostrate on the ground, sobbing violently. Babet raised her up, though she herself could scarcely stand. Madame Pallois made her sit down. Then turning to Françou, "Are you quite sure that what you say is true, Françou?" she asked somewhat sternly. "Ask my father," said Françou, hiding her face against the wall. "And what have you done with it?" "My father took it from me," she replied, sobbing. "I begged him to give it back to me, but he has spent it. I brought all this to give you instead, but Babet says it is worth nothing." At these words, her sobs were redoubled. "Babet," continued Madame Pallois, turning towards the poor girl, who, unable to support her joy, was leaning against the wall, breathing with difficulty, "can you forgive me for accusing you of so disgraceful an act? Will you permit me to kiss you?" Babet seized the hand of her mistress, then ran to Françou, who had again fallen on the ground, and presented her to Madame Pallois, begging her to forgive her. "No, no," exclaimed Françoise, "poor Bernard!" "Françou," said Madame Pallois, "I am going to Bernard's cottage, you must come with me." "Oh, no, no," cried Françou, "I would rather die first." "I insist upon it, Françou. Come, dry your eyes and follow me." Françou dared not resist. Madame Pallois took her by the hand, and was compelled to support her at every instant. At last they arrived. Bernard came to the door. "Madame," said he, in a tone of the deepest affliction, "you must permit me to fetch the doctor in the course of the morning. My wife is in despair, and thinks that he alone can save her." "Let us go in," said Madame Pallois. At this moment she dropped the hand of Françou, who immediately made her escape, and ran off with all her might. By the time she reached the gate of the village, her mind was made up. The physician's house was situated only a short distance from Cavignat. Françou knew it. She ran there as fast as her strength would permit, and soon reached it. "Oh," she cried to the physician, sobbing, "come and relieve poor Bernard's wife. Madame Pallois had only 1/2 crown to pay for your visit, and I took it. If you do not come, she will die. Do, pray come," she continued, clasping her hands, and dragging him by his dressing gown. Greatly astonished, and affected by the condition in which he saw her, the physician interrogated her, and she related what had occurred, with every sign of the deepest despair. He consoled her, and promised to go and see the wife of poor Bernard without making any charge for his visit. Transported with joy, Françou wanted him to set off in his dressing gown and nightcap, but he represented to her that he should be able to go much quicker in his gig, and that he could dress himself while the horse was harnessed. He had great difficulty in making her listen to reason, but at last the horse was put to, and the gig drove off. They arrived and entered the house. Françou kept behind the physician, not daring to come forward, and as the attention of every one was fixed on the patient, who was in a state of great suffering, Françou remained for a time unnoticed. When the invalid was a little more tranquil, and the physician had given his advice, Madame Pallois asked him how it happened that he had arrived so quickly,
and why Bernard had not returned with him. "I have not seen Bernard," said the doctor. "I was called by this little angel," he added, turning to Françou, on whom Madame Pallois had just cast a stern look. He then related what had taken place. Madame Pallois reflected for a moment, then calling Françou, "Promise me," she said, "that this shall be the last time, and I will forgive you." Françou promised, and she kept her word. Besides, she was no longer subjected to the same temptations. The knaveries of Jacques were discovered, and he was obliged to fly from the village, for fear of being arrested as a smuggler. It was also ascertained that Françou was not his daughter. He had said so while intoxicated, and Françou, on being questioned, confirmed the statement. The physician asked to take her into his service, to milk the cow and attend to the fowls. As he was a very excellent and strictly honest man, and treated her well, she had nothing but good examples before her. His wife instructed her in her religious duties, and she regularly attended the catechism of M. le Curé at Cavignac, and when she had reflected more on what she had done, she could not look Babet in the face without blushing, especially as Babet had told her that she had bitterly repented of her wish to throw herself into the well, which was a thing so strictly forbidden, and for which M. le Curé had great difficulty in giving her absolution. "Poor Babet!" said Mélanie with a heavy sigh, for she had scarcely breathed during the termination of the story. "Poor Françou!" said Eugène. "She would certainly have died of grief if Babet had thrown herself into the well." "My children," said Madame d'Inville, "thank God for having given you good parents, and remember, Mélanie, when they take so much pains to give you good habits, how unreasonable it is not to pay attention to them, or to say when you are told to do anything, 'I don't want to do this,' or 'I won't do that.'" At this moment, Mélanie saw a poor man passing with a little girl. "Oh, dear grandmamma," said she, "that is just like the story of Jacques. I am sure that little girl is not his daughter." "And why not, my child?" "Oh, see, he has such a bad look." "Because you fancy so, because he is in rags, and appears to be ill. Look at me, Mélanie. Just imagine, if I were covered with rags, and had been laid up with fever for a week, do you think I should look very well?" "Oh, dear grandmamma." "He is old. I too am old, and whereas I take my granddaughter out to walk for her pleasure, he, on the contrary, takes his out to beg for her bread." "Do you think so, grandmamma?" "It is at least possible, my dear; and as we know nothing to the contrary, we have no right to regard as dishonest a man who may be quite the reverse, and who has so much need of our good opinion." Mélanie carried to the poor man a sou which Madame d'Inville had given her, and touched by her grandmamma's words, she added another from her own store. Chapter 11. Of Moral Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Moral Tales, by Elisabeth Charlotte Pauline GUIZOT. Chapter 11. Monsieur le Chevalier. Decoration. "Stop them! Stop them!" was re-echoed through the Rue Saint-Honoré. "Madame la Marquise is running down the street. This way! Madame la Vicomtesse is dragging her dress through the mud. Oh, Monsieur le Baron has lost his wig! And Monsieur le Chevalier? William, where is Monsieur le Chevalier?" And William ran right and left, endeavouring to bring back a number of dressed up dogs, such as are seen parading the streets in little carriages. They had just escaped from their kennel, while their owners were occupied with their morning toilet. This toilet was a tedious and difficult affair, for whilst they were washing one, the one which had just gone through the operation never failed to go and put his paws into the gutter; while Monsieur le Baron was made to stand on his hind feet, in order to have his fore paws put through the sleeves of his coat, Madame la Marquise, seizing the first opportunity to make use of her legs, set off running all round the yard, in her petticoat, which then being much too long, and getting entangled between her legs, threw her down; and whilst they ran after her, all the others would make their escape, half dressed in their finery.
On the present occasion, the gate of the yard happened accidentally to be opened while one of these scenes was enacted, and all the dogs made their escape into the street, troubling themselves very little as to the state in which they appeared before the eyes of the public. However, William, the owner's son, had succeeded in catching almost all of them, and saving the loss of Monsieur le Baron's wig, and the unfortunate accident which had happened to the hat and feathers of Madame la Vicomtesse, when she rolled in a heap of rubbish, and the rent which Madame la Marquise had made in her blue petticoat, all would have been set to rights, if Monsieur le Chevalier could have been found. Monsieur le Chevalier was a very important personage. He was the only one who was able to waltz with Madame la Présidente. Everybody was delighted to see them take each other by the neck, with their forepaws, and dance in time on their hind feet. Now Madame la Présidente could not waltz all alone. Thus 2 talents were lost at the same time. The owner was in despair. He was to go that day to Clichi, to the fair at Saint Médard, and he built his chief hopes of success upon the waltz. But it was in vain that William went to every house in the neighbourhood, asking whether any one had seen Monsieur le Chevalier. "And who is Monsieur le Chevalier?" he was everywhere asked. And William replied, "He has a yellow waistcoat, no trousers, pointed ears, a sword at his side, and his tail is bald at the end." Notwithstanding this luminous description, no one could give him any information respecting Monsieur le Chevalier. At length, as it was growing late, the master decided on setting off with the rest of his troop, telling William to follow him with Monsieur le Chevalier, if he succeeded in finding him. William had a second time searched all the streets in the vicinity, and was returning home sorrowfully, when he met one of his neighbours coming from market. He asked her, as he had done every one else, whether she could give him any information about Monsieur le Chevalier. "Bah!" said she, "has he not returned? This morning, when your dogs ran away, I was just going to market, and I saw him enter the alley opposite, and go into Monsieur Buquet's, the linen draper. Has he really not come back then? Oh, I'll wager that it is little Roussel who has kept him." Georges Roussel lived with his father and mother in the house of Monsieur Buquet. He was a good boy and very fond of his parents, and he also gave great satisfaction at school, where he regularly attended as day scholar. In other respects, however, he was the most mischief-loving urchin imaginable. As his father, who was employed at a banker's, and his mother, who gave lessons in writing, passed much of their time away from home, Georges was quite his own master out of school hours, and this time he employed in playing tricks on the neighbours. Nor was it sufficient for him to spend in this manner the hours of daylight, the night also was often employed in similar practices. He slept at the back of the house in a small room, the windows of which looked upon the roofs and leads. Through this window he passed to go and hunt the cats, and when he succeeded in catching 2 or 3, he tied them together by their tails. Then, when every one was asleep, he would throw them into the house, through a staircase window opening upon the same leads, and run with all speed to his own room as soon as he perceived that the neighbours were awakened by the frightful uproar which they made in their unavailing efforts to get loose. Immediately all the doors would open, every one rushing out to know what could be the matter. Then they would run after the cats, which of course did not suffer themselves to be easily caught, but kept crying and mewing, as if they had been burned, and scratching every one who attempted to separate them. Another time, a neighbour's dog would return to his mistress, covered with oil from the ears to the tail, so that no one could touch him without being greased, nor could he approach anything without leaving on it a stain. On a cold winter's day, Georges would contrive to attach a piece of ice to the handle of a door bell, and the first person who wanted to ring would snatch his hand away, struck with cold and surprise; or else he would cut the wire attached to the bell, so that people would pull for a quarter of an hour without producing any effect. He also hampered the locks and hid the keys, if they happened to be left in the doors; and in fact every day brought fresh complaints, but they were of little use. Georges was an only child, born when his parents were already advanced in life, and after they had been married many years without having any children. Monsieur and Madame Roussel loved him, therefore, with such a foolish fondness, that they overlooked all his faults. When complaints were made of him to Monsieur Roussel, he would shrug his shoulders and say, "Well, youth must have its day."
Nevertheless, he scolded Georges a little, for the gratification of the neighbours, but afterwards he had the weakness to laugh at his tricks. Madame Roussel was still more unreasonable, for she became so angry when complaints were made of her son, that no one dared to speak to her on the subject. Had they not been very good tenants, and very punctual in their payments, though their rent was high, M. Bucquet would have given them notice to leave 20 times over, so disagreeable had Georges become to the whole house. Besides, everything that happened was laid to his charge. If any one slipped on the stairs by treading on a cherry stone, it was always Georges who had scattered them through malice. Not a pane of glass was broken in the hall or passages, but it was always Georges who had done it. In fact, his reputation was spread throughout the entire neighbourhood. William had heard him spoken of, and could not doubt that the conjecture of his acquaintance was well founded, and the more so as another neighbour asserted that he had heard Georges a few days before saying to little Bucquet, "Wouldn't it be nice, Joseph, to have a dog like that? We should get a famous price for it." In consequence of this information, William went to M. Bucquet's, and asked him in what part of the house M. Roussel lived, as he wanted to inquire for his dog, which had been taken by little Roussel. "He would be likely enough to do so," said M. Bucquet, "but I think he went out with his father before your dogs took the liberty of walking off. Is it not so, Joseph?" Joseph, who was occupied in arranging a box of gloves over the counter, answered yes, without raising his head, and William did not perceive that he blushed very much. As it was known that M. le Chevalier had really entered the house, William begged permission to go and inquire of all the lodgers. No one had seen him, but on passing by a door that was locked, and which he supposed to be that belonging to M. Roussel, he knocked very loudly, and then listened attentively. At the second knock, he thought he heard a bark, and fancied he recognised the voice of M. le Chevalier. Transported with joy, he hastened down again, and was astonished at seeing Joseph, who had softly followed him at some distance, endeavouring to make his escape the moment he was observed. William returned to the shop, exclaiming, "He is there! M. le Chevalier is there! I have heard him bark!" And seeing Joseph re-enter the shop, he added, "Yes, and I'll wager that M. Joseph knows very well that he is in M. Roussel's apartments." "Indeed!" said M. Bucquet, "I should like to see him interfering with the tricks of that little rascal Georges. You may rest assured that he has not meddled with your dog. If he had, I should very soon settle him." William inquired whether M. Roussel would be long away, and was informed that he was gone to Clichi for the fête, to pass the day with his brother, who was steward of the château, and that he would not return till the evening. William wanted to have the door forced, but M. Bucquet would not consent to such a thing. William, therefore, determined to carry the intelligence he had received to his father, purposing to return immediately, and place himself as sentinel at M. Roussel's door, in order to prevent anything being removed without his permission. Meanwhile, he begged the neighbours to watch, in case M. Roussel returned during his absence, and they promised to do so. His departure relieved Joseph from a heavy burden, for it was he who had taken the dog. He had long shared in Georges' mischievous tricks, without any one being aware of it. As he stood in great awe of his father, who sometimes treated him very severely, he had been for a long time extremely quiet and orderly, but at length the example and the solicitations of Georges, who was dying to have a companion in his sports, had led him away, without rendering him any the more courageous. Younger and weaker than Georges, he preferred such tricks as were of a secret and underhand character, while Georges delighted in more daring exploits. If a falsehood was to be told, it was Joseph always who undertook to tell it, and Georges, who had never spoken anything but the truth to his own parents, did not consider how wrong it was to be continually leading Joseph to deceive his. He had shown him the way by the leads, in order that he might enter the room in which he slept without passing by the apartments occupied by M. and Madame Roussel. The morning that M. le Chevalier had entered the alley, Joseph met him at the foot of the stairs, and thinking it a capital opportunity, he took him up, and carried him by way of the leads into Georges's room, never doubting that the latter, like himself, would be enchanted at the prospect of having him to sell. He had felt very much alarmed while William was knocking, but Georges's room being separated from the outside door by 3 other rooms, all the doors of which were closed, William had heard but faintly the barking of M. le Chevalier.
It had been his first intention to watch for Georges on his return from Clichi, and tell him what he had done, in order that he might prevent any one from entering his room until the dog had been disposed of, for he generally left Georges to extricate himself as well as he could out of the scrapes in which he not unfrequently placed him. However, after William's departure, thinking that the dog would most certainly be reclaimed, and that it would be impossible to conceal him, he determined to repass the leads, fetch him, and turn him out of the house. As soon, therefore, as he saw his father occupied, he ran up the stairs, and passing through the window, he reached M. Roussel's rooms, and thinking that perhaps he might only have taken the key without locking the door outside, he hoped to be able to open it from within, and turn out the dog, without being suspected. But he found the door locked, so that it was necessary to return by the usual way. At this moment he heard his father's voice, calling him at the foot of the stairs. Monsieur le Chevalier had concealed himself under a bed, from which it was impossible for Joseph to make him move. Besides, how was he to return through the staircase window with the dog? His father might be coming up and see him. It was quite hazardous enough to get back alone. Joseph decided, therefore, on taking this latter course, leaving Monsieur le Chevalier in quiet possession of the post to which he had retreated. He found his father and mother waiting for him at the bottom of the stairs, and told them that he had been to listen at M. Roussel's door, in order to ascertain whether the dog was there. As it was Sunday, they closed the shop and went out to dine. Joseph accompanied them, somewhat uneasy as to what might be the result of this affair, but still hoping to return sufficiently early to tell Georges, and determined, at all events, to deny having the least share in the theft. Meanwhile Georges, who knew nothing of the matter, was amusing himself at Clichi to his heart's content. In the morning he had rowed upon the Seine in a boat belonging to the château. Afterwards he had witnessed the target shooting, had run at the ring, and balanced himself in the swing. After dinner, he returned to see the various exhibitions in the square. In one corner were the puppets. In another, William's dogs, notwithstanding the absence of M. le Chevalier, attracted round them a large concourse of spectators. Georges saw them from a distance and recognized them. He hastened immediately to the spot, called his father, mother, uncle, and all the company, to whom he was delighted to introduce his friends the dogs. He mingled with the spectators, explained everything, in fact, did the honours. "I know them," he said, "they live opposite to us." He enumerated their various talents, and expatiated upon their acquirements, calling each by his own name, as people do in speaking of persons with whom they are very anxious to appear particularly connected. "This is Monsieur le Baron," said he. "Do you see Madame la Vicomtesse? It is she who executes the ladies' chain with Madame la Présidente. And Monsieur le Chevalier? Oh, where is Monsieur le Chevalier?" At this exclamation, which reawakened all William's regrets, he turned his head, recognized Georges, and pointed him out to his father. The latter approached Georges in a very rough manner. "Ah, ah," said he, "it is you then who have stolen my dog." "Ladies and gentlemen," he continued, "you would have been still more gratified if this thief had not stolen from me a new dog which I hope to have had the honour of presenting to you. A most admirable dog. Ladies and gentlemen, had you beheld him, you would have said his equal was nowhere to be found." At this epithet of thief, Georges, though he could not understand how it was applicable to himself, became red with anger. M. Roussel and the uncle looked at each other, and with great warmth commanded the owner of the dogs to explain himself. He recommenced his grievances and invectives, and swore that they should pay the value of what he had lost by M. le Chevalier, who assuredly would have tripled the receipts. Georges, his father, and his uncle replied, became warm, and at length got into a rage, whilst poor Madame Roussel, greatly agitated, wanted to get away. The master of the dogs, on his side, vociferated louder and louder, and began to gesticulate. In the heat of the dispute, William, who had finished his collection, came to his father's aid. "It is he," he exclaimed, pointing to George. "He stole him in order to sell him. I heard M. le Chevalier bark in his room." "That's false," said Georges, accompanying his reply with a blow, which upset all the money that William had collected in his hat. The latter wanted both to pick up the money and return the blow at the same time, but Georges did not give him the opportunity, for he fell upon him with redoubled violence. William then seriously thought of defending himself. D'Aumale est plus ardent, plus fort, plus furieux. Turenne est plus adroit et moins impétueux. D'Aumale is more ardent, stronger, more furious. Turenne, less impetuous, displays more skill. Georges gave most blows, but William was more skilful in parrying, and while his hands were employed against Georges, he endeavoured with his feet to keep off the little boys, who had rushed to pick up the money. One of these, in order to escape a kick which he perceived was likely to fall to his share, took hold of William by the leg, and thus threw him on the ground, while Georges, who was holding him by the hair, fell with him. They were picked up and separated. The owner of the dogs now swore that they should not only pay for the loss of M. le Chevalier's day's work, but the amount of the collection also. M. Roussel insisted on knowing positively what it was they complained of. Madame Roussel, more dead than alive, wished to have the man paid, in order to get away, and her husband consented, provided the dog was found in their apartments, of which he showed the key, and which he also promised should not be opened, except in the presence of the owner of the dogs, whom he invited to return with him to Paris. "And we shall see," said Georges, doubling his fist at William, whom he promised himself to pay off in a very different manner. They all returned, William dragging the dogs in their carriage, M. Roussel giving his arm to his wife, who could not support herself, the master of the dogs and M. Roussel at one moment talking angrily, at another more reasonably, and William and Georges, who were carefully kept apart, gesticulating at a distance, and often accompanying their gestures with words, for want of better means of annoyance. With them came many persons returning to Paris after the fête, who were curious to see the termination of this affair, while all the little boys of the village ran after them, trotting with their bare feet in the dust. The troop reached Paris very much diminished, but sufficiently considerable to attract the attention of the passers by, and to be followed by a crowd of idle people. M. Bucquet, who beheld all this assemblage collected at his house, asked what it was all about; and while they were giving him an explanation, Joseph found an opportunity of taking Georges on one side, and relating to him the whole affair. Georges was furious, and commanded him to go at once and take the dog away, which Joseph refused to do for fear of being seen. "I will say that it was you," exclaimed Georges. "I will say that you tell a falsehood," replied Joseph. Georges took him by the ears in order to force him up the stairs. "I'll scream," said Joseph. Georges, notwithstanding his anger, saw that there was but one course to be pursued. He left Joseph, ran upstairs, attained the Leads, entered his room and sought for the dog, determined, if requisite, to pass the night with him upon the roof; but he sought in vain. As Joseph had left the doors open, M. le Chevalier had had all the apartments at his disposal. Where could he be hidden? It was getting dusk, and the dog was small. Georges could not perceive him anywhere, and he was persuading himself that Joseph had been making game of him, and was about returning by the way that he had entered, when the animal, scenting his master at the door, rushed from under a bed, howling most lamentably. "Do you hear?" exclaimed the owner. "It is impossible!" exclaimed M. Roussel, precipitately opening the door. He stood perfectly stupefied when he beheld his son and the dog in the middle of the room, without being able to understand in the least by what means they had got there. "I knew it would be so," said William triumphantly. Georges, stifled with shame and anger, and rendered furious by the invectives with which he was overwhelmed from all sides, protested that it was not he, but Joseph who did it. The neighbours, delighted at finding him in fault, were indignant that he should throw the blame upon another. M. Bucquet, who knew that if Joseph were the culprit, he should have to pay the damages, flew into a violent passion with Georges, and Madame Bucquet, terrified lest her husband should beat Joseph, became still louder and more violent in her invectives. M. Roussel thought that, right or wrong, he ought to take his son's part. William and his father were clamouring to be paid, and M. le Chevalier howled like a dog who had had no dinner. In the midst of this fearful uproar, a venerable clergyman who lived in the house came up. Every one respected him, and he was the only person on whom Georges had not dared to play his tricks. He made every effort to restore peace, but when he had stilled the tumult for a moment, some voice was raised, every one replied, and the whole thing was renewed. At length he succeeded in persuading the people to disperse, with the exception of the owner of the dogs,
who wanted to take M. Roussel before the magistrate to make him pay. M. Roussel did not desire anything better, and George was anxious to accompany them, in order to justify himself, but Madame Roussel wept and entreated her husband to pay, and the clergyman reminded him that he had promised to do so if the dog was discovered on his premises. He was therefore obliged to submit, and then the master of the dogs, perfectly satisfied, went away, holding M. le Chevalier under his arm, and saying, "Monsieur, Madame, very sorry to have troubled you." M. and Madame Roussel retired to their own rooms, together with the clergyman, whom they had invited to accompany them. George sat in a corner, tearing his hair in despair. They asked him the truth of the story, which he explained, and M. Roussel and his wife were terribly enraged against Joseph. "But," said the clergyman, "who taught him to pass by the leads?" George agreed that it was he. "And who accustomed him to do these mischievous tricks?" George was compelled again to own that he had done so. "Behold the effect of bad example," continued the clergyman. "Evil is done without very bad intentions, but he whom we instruct in committing them learns the evil without heeding the intentions. Joseph has seen you keep dogs in your possession, in order to set their masters hunting for them, and he thought it quite as reasonable to conceal one in order to sell it. Therefore, it is you who are answerable for all that he has done." George had nothing to say. The clergyman lectured him for some time longer, and left him completely ashamed of himself, and determined to correct his faults. But his parents were obliged to leave the house and the neighbourhood, for George could never go into the streets without hearing himself called a dog stealer. For a time it was the same at school also, where some of the other boys had related the story. But as he was very much liked, and besides one of the strongest, his explanation and a few blows soon re-established him in the esteem of his companions. In the end, the truth was discovered in the neighbourhood also, but it was long before the prejudices against him were quite overcome. As for Joseph, it is asserted that he was well beaten by his father, but this only corrected him of the desire of playing tricks on his neighbours. He continued all his life a coward from disposition, and a liar from the instructions of George. Therefore, whenever George heard any evil of him, he felt pained, because he knew that he had increased the number of his bad habits. Chapter XII. Chapter 12 of Moral Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Moral Tales by Elisabeth Charlotte Pauline GUIZOT. Chapter 12. Eudoxia, or legitimate pride. Decoration. Madame d'Aubonne beheld her daughter Eudoxia, who had attained the age of 13, increase every day in judgment, talent, and good dispositions of all kinds. It was with a feeling of intense happiness that she discovered in her the germ and hope of every virtue. Nothing was wanting to Eudoxia, but the consciousness that virtues were given to us for our own practice, and not for the purpose of judging the conduct of others. Her own earnest love of all that was good, and her constant endeavour to do what she considered best, disposed her to blame others with severity, and to exact from them a rectitude equal to that which she herself displayed in all her actions. Though Eudoxia was too reserved, and even too timid to express her opinions to any one but her mother, to whom she confided everything, and who, on her part, had the most entire confidence in her daughter, nevertheless, Madame d'Aubonne carefully opposed this tendency, for she knew that it was not sufficient to watch over words only, but that we must also regulate our thoughts, and those of Eudoxia appeared to her, in this respect, neither just nor reasonable. However, she had rarely occasion to reprimand her on this account, for with the exception of her cousin Constance, who was much younger than herself, and to whom, as she was very fond of her, she was consequently more indulgent, she saw scarcely any but older persons, and such as she would never have presumed to censure. Madame d'Aubonne had resided many years in the country, attending to her invalid father. Having had the misfortune to lose him, she returned to Paris, which she again left, for the purpose of passing a couple of months at Romecourt, with Madame de Rivry, an old friend who resided there with her daughter Julia, whom Eudoxia scarcely knew, not having seen her for 6 years. Madame d'Aubonne found at Romecourt her aunt, Madame de Croissy, who was to spend there the same time as herself.
Madame de Croissy was educating her two granddaughters, Adèle and Honorine, with whom Eudoxia was as little acquainted as with Julia, although they were her cousins. Her timidity, therefore, made her look with much terror on this new society, especially as the other three girls, though much about her own age, were very far from being as reasonable as herself. Julia, though at heart a very good dispositioned child, was very much spoiled by her mother, and sometimes answered her with a degree of impertinence which made every one present shrug their shoulders. Adèle regarded an untruth as the simplest thing in the world. She told falsehoods in sport, she told them in earnest, she even told them at the very moment in which she might have been convicted of the fallacy of her assertions. As to Honorine, she was a perfect wild colt, without discipline, without reflection, never for a moment dreaming that her fancies could meet with the slightest opposition, nor that those things which gave her pleasure could be attended with any inconvenience. Madame de Croissy troubled herself very little about their education. Provided they made no noise, and did not attempt to join in conversation, she always considered girls to be quite sufficiently well brought up. Therefore she habitually left them with the servants, and felt annoyed that at Romecourt they were almost always kept in the drawing room, because Eudoxia and Julia were very little away from their mothers. This plan was equally disagreeable to the two girls, but little accustomed to the society of their grandmamma, who, when at home, never concerned herself about them, any further than to tell them to hold themselves upright whenever she thought of it, or to be silent whenever their voices were heard above a whisper. They would have been much better pleased if left with their grandmother's servants, with whom they were accustomed to associate, provided, however, that they could have had Julia with them, for as to Eudoxia, they cared very little for her. It is true that she had not been very amiable towards them, for she was quite horrified at their giddy manners, their want of obedience, and their tone of mockery, to which she was not accustomed. Astonished beyond measure at their ignorance of almost every principle which, from her childhood, she had been taught to respect, she blushed to the eyes when she beheld Honorine reading without scruple a letter which she found open, playing tricks with the gardener's son, or standing at the park railing in front of the high road, chatting with all the little boys and girls of the village. She trembled when she saw Adèle, even at her grandmamma's side, and under her very spectacles, cut the needleful with which she was embroidering, in order to shorten it, and be able to say that her task was finished. Nor, in fine, could she recover from her surprise, when she saw that the very moment in which Julia received an order from her mother to do anything, was precisely that which she selected for doing the opposite. At these times she imagined herself transported into a new world, where all was strange and incomprehensible to her. She avoided conversing with her companions, as she had nothing to say which would be agreeable to their tastes, and besides, she would scarcely have known how to reply to them, had they spoken to her. She therefore left them as soon as she was able, and took refuge with her mother. The others easily perceived, that though Eudoxia said nothing to them, she did not approve of their conduct. They were, therefore, very ill at ease in her society, and in no way pleased when Madame d'Aubonne, who was anxious that Eudoxia should accustom herself to live with others, adapt herself to their habits, and tolerate their defects, she sent her to share in their amusements and conversation. Neither was Eudoxia at all agreeable to Madame de Croissy, whose principles of education had so little affinity with those of Madame d'Aubonne, and whose grandchildren bore no resemblance to her daughter. As Madame de Croissy was the sister of Madame d'Aubonne's father, she had paid him a visit a short time before his death, but unaccompanied by her grandchildren. On that occasion she had seen Eudoxia, whose good qualities and happy dispositions were extolled by every one in the neighbourhood in which the family resided. As Madame de Croissy had never heard her grandchildren so praised, she felt annoyed, and besides, she considered that Madame d'Aubonne conversed a great deal too much with her daughter, reasoned with her too much, and altogether occupied herself too much about her, though this was never at the expense of others. She therefore told every one, and was herself firmly persuaded, that Madame d'Aubonne would never make anything of this little prodigy, but a little pedant. Her annoyance had been redoubled since she had been in the country, by the striking contrast which the conduct of Eudoxia presented to that of her cousins. Therefore, in her quality of grand aunt, she perpetually contradicted her, either directly or by indirect allusions. Her looks were turned to her at every moment, as if she were watching her, and ready to seize instantly upon the slightest fault which might escape her; nor did she ever call her anything but Mademoiselle Eudoxia. Eudoxia would therefore have found but very little enjoyment in the country, had it not been for the happiness she felt in conversing with her mother, who spoke to her as a reasonable person, and who, even when reprimanding her, concealed nothing of her affection, nor even, we may add, of her respect; for with the exception of this want of toleration, which marred a little her good qualities, Eudoxia merited all the respect that a child of her years could merit. One morning the four girls were at work in the drawing room. Eudoxia, at her mother's side, occupied herself diligently with what she was engaged upon. The other three, collected in a corner, talked, laughed in an undertone, dropped their work, forgot to pick it up, and never did 3 stitches successively; and even when told to go on, they did so for a moment only, and with every indication of languor and ennui. Eudoxia, from time to time, looked at them and then at her mother, with an expression which sufficiently explained her sentiments. Madame de Croissy caught one of these glances, and was led to notice her granddaughters. "Have the kindness to continue your work, young ladies," she said to them very harshly. "Do you not see how much you shock Mademoiselle Eudoxia?" Adèle and Honorine pretended to go on with their work, and Eudoxia, greatly confused, cast down her eyes, and did not dare to raise them again during the time they remained in the drawing room. When they had retired to their own apartment, Madame d'Aubonne observed, "You were very much occupied with those young ladies." "Oh, mamma, they were so foolish!" "And do you derive pleasure from foolish things or persons?" "Quite the reverse, mamma, I assure you." "Think again, my child, it cannot be quite the reverse, for they made you raise your eyes from your work more than 20 times, and yet I know that your work interested you." "Nevertheless, I assure you, mamma, it was not pleasure that I felt." "It was at least a great interest, and did not this interest arise from the satisfaction you experienced at seeing them more unreasonable than yourself?" "Oh, mamma!" "Come, my dear Eudoxia, it is in the examination of our evil emotions that courage is required; the good ones are easily discovered. Ask your conscience what it thinks of the matter." "Mamma," said Eudoxia, somewhat confused, "I assure you that I did not at first think it was that." "I believe you, my child; it is a feeling which steals upon us unperceived. Many persons experience it as well as you, and imagine that the bad actions of others increase the merit of their own. But tell me, my dear Eudoxia, would there not be still greater pleasure in being superior to such persons, than in merely being superior to your companions in industry and attention?" Eudoxia assented to this, and promised to attend to it. She was always happy when any duty was pointed out to her, so great was the pleasure she felt in endeavouring to accomplish it. Having gone down to fetch something from an apartment adjoining the drawing room, the door of which was open, she heard Madame de Croissy observe to Madame de Rivry, "I have always said that Mademoiselle Eudoxia would never be anything but a little pedant." Madame de Rivry, although she liked Eudoxia, agreed that she busied herself much more in finding fault with her companions than in making herself agreeable to them. "That would be compromising her dignity," replied Madame de Croissy. From that moment Eudoxia endeavoured to overcome her dislike and timidity. She mingled more frequently in the amusements of her companions, and at last took pleasure in them. But being now more at her ease with her playfellows, she told them more freely what she thought, and when she could not make them listen to reason, she would leave them with emotions of impatience, which she was unable to control. "But why do you get impatient?" said her mother to her one day. "Do they fail in their duty towards you, by not being as reasonable as you are?" "No, mamma, but they fail in their duty to themselves when they are so unreasonable, and it is that which irritates me." "Listen, Eudoxia," continued her mother, "do you remember how irritable you used to be with your cousin Constance, because she paid so little attention to what she did, and broke everything that came in her way? One day you happened, by a carelessness of the same kind, to upset the table on which my writing desk was placed, and I remember that from that time you have never been impatient with her." "Oh, no, mamma, I assure you."
Did you consider the fault of less importance because you happened to commit it yourself?" "Quite the reverse, mamma; but that showed me that it was more difficult to avoid it than I had at first imagined." "This is what experience teaches us every day, my child, with regard to faults which we have not as yet committed. Thus," she added, laughing, "I do not despair of seeing you indulgent towards these young ladies, if one day you discover by the same means that it is difficult not to be an arguer, like Julia, a story teller, like Adèle, and a lover of mischief, like Honorine." "As to that, mamma," replied Eudoxia warmly, "that is what I shall never learn." "Are you quite sure, my child?" "Oh, quite sure." "Are you then so differently constituted as to be able to persuade yourself that what appears to them so easy would be impossible to you?" "It must be so," said Eudoxia, really piqued. "How then, in that case," said her mother, smiling, "can you expect them to do the same things as yourself? You do not expect Julia, who is much smaller than you are, to reach as high as you do. You only expect this from Honorine, who is as tall as yourself." "But, mamma," replied Eudoxia, after reflecting for a moment, "perhaps then, as they are less reasonable, they are not obliged to do as much as other people." "It would be very wrong for them to think so, my child, for every one ought to do as much good as lies in his power, but every one is likewise enjoined to inquire into his own duties, and not into those of others; therefore attend only to your own. Do you consider it just and reasonable to enjoy the pleasure of feeling that you are better than they are, and at the same time to get impatient with them, because they are not as good as yourself?" "Mamma, are we then permitted to consider ourselves better than other people?" "Yes, my child; for to think ourselves better than others is simply to feel that we possess more strength, more reason, more means of doing good, and consequently to consider ourselves bound to do more than them." This conversation gave Eudoxia a feeling of satisfaction, which rendered her more indulgent, and more patient with her companions; but in this indulgence there might perhaps be discovered a slight degree of pride. It had something of the kindness of a superior being always thinking of keeping herself sufficiently above others to avoid being hurt by their not acting with as much propriety as herself. Eudoxia insensibly acquired the habit of considering her companions as children, and almost of treating them as such. One day, when the four girls were working together, they compared their various performances, and Honorine's, which was like Eudoxia's, happened to be much worse done. "That is a very difficult stitch," said she, with the same air as if she were making an excuse for a child of 6 years old. It did not occur to her that the remark was equally applicable to herself. The others burst out laughing. "Be quiet," said Honorine. "Do you not see that Eudoxia has the kindness to protect me?" Eudoxia felt so much hurt that the tears started to her eyes. She was satisfied with herself, and believed she had a right to be so, and yet she met with nothing but injustice and mockery. She again began to withdraw herself from her companions. Her mother perceived this, and inquired the reason. Eudoxia felt some difficulty in confessing it, though she considered herself in the right. The ridicule that had been cast upon her had given rise to a species of shame. At last, however, she stated the cause. "You were then very much hurt, were you not?" asked Madame d'Aubonne, "because Honorine appeared to think that you affected to protect her? It seems that you would have considered such a thing very ridiculous." "Oh, mamma, it is not necessary that a thing should be ridiculous for them to laugh at it." "But tell me, Eudoxia, if by chance they had ridiculed you because you love me, because you listen to me, because you do all that I desire, would that have given you pain?" "No, indeed, mamma, I should have laughed at them then, in my turn." "And why did you not pursue the same course when they laughed at the manner you assumed towards Honorine? If you thought that this patronizing manner was the most suitable, what did it matter to you that they should think otherwise? Are you not more reasonable than they are, consequently better able to judge of what is right?" "Mamma," said Eudoxia, after a moment's silence, "I now think I was wrong in manifesting towards Honorine a manner which displeased her, but I only wished to show indulgence for the faults she had made in her work." "My dear child, we ought to be indulgent towards the faults of every one, but we ought not to let this indulgence be manifest to those whose conduct does not concern us, unless they wish us to do so; for otherwise, as it is not our business to reprimand them, so neither is it to pardon them. This is an office which we have no right to assume without their permission." "But what then is to be done, mamma, when they commit faults?" "Try not to see them, if possible, and instead of pardoning, try to diminish them. Endeavour to discover in Honorine's work all that is good, so that what is bad may be forgotten. But to do this you must not be very glad that your work has been found better than hers. Your whole pride should consist in being superior to these trifling advantages." Eudoxia profited by her mother's advice, and became every day more gentle and sociable. Madame de Croissy had scarcely anything to say against her, and her companions began to take pleasure in her society. She was completely in their confidence, at least as much as she desired to be; and when she saw the fears and vexations to which their inconsiderate conduct often exposed them, when she saw them blush at the least word that could have any reference to a fault which they had concealed, and even found them manifest towards herself a species of deference which they no longer refused to her good sense, when it was not exercised at their expense, she felt daily more and more how great is the pleasure of self-respect. "And yet," said her mother, "you are still very far from knowing its full value. This you will not ascertain until you have paid its price, until you have purchased it by painful sacrifices." Eudoxia could not conceive that any sacrifices could be difficult, which conferred such an advantage. Madame de Rivry, who was extremely kind, and who took great interest in the amusements of young people, proposed to visit a very beautiful park, situated about 4 leagues from Romecourt. They were to spend the day there, and return home in the evening. Eudoxia and her companions were delighted at the thought of this party; but on the evening before it was to take place, when they were thinking of the arrangements of the carriages, they found that Madame de Rivry's calèche would only hold 4 persons. Therefore, as it was necessary that she herself should be one of the 4, the whole of the girls could not be with her. One of them must necessarily go in Madame de Croissy's carriage, with that lady and Madame d'Aubonne. This made a great difference in the pleasure of the journey. Madame de Rivry, obliged to do the honours of her house, decided that it must be Julia who was to go in the carriage. Julia exclaimed loudly against this, and declared she would much prefer not going at all. She answered her mother in the disrespectful manner which she always assumed when anything displeased her, and said that it was very convenient for her mother, who was going in the calèche, to put her to be wearied to death in the carriage. Madame de Rivry endeavoured in vain to induce her daughter to listen to reason, but as her indulgence did not extend so far as to make her forget what she owed to others, she resisted all her complaints. Madame de Croissy offered to take one of her grandchildren with her, but this offer was not made with any emphasis, as she was desirous of seeing justice done, and would have been very sorry if, on this occasion, Madame de Rivry had yielded to her daughter. Madame d'Aubonne said nothing, for she saw that it would have been quite useless. Julia sulked, and even cried, the whole afternoon. She was so much accustomed to have her own way, that the slightest contradiction was a violent grief to her. During their walk she was constantly wiping her eyes, while Madame de Rivry tried to console her, but to no purpose. This distressed Eudoxia so much, that she whispered to her mother, "If I dared, I would beg Madame de Rivry to give my place to Julia." "It would do no good," said her mother; "but if you like, as you have a slight cold, I will say to morrow that I should prefer your not going in the calèche. I think that will be better." "Oh no, mamma," said Eudoxia quickly, "I assure you the calèche will not do my cold any harm." "I agree with you, my child, that the inconvenience is not of sufficient importance to deprive you of this pleasure, neither should I have proposed it to you, had I not thought that you wished to give up your place to Julia." "And I do wish to do so, mamma, but—" "You would like perhaps to propose it in such a way that her mother would refuse it?" "Oh no, mamma, I do assure you." "Or else you wish it to be known that it is you who give it up to her." "But, mamma, is it not natural to wish Julia to know that it is I who would give her this pleasure, and not any one else? And even if that were possible, do you think that this mode of affording Julia pleasure would be agreeable to her? Suppose, for instance, that you had behaved in as childish a manner as she has done, and that any one of your age had offered to yield her place to you, and thus shown how very good she was, and how much the reverse you were, would you not have felt greatly humiliated by this kindness?" "Oh! yes, mamma, that is very true." "Nevertheless, this is the humiliation you wish to impose on Julia, as the price of the pleasure you would afford her." "I assure you, mamma, I have no wish whatever to humble her." "No, but you wish to prove to her, as well as to every one else, that you are better than she is, for it does not seem to be sufficient for you to know this yourself." "But, mamma, is it only allowable to be a little satisfied with ourselves, when we conceal from others what we do for them?" "When the result of what we do for them is to cause ourselves to be esteemed much more than them, and at their expense, we only barter one advantage for another, and we have no reason to be very proud of ourselves, for we have made no great sacrifices for them." "Mamma," said Eudoxia, after a moment's reflection, "if you like, you can tell Madame de Rivry that I have a cold." "Just as you please, my child," and they said no more about the matter. The following day the weather was superb, and Eudoxia beheld the calèche waiting in the yard, the horses pawing the ground, impatient to be off. "My cold is almost gone," she said. "I think, indeed," said Madame d'Aubonne, "that the calèche will do you no great harm." "You know, mamma," said Eudoxia with a sigh, "that it is not I who am going in it." "You can still do as you like, my child, for I have not spoken on the subject to Madame de Rivry. You are not obliged, therefore, to make this sacrifice, if it be painful to you." "But, mamma, I think it would be right to make it," said Eudoxia with sadness. "My dear child, when once the idea of performing a generous action has occurred to us, if we do not perform it, we run the risk of having to reproach ourselves afterwards. It is possible that when you are in the calèche, the thought that Julia is moping in the carriage may greatly interfere with your pleasure. That is all; for I again repeat, that there is no duty which obliges you to yield your place to her." "Unless it be, mamma, that I think I have more courage than she has to bear this contradiction." "I agree with you, as we have before observed, that there are particular duties imposed upon those who feel themselves possessed of more strength and reason than others." "Mamma, I will go in the carriage." "Are you quite sure that you really wish to do so, my child?" "I am quite sure, mamma, that I wish Julia to go in the calèche." Madame d'Aubonne tenderly embraced her daughter, for she was extremely pleased with her conduct. They entered the drawing room, and she expressed her desire of keeping Eudoxia in the carriage. The request was granted without difficulty. The good natured Madame de Rivry was very glad to be able to spare her daughter any annoyance, without being wanting in attention to her friends. Eudoxia said nothing, but this occasioned no surprise, as all were accustomed to her obedience. Julia, though delighted, nevertheless blushed a little, for it is very humiliating to find that one has had the weakness to grieve over a misfortune, which after all does not happen; but no one, however, was discontented with the arrangement except Madame de Croissy, who lost the pleasure of seeing a spoilt child contradicted at least once in her life. "I should have imagined," said she, ironically, "that the education of Madame Eudoxia would have made her less afraid of catching cold." Madame d'Aubonne looked at her daughter with a smile, and this smile prevented Eudoxia from being irritated by the remark. When in the carriage, Madame de Croissy, feeling too warm, wished to put down one of the windows, provided, she again said, that it will not give Mademoiselle Eudoxia cold. Madame d'Aubonne and her daughter again glanced at each other, with a scarcely perceptible smile, and Eudoxia found that there is a great pleasure in feeling, in our own conscience, that we are better than others take us to be. She enjoyed herself very much in the park. In the evening she felt some regret at losing the drive home in the calèche, on a beautiful moonlit night; but at last she retired to rest, pleased with the day's amusement, pleased with herself, and pleased with the satisfaction she had given her mother, who during the whole day was more than usually attentive to her,
calling her whenever she saw anything pretty, and experiencing no pleasure unless shared by her. The following morning a painter, with whom Madame de Rivry was acquainted, called en passant at Ramcourt. He was on his way back to Paris, and had only half an hour to spend at the château. Whilst the breakfast was preparing, he expressed a wish to see the drawings of the young ladies, and Adèle was ordered to show them. Eudoxia and herself had undertaken to copy from the antique a beautiful head of a vestal, and Adèle, though, according to custom, she had scarcely worked at all, yet, according to custom also, she had told her grandmamma that her drawing was finished, and Madame de Croissy, who never looked at her work, made no further inquiries about it. However, as she could not exhibit this drawing, she determined to show as her own the one which Eudoxia had done. The artist was delighted with it, and it was indeed the best thing Eudoxia had ever done. While he was still examining it, Madame de Croissy called Adèle into the garden, and with her usual thoughtlessness, she ran off without putting away the drawing. During this time Madame d'Aubonne and Eudoxia entered by another door. "Here is a beautiful head drawn by Mademoiselle Adèle," said the painter. "By Adèle?" said Eudoxia, blushing, and looking at her mother. "I do not think it can be Adèle's," said Madame d'Aubonne. "Oh! I beg your pardon," said the painter, "she told me so herself;" and going to the door which led into the garden, where Adèle was standing on the step talking to her grandmamma, he said to her, "Is not the drawing you have just shown me your work, mademoiselle?" "Yes, sir," said Adèle, scarcely turning her head, for fear her grandmamma should notice it, and ask to see the drawing. The painter then resumed his praise of it. Eudoxia waited for her mamma to speak, but she said nothing, and Eudoxia, finding her silent, did not dare to speak herself. The artist wished to see some of her drawings. She said that she had nothing to show; but perceiving a portfolio inscribed with her name, he drew from it an old study, with which Eudoxia was not at all satisfied, and which she had brought into the country to correct. He pointed out its defects, coldly praised the talent it indicated, and again reverted to the head of the vestal. Eudoxia's heart was bursting, and she looked at her mother as if to entreat her to speak, but the breakfast was announced. The painter, being asked what he thought of the drawings, spoke courteously relative to the talents of the other three young ladies, but asserted that Adèle would be very successful. "Ah! not so much as Mademoiselle Eudoxia," said Madame de Croissy, casting upon Eudoxia a look of ironical satisfaction. "I assure you, madame," said the painter, "that the head of the vestal which Mademoiselle Adèle showed me displays the very highest promise." Adèle's face became alternately pale and crimson, and she did not dare to raise her head. "I assure you, nevertheless," said Madame de Croissy, in the same tone, "that if you had heard Mademoiselle Eudoxia, and the advice she gives, you could not doubt that she was the most skilful young lady of her age." The painter looked at Eudoxia with astonishment. She felt indignant, but her mother, who was seated near her, pressed her hand beneath the table, in order to calm her. She could not eat, and immediately after breakfast she went into the garden, where her mother followed her, and found her crying with vexation and impatience. "What is the matter, my dearest Eudoxia?" said she, pressing her tenderly in her arms. "Really, mamma," said Eudoxia, much agitated, "this is very hard, and Madame de Croissy again." "What does the injustice of Madame de Croissy matter to you? Which of us believes a word of what she says?" "But the painter will believe it. Indeed, I should have said nothing before her. But why must he think that my drawing was done by Adèle? Mamma, you have encouraged Adèle's falsehood," she added, in a tone of reproach. "I have nothing to do with the education of Adèle," replied Madame d'Aubonne, "whereas I am responsible for yours. It is my duty to foster your virtues as I would my own, and to point out to you your duty, without thinking of that of other people." "It was not my duty," replied Eudoxia more mildly, "to allow it to be thought that my drawing was Adèle's." "It was certainly not the duty of one who aspires to nothing more than to be able to draw well, but it was the duty of one who wishes to possess more strength and virtue than another, not to sacrifice the reputation of a companion to her own self love. Tell me, my child,
If, in order to save yourself the slight vexation of being considered less clever than Adèle, you had in the presence of this artist covered her with the disgrace of having told a falsehood, would you not now feel very much embarrassed in her presence?" "I think indeed I should, mamma." "And it would be natural for you to feel so, for you would not have had the courage to make a trifling sacrifice, in order to save her from a great humiliation." "That is true, mamma; but it is sometimes necessary to do very difficult things, in order to be always satisfied with oneself." "And if this pleasure could be attained without difficulty, do you not suppose, my child, that every one would be as anxious as yourself to secure it?" Although softened by this conversation with her mother, Eudoxia, nevertheless, could not help feeling some degree of bitterness against Adèle, and during a part of the day she avoided speaking to her. But she saw Adèle so ashamed when in her company, so occupied in endeavouring to give her pleasure without daring to approach her, or address her directly, that her anger was changed into compassion. She felt that the severest trial we can experience is having a serious fault to reproach ourselves with, and also that it is impossible to preserve any resentment against one who is suffering under so great an evil. She therefore spoke to Adèle as usual, and as soon as her irritation vanished, her grief also ceased. But she had still to pass through a severe ordeal. Honorine, whom nothing ever restrained when once she took a fancy into her head, having one day found the park gate open, thought it would be very pleasant to go and walk upon the high road. Eudoxia was alone with her at the time, and feeling how improper it was to act in this manner, she entreated her to return. Perceiving some one approaching, and trembling lest Honorine should be noticed, she ventured, in order to call her back, to pass the threshold of the gate herself, and standing quite close to the railing, she exclaimed, "Honorine, my dear Honorine, come back. I entreat you to come back." Just at this moment she fancied she heard the voice of Madame de Croissy, and rushed forward to hasten Honorine, who was not returning fast enough. Her dress caught in the gate, she was thrown down, while the door was drawn forward and closed, and thus they were both outside, without any means of getting back. Eudoxia tried to open the gate by passing her hand through the bars, but in vain. The lock was stiff, perhaps even it had a secret spring; she could not succeed. Greatly distressed, she wanted to call out for some one to open it for them, determined, without throwing any blame upon Honorine, to explain what had happened to herself. But Honorine, who had as little courage to encounter a slight reprimand, as she had sense to avoid meriting a great one, entreated her not to do so. She knew that her grandmamma was walking in the garden, and might hear them, and therefore thought it would be better to return to the château by the back entrance. To reach this, however, it was necessary to make a considerable circuit, and Eudoxia did not wish to leave the gate; but at last Honorine having taken her own course, she was obliged to follow her, as by calling after her, she would have led to a discovery of her imprudent conduct. She followed her with trembling steps, keeping close to the park walls, and walking as quickly as possible, fearful of being seen, and constantly calling to Honorine, who, on the contrary, was much amused at her alarm, and kept running from side to side, and even into the fields. While still at a considerable distance from the yard of the château, they saw coming along the road, which crossed in front of them, a carriage filled with company, going to dine at Romecourt. Eudoxia was now more than ever in despair, as she imagined that she had been recognised. She therefore redoubled her speed, while Honorine, who was beginning to be afraid, on the contrary slackened hers, in order to defer as long as possible the moment of danger. Their fears were not groundless, they had been perceived. As soon as the carriage arrived at Romecourt, they were sought for, together with Adèle and Julia, in order to entertain a young lady, who had accompanied her mother and two other ladies, but they were not to be found. "I think," said a gentleman, who had accompanied the carriage on horseback, "that I saw them on the road." "On the road alone!" exclaimed Madame de Croissy. "I thought it very strange," said one of the ladies; "nevertheless, it was certainly them." A new search was made everywhere. Adèle did not know where her sister was, neither could Madame d'Aubonne tell what had become of her daughter. She had gone down to the drawing room, and was beginning to feel very uneasy, when a servant who observed them enter the yard exclaimed, "Here they are!" Every one ran out upon the step, and the two girls perceived from a distance the assembly that awaited them. Eudoxia, though almost ready to faint with fear and shame, was nevertheless obliged to drag Honorine, who would not advance. They had hardly reached the middle of the yard when they heard Madame de Croissy calling out to them, "Is it possible, young ladies? Is it to be believed?" Madame d'Aubonne hastened to meet her daughter. "Eudoxia," said she, "what can have happened? How is it?" Eudoxia did not dare to reply, on account of Honorine, who was by her side, but she pressed and kissed her mother's hand, looked at her, and then at Honorine, in such a way that Madame d'Aubonne was convinced that her daughter had done nothing wrong. They reached the house at last, still accompanied by the reproofs and exclamations of Madame de Croissy, who, while they were ascending the steps, turned towards the company and said, "I beg you at all events to believe that Honorine is not so ill brought up as to have thought of such an escapade as this of her own accord. It was Mademoiselle Eudoxia who led her away, and almost by force too. I was a witness to this." Eudoxia was on the point of exclaiming, "Yes, mademoiselle," continued Madame de Croissy, with an air of command, "I was walking in the shrubbery near the railings, when you said, 'Come, I entreat you.' I was not then aware of the nature of your request. I see it now, but should never have imagined it. Deny it if you dare." Madame de Croissy had indeed heard, but misunderstood what Eudoxia had said, in order to induce Honorine to return. Eudoxia did not deny the charge, but cast down her eyes, and burst into tears. Madame d'Aubonne looked at her anxiously, and led her aside, when Eudoxia, weeping, related what had occurred. "I do not know, my niece, what tales she may be fabricating," cried Madame de Croissy, "but I heard her with my own ears, and I hope I am to be believed as much as Mademoiselle Eudoxia." "Aunt," said Madame d'Aubonne, with firmness, "Eudoxia is not fabricating any tales, and if I am satisfied with her conduct, I beg to say, with all deference, that no one else shall interfere with her." "Most assuredly I shall not take that liberty," replied Madame de Croissy, very much irritated, "but she will have the kindness not to go near her cousins, and she may then make herself as ridiculous as she pleases. I shall trouble myself very little about it." Eudoxia was no longer able to support herself. Her mother led her away, embraced and consoled her. "Mamma," she said, weeping, "without you I should never have had resolution enough." "I am sure, my child, that you would have borne everything rather than have exposed Honorine to the anger of her grandmamma. But we are both in the same predicament, and must mutually aid and support each other. Do you not imagine that they think me as much to blame as yourself?" Eudoxia embraced her mother with transport. She was so happy and proud at being placed by her on the same level with herself. "But, mamma," she said, "although we say nothing to Madame de Croissy, we might at least explain the truth to the others." "Would you then let them know that Honorine had the cowardice to allow you to bear the blame of a fault which she herself had committed? Would you wish to be weak in your turn? Your not accusing Honorine was an act of simple kindness merely. Many others would have done as much. If you stop at this point, you have no right to consider yourself more generous than others." "Mamma, this pleasure then must be very dearly purchased?" "My child, it is only granted to those who have sufficient resolution to sacrifice every other pleasure to it." Eudoxia, strengthened by her mother's words, returned with her resolutely to the drawing room, where pardon had already been obtained for Honorine, whom Madame de Croissy would have sent to dine by herself in her own room. The modest but tranquil countenance of Eudoxia, and the tender but unaffected manner in which her mother treated her, imposed silence on Madame de Croissy, while the others began to suspect that she could not be so much in fault as Madame de Croissy had supposed; and Madame de Rivry, who knew her well, had already told them that the thing appeared to her quite impossible. Julia, by dint of questioning, at length extracted the truth from Honorine, and told her mother, on condition that nothing should be said to Madame de Croissy. But the company were informed of it, and from that moment treated Eudoxia with a degree of attention which proved to her that the approbation of others,
although we ought not to calculate upon it, is still almost invariably accorded to those whose actions are performed solely from a sense of duty. Chapter XIII of Moral Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Moral Tales, by Elisabeth Charlotte Pauline GUIZOT. Chapter XIII. Edward and Eugenia, or the Embroidered Bag and the New Coat. Decoration. "Oh, I do love you so," said Eugenia to little Agatha, her schoolfellow, to whom she had taken a violent fancy; and as she said this, she almost smothered her with kisses. "And I love you very much too," said Agatha, disengaging herself from her arms. "But why do you not like me to play with Fanny?" "Because you would love her more than me." "Is Fanny then more amiable?" asked one of the governesses, who had overheard her. "Certainly not," said Eugenia, whom this supposition very much displeased; "but I do not wish her to love Fanny even as much as she loves me." "You do not then know how to be sufficiently amiable to make yourself more loved than another?" "Oh, yes, I do," replied Eugenia, with increasing irritability, "but I do not wish her to play with Fanny." Thus saying, she took Agatha by the hand, and made her run with her in the walk before them. The governess allowed them to go, quite sure of finding an opportunity of renewing the conversation. After they had run about for some time, Eugenia, feeling fatigued, as it was a holiday, seated herself on a bench in the garden, with a book of tales, which had been given her on the previous evening, and which amused her very much. But Agatha, who was not fond of reading, wished to continue playing. She walked round and round Eugenia, trod upon her dress, and pulled the marker of her book, in order to prevent her from reading. At length she came behind her with a handful of grass, and holding it above her head, she let it fall before her eyes, upon her person, and upon the page with which she was occupied. Eugenia became angry, tore the grass from her hands, and told her to let her alone, for she annoyed her. "Agatha, go and play with Fanny," said the governess, who was passing at the moment. "Why do you wish her to go and play with Fanny?" asked Eugenia, hastily rising, and ready to fly into a passion, had she dared to do so. At the same time, she threw down the book, in order to go and catch Agatha, who had already set off. "You do not wish to play with her; probably Fanny might be more obliging." "But I have already been playing." "It seems that it pleased you then, while it does not please you now. As you like to employ the time according to your own fancy, she has a right to employ it according to hers, and I advise her to go and look for Fanny." Eugenia, who had nothing to urge, recommenced playing with Agatha, but in such ill humour that she only tried to contradict her, making her run to the right and to the left against her inclination, pulling her arm sometimes forward, sometimes backward, sometimes upward, for she was taller than Agatha. Agatha got angry, tried in vain to stop her, and not being able to extricate herself from her hands, cried out with all her might to be let go. But Eugenia still went on, saying, "You wish to run, then let us run." They were, however, stopped at the entrance of an arbour by the governess, who was walking on this side. "If I were you," she said, addressing Agatha, "I should go and play with Fanny, she would not pull you so roughly by the arm." "What does she want?" replied Eugenia. "I am doing what she wishes." "But you do not do it in the manner that she wishes, and since you have no right over her, you can only retain her by doing whatever she pleases. Thus, the moment that you contradict her in the least thing, that you do not yield to all her whims, that you do not accommodate yourself to all her caprices, she will do quite right to go and play with Fanny, if Fanny suits her better." "Very well, let her go," replied Eugenia. "She shall not touch my great doll any more, nor look at my books of prints, and she shall not have the chaplet of horse chestnuts that I was going to make for her." "But I did not say that I would go and play with Fanny," replied Agatha, almost crying at the thought of not having the chaplet of horse chestnuts. "Only do not pull my arm so violently." Peace was made. It was now the time for going in. Besides, Agatha, dreadfully frightened at the thought of losing the chaplet, did all day just whatever Eugenia pleased, so there were no more quarrels on that occasion. But they soon recommenced. The mistress said to Eugenia, "Try to love Agatha a little more if you would not have her prefer Fanny." "And do I not love her enough?" said Eugenia. "I am constantly making her presents, and only the day before yesterday I gave her my prettiest work box." "Yes, after having refused it to her for 3 days, although you saw that she longed for it very much. But when she thought of telling you that Fanny had one quite as pretty, which she had almost promised her, then with a very bad grace you gave her yours. You did not care about giving her this pleasure, but you were afraid lest another should give it. If you took half the pains to make her love you that you take to prevent her loving others, you would succeed much better." But Eugenia did not understand this. She loved Agatha as a doll which amused her, and with which she did what she pleased. She carried her on her shoulders for her own sport, sent her to fetch her handkerchief, or her work, when she had forgotten it, made herself absolute mistress of the little garden which had been given to them in common, and carefully watched that she did not obey the wishes of others, as she would then have been less attentive to hers. Agatha liked Eugenia because she made her presents, and gave her little cardboard carriages, and other things which amused her, but above all else, because, being much older, cleverer, and more advanced than herself, she did almost all her work for her, unknown to the mistresses. Eugenia never restrained on her account either her ill humour or her caprices. She left her to weary herself when she was not disposed to amuse her, and when the others were too much occupied to do so in her place. She was especially jealous of Fanny, because she knew that Fanny, who was sensible, and manifested a friendship for Agatha, would have paid her more attention than she herself cared to be at the trouble of paying. The holidays were at hand. Eugenia was going to pass 3 weeks in the country, at her home, but Agatha, whose parents resided at a greater distance, could not go away. Eugenia felt sorry to leave her, but she was consoled by the thought that Fanny was going as well as herself. It so happened that Agatha, after being completely ennuyée during the first few days, took it into her head to work, in order to amuse herself. As Eugenia was not there for her to depend upon, she endeavoured to succeed by herself. She was praised for her application. This encouraged her, and she became so fond of working, that she made, especially in embroidery, astonishing progress. She mentioned nothing of this in her letters to Eugenia, as she wished to surprise her; but when the latter returned, Agatha showed her a beautiful bag that she had commenced. "It is very well," said Eugenia coldly, for she never willingly gave praise. Then, taking the work out of her hands, she was going to do some of it; but Agatha no longer wished any one to touch her work, and therefore prevented her. Eugenia became angry, and when Agatha asked her advice on some point, she said, "Oh, you can do very well without it, you have become so clever." Afterwards, wishing to know for whom the work was intended, and Agatha refusing to tell her, she asserted that it was for Fanny, or for some new friend which she had made during her absence. Agatha merely laughed, and continued her work. However, she performed many little acts of friendship for Eugenia, who repelled them because she saw her also kind to her other schoolfellows, whom she was very glad to see again. The ill humour of Eugenia was still further increased by finding that Agatha, who was now more industrious and more tractable, and disturbed the other girls less in their work and in their games, was better received among them, while she on her part felt more pleasure in their society. Still she always preferred Eugenia, but as the latter passed her time in quarrelling with her, they frequently separated in anger. One day, when Agatha had just finished her work bag, had lined it with rose colour, and had put in the strings, the girls showed it to one another, and admired it, and all were astonished at the progress she had made. Agatha, greatly pleased, glanced at Eugenia, who ought to have guessed her intention, but her ill temper completely blinded her. "It is very tiresome," she said, "to hear people constantly talking of the same thing." "What!" replied Agatha, "are you sorry to hear them speak well of me?" "What does this signify to me," said Eugenia, "since you no longer love me?" Then, taking the bag from the hands of the girl who held it, "Let me see this beautiful bag," she continued. "I am the only one to whom you have not shown it." Then seizing it roughly, she crumpled it, soiled it, and rolling it up into a small ball, she began running about and tossing it up in her hands. She thought it was for Fanny, because for 2 days she and Agatha had held long consultations together respecting the manner of putting in the strings. Agatha ran after her crying, and quite in despair at seeing her work thus pulled about. All the other girls also pursued Eugenia, who, seeing herself surrounded, wanted to put it under her feet, in order to be able to retain it, or perhaps to tear it to pieces. But just at the moment when she was stooping down for this purpose, one of the girls pulled her by the dress, and made her fall upon the grass. The bag was left free. Fanny picked it up and carried it in triumph to Agatha, who, being the smallest, had arrived the last. She threw herself upon Fanny's neck, exclaiming, "It was for Eugenia, it shall now be for you. It is you who shall be my friend." Eugenia, as she had only herself to blame, became all the more enraged, and declared that she would never have another friend. Agatha, however, was grieved at having given her pain, and wished to be reconciled to her. Even Fanny, who was kind and gentle, wanted to give up the bag to her; but Eugenia, still angry, declared that if she took it, it would only be to throw it over the garden walls, nor would she speak to Agatha, except to call her a little ungrateful thing. "Did she owe you then much gratitude?" asked the governess. "Certainly she did, for all that I have done for her." "And what did she owe you for all that you have refused her?" "Was I then obliged to yield to all her whims?" "It would appear so, since you wished her to yield to all yours." "That would have been a difficult matter to settle," said Eugenia pettishly. "And you see that it has not been settled. What motive could Agatha have to induce her to comply with your wishes?" "I complied with hers often enough." "Yes, but when your inclinations were opposed, why should it be hers that must yield? For myself, I cannot see why." "It was because she did not love me." "And because you did not love her either, since you did not yield to her more." "I certainly loved her much more than she loved me, for I always wished to be with her; but as for her, so long as she was amused, it was much the same to her whether she was with me or not." "You should then have tried to become necessary to her." "I do not know how I should have done that." "Nothing would have been more easy, if you had shown yourself pleased whenever she expressed pleasure, no matter whence that pleasure came. If, for instance, when Louisa called her to look at her book of prints, instead of being angry at her leaving you, you had appeared glad that she was going to be amused, then, as her joy would have been increased by her seeing you pleased, she would never have looked at a picture without wishing to show it to you, for her pleasure could never be perfect unless you partook of it, and she would have ended quite naturally by not desiring those enjoyments which you could not share. But for this, you ought to have begun by interesting yourself in her pleasures rather than in your own." "It was hardly worth the trouble of loving her," said Eugenia bitterly, "if it was to have been for her pleasure, and not for my own." "Then it was yourself that you loved, and not her." This conversation did not correct Eugenia. She perceived, indeed, the truth of what had been said to her, but she was deficient in that sentiment of friendship which leads us to think of others before ourselves. As her first impulse always was to consider what she wished others to do for her, her second was a feeling of annoyance at their not having acted sufficiently to her liking. In such a case, it was useless to hope that she would think of what she owed to them. Always commencing by imagining that they had acted wrongly towards her, she did not consider herself under any obligation to them. She was ignorant of the delight that is experienced in making a sacrifice for those we love, and being constantly dissatisfied with others, she never enjoyed the pleasure of feeling satisfied with herself. She did not endeavour to make new friends in the school. What had passed between her and Agatha, and the conversations of the governess, had convinced her, that in order to do so, she had too much to overcome in her own disposition. Besides, the adventure of the embroidered bag had caused her companions to form a worse opinion of her than she deserved. She was therefore passing her time very drearily, when a great misfortune befell her. She lost her father, and this loss was the more grievous, as her mother had been long dead, and she was now consequently left quite an orphan. Her companions displayed much concern for her affliction, and especially Fanny, who, grieved at having given her pain, on account of Agatha, was constantly seeking opportunities of being with her. For a time, as all were occupied about her, Eugenia was pleased with every one, and as this state of mind rendered her more gentle and considerate, they imagined that her character had altered, and again began to love her. But when, after having occupied themselves for some time with her griefs, her companions returned to their ordinary games and conversations, she was as much shocked at hearing them laugh, as if they had all lost their parents. The mistress one day found her in tears, and complaining that no one any longer took an interest in her misfortunes. "Eugenia," said the governess, "who is there among your companions for whom, in a similar case, you would have interrupted for a longer period your ordinary occupations and amusements?" Eugenia only replied by saying, that no one loved her in that school, and that she wished she could leave it. This satisfaction was soon granted to her. Her father's life had been shortened by the grief occasioned by the bad state of his affairs. When he was dead, his creditors came together, and made a small annual allowance to his children. This, however, was not sufficient to defray the expenses of Eugenia's education, and that of her brother Edward, who was pursuing his studies in one of the colleges of Germany. It was therefore arranged that they should both be placed with a cousin, an elderly lady, who consented to be satisfied with the allowance made. Eugenia was transported with joy at the thought of living with her brother, whom she had not seen for 10 years, but who wrote her such charming letters, and who besides, as she was his only sister, ought certainly to love her better than any one else in the world. She was still more enchanted when she saw him. She was then 14 years of age, and her brother 17. He was tall and handsome, as well as mild, amiable, and intelligent. He was exceedingly kind to her, and promised to teach her all he knew himself. He told her that since they had no fortune, he must try to make one for them, and began by giving her half the little money he had brought with him from Germany. Eugenia wept for joy at the kindness of her brother. When he was gone, she could talk of nothing else. She asked all her companions whether they had seen him, and whether they did not think him handsome. She related the slightest particular of their conversation, and all that he had done and all that he had seen. There was not a town through which he had passed, the name of which she did not pronounce with some emphasis. If she forgot anything, she said, "I will ask him to morrow when he comes." "Is he coming then?" said the little ones, who, always inquisitive, had formed the project of putting themselves in ambuscade near the door, in order to see what Eugenia's brother was like. "Oh! he cannot fail," said Eugenia, with an air of importance. She already seemed to think that her brother lived only for her convenience, and had nothing to do but to come and see her. The next day came, but Edward did not make his appearance. Eugenia, greatly agitated, watched the door and the clock. "He must have mistaken the hour," said she. But it was not the hour, apparently, but the day that he had mistaken, for it passed, and still he did not come. Neither did he make his appearance on the following day. Eugenia's heart was bursting with grief and vexation, and her annoyance was increased by the derision of the little girls, who incessantly repeated, "Oh! he cannot fail to come." "I shall scold him well," said Eugenia, pretending to laugh. The following day she was sent for, as a person had come to take her to her cousin's house. She did not doubt that her brother had also come, but she only saw her cousin's old cook, who told her in a grumbling tone to make haste, because the coach must only be kept an hour, and that it was already dear enough. But Eugenia did not understand her. Quite bewildered at not seeing Edward with her, she already thought herself forgotten and abandoned. She scarcely embraced her companions, who had surrounded her to bid her farewell, but throwing herself into the coach, began to weep, while the cook kept grumbling between her teeth, that it was well worth the trouble of coming to eat other people's bread, only to complain under their very eyes. It was nevertheless certain that the small sum paid for the board of Eugenia and Edward was an advantage to their cousin, who was not rich; but the cook was avaricious and out of humour, and did not reflect, so that thus she only saw the extra expense. Besides, she was accustomed to govern her mistress, who, provided she had every day a dinner which suited her dog and her cat, fresh chickweed for her birds, and nuts for her parrot, allowed the cook to do just as she pleased. The arrival of these 2 additional guests quite disconcerted her. Eugenia felt distressed and humiliated, but did not, however, dare to complain. She was no longer with persons to whom she had been accustomed to exhibit her ill humour, and her new position intimidated her. As to her cousin, with whom she was acquainted, she knew very well that she would not torment her, but she also knew that she would in no way trouble herself about her, and it was especially requisite to Eugenia's happiness that people should take an interest in her. Therefore it was of Edward alone that she thought. It was he whom she was anxious to see, in order to let the whole weight of her vexation fall upon him. It was on his account that she was careful on entering not to conceal her eyes too much under her bonnet, so that he might clearly see that she had been weeping. She entered the room, but he was not there. The table was laid, but only for 2. She saw that Edward would not come, would not dine with her on the day of her arrival. She did not inquire for him, for she could not speak. Her cousin wished her good morning, just as if she had seen her on the previous evening, and did not even perceive that her eyes were red with crying. But the moment she began to eat, her bosom swelled, and a sob escaped her, which made her cousin raise her eyes. "You are sorry to leave your school, my dear," she said. "That is quite natural, but you will soon get over that." Then, without thinking any more about it, or even troubling herself to see whether Eugenia was eating or not, she began to give the cat and dog their dinners, and to talk to Cateau, who, being very ill-mannered, either did not reply at all, or gave wrong answers, so that she had to repeat the same question 20 times over. After dinner, an old lodger in the house came up to play a game at piquet, which lasted until the evening. Eugenia could therefore torment or comfort herself, or sulk at her leisure, without there being any one to call her to account for it. At last she heard Edward arrive. She was so greatly delighted, that she endeavoured to frown as much as possible on receiving him, and succeeded so well in giving a gloomy expression to her face, that Edward, who ran eagerly to embrace her, drew back a step or 2 to inquire what was the matter with her. "Oh, nothing is the matter with me," she said drily. He insisted upon knowing, and as she persisted in giving similar answers to his inquiries, he at last pretty well conjectured the cause of her annoyance, and explained to her that during the last 3 days he had been occupied in visiting some of his father's relations, whom he wished to conciliate, in order to see if they could obtain any employment for him, and on this day he had been to visit one of them who lived at a considerable distance, and who could not be seen until 4 o'clock, so that he had been unable to return by dinner time. He then reminded her that it was very unreasonable to be so vexed, and tried to joke with her, but seeing that she neither yielded to reason nor pleasantry, he went off singing, and seated himself for a moment beside the piquet players. Presently after, he went to his room, having first gaily kissed his sister, in order to prove to her that for his part he was not out of humour. Eugenia was very much annoyed that he took the matter so easily, and although she had a little recovered, she thought she ought to preserve her dignity as an offended person. Thus, when Edward on the following morning asked her whether she would like him to give her some lessons in drawing, she replied coldly, that she did not know, that she would see. Edward, believing that she was indifferent about the matter, did not urge it further, and she was very much annoyed that he had taken quite literally what she had said. He went out, and she became angry with him for leaving her, although she had not accepted his proposition to remain. He returned to dinner, greatly delighted at having met one of his old companions. His friend had introduced him to his father, and the latter had invited him to spend a few days with them in the country during the summer. Eugenia observed drily that he was in a great hurry to leave them. "It is not just now, and it is only for a few days," replied Edward. "Would you not have taken advantage of a similar offer, if it had presented itself to you?" "Oh! as to that, no such offer would have been made to me." "And is it then on this account that you are sorry I should profit by it?" said Edward, with still more gentleness than before. Eugenia began to cry. She felt the injustice of that egotism which could not endure that those she loved should enjoy any pleasure which she did not share; but it was in her heart, and she did not know how to conquer it. Edward kissed her, comforted her, and passed the whole evening with her, talking to her of their affairs, of his projects, and of 1,000 other rational subjects. Eugenia, quite delighted, thought when she went to bed that no one could have a more amiable brother than herself. The following days passed off very well. He had proposed to her to employ a part of their mornings in reading English together, and this they had done, but as he was very anxious to gain information, he had been advised to attend some of the public lectures, and to visit the manufactories. The mornings being thus taken up, he proposed to defer the English until the evening; but Eugenia, who was displeased that the lesson did not take precedence of everything else, replied that she did not like studying at night. Edward said no more about the matter. By degrees he ceased altogether to speak about his affairs. He would have had the greatest pleasure in giving her an account of his proceedings, but Eugenia was always annoyed at those occupations which took him away from home, and listened to his accounts of them in so cold and listless a manner, and sometimes even she was so much displeased, that, fancying she took no interest in his pleasures, he soon became silent, and did not again recur to them. Certain of not being able to speak a word without giving her pain, he became uncomfortable and constrained in her society. In the evening, after having spent some time behind the piquet table of his cousin, in studying his words, he either retired to his room or went out. As for Eugenia, she could never go out, for her cousin was subject to rheumatism, and would not have dared to expose herself to the air; and besides, would not have put herself out of the way on Eugenia's account. Tears often started into Edward's eyes when he looked upon his sister, and thought of the melancholy life she led; but if he wished to speak a kind word to her, she repulsed him with so much asperity, that he renounced the hope of ever being able to render her happy. As he was extremely sensible for his age, his father's friends had introduced him into several families, where he had been well received, and was sometimes invited to spend the evening with them. The idea that he could amuse himself while she was wearied to death, threw Eugenia into despair. The house that he mostly frequented was that of Fanny's aunt, with whom Fanny had resided since she left school, as her mother had been long dead. Eugenia was indignant that Fanny had not sought to renew their acquaintance, though Edward had assured her that she had the greatest wish to do so, but was not permitted by her aunt, on account of their old cousin, whom she did not like. Eugenia persuaded herself, however, that Fanny had not done as much as she could have done. She was angry with the aunt, with the niece, and with Edward, who took pleasure in their society, and who no longer dared to speak to her of Fanny's amiability and kindness, as on 2 or 3 occasions he had attempted to do. Eugenia sometimes saw Mademoiselle Benoît. This lady was the governess who had so vainly endeavoured to make her more reasonable. Her griefs were the only topic of their conversation, and Edward was the text. "Oh, my poor Eugenia," said Mademoiselle Benoît, with an air of compassion, "why do you not love him more? You would then take an interest in his pleasures." "No," replied Eugenia warmly, "it is because I love him, that I cannot endure that he should abandon me, to go and amuse himself, and forget me." Her disposition became daily more and more morose. A profound melancholy seemed to take possession of her mind. She no longer took pleasure in anything, and even her health began to give way. Edward perceived all this with the deepest grief, but without knowing how to remedy it. On the other hand, a situation which he had hoped to obtain had been given to another. An office in which he had been promised an engagement was never established. The money he had brought with him from Germany was all gone, and he saw nothing before him but unhappiness for both. Their mutual friendship would have alleviated it, but Eugenia's disposition marred everything. One morning when she was in the hall, she heard Edward in the passage talking to the cook. "Catherine," said he in a low voice, "could you not occasionally look to my linen? Nothing has been done to it since I have been here, and soon I shall not have a shirt that is not torn." "Indeed!" cried Catherine, in a very loud voice, probably that Eugenia might hear her. "I have so much time to amuse myself in that way. Give them to Mademoiselle Eugenia. She might very well undertake to keep them in order, but she thinks of nothing but playing the fine lady." "Catherine," replied Edward, in a very firm though low voice, "Eugenia gives you no trouble, she asks no favours of you, and consequently, what she does or what she leaves undone, does not concern you in any manner." Eugenia, who had approached the door, did not lose a word of this reply. Her heart beat with a joy such as she had not experienced for a long time. She would gladly have gone and embraced her brother, but she did not dare to do so, some undefinable feeling restrained her. However, she opened the door, when a servant came from Fanny's aunt to invite Edward to pass the evening with them. He said that he would go. The heart of Eugenia was again oppressed. She closed the door. "That does not prevent him from going out to enjoy himself," she said, and she threw herself into a chair weeping, and thinking herself more unhappy than ever. The bare idea of what the cook had said threw her into a violent passion, without, however, leading her to regret her negligence, so much did the thought of her own wrongs prevent her from thinking of those which she inflicted upon others. At dinner she was more than usually sad, and Edward appeared sad too. A short time after they had left the table, he said that he was going to his own room to study. "And then to spend the evening out?" said Eugenia, with that tone of bitterness which had become habitual to her. "No," said Edward, "I shall not go." "And by what wonderful chance?" Edward told her, that when he was going to dress, he had found his coat so much torn, that he was obliged to resolve on remaining at home. "That," said Eugenia, "is what happens to me every day." "Well, Eugenia," he replied, "if that can console you, it will henceforward also happen to me every day." With these words he went out of the room. Eugenia saw that she had grieved him, and for the first time in her life she thought she might be in the wrong. It was also the first time she had seen Edward sad and unhappy, and this circumstance so occupied her mind, that she was prevented from thinking so much of herself. Nevertheless, she was not very sorry that he was obliged to remain in the house. When she returned to her room, she heard Catherine, who was very cross with him, crying out that Madame did not understand having so many candles burnt, that there were none in the house, and that she would not give him any. Until that time, both Edward and Eugenia had bought candles for themselves, in order to avoid Catherine's ill temper, but now Edward had no money left. Whilst Catherine went away grumbling, Edward remained leaning against the wall, with his arms folded and his head bent down. He was pale from the effort he had made to prevent himself from answering Catherine. Although it was beginning to get dark, Eugenia was so struck with the pallid and melancholy expression of his usually animated countenance, that at that moment she would have given the world to prevent his wanting anything. She timidly proposed to him to come and sit in her room, as she had still some candle left. He took his book and commenced reading. Eugenia was careful not to interrupt him. It seemed as if she were afraid that by hearing him speak, she should discover the extent of his melancholy, and besides, what she most wished at this time was to have Edward to do as he pleased. 2 notes of invitation were brought to him, one to a concert which was to take place the following day, and to which he had a great wish to go. the other to a ball, where he was to have danced with Fanny. He threw them into the fire. "All that is past," he said, "I must think no more of it." Oh, how these words pierced the heart of Eugenia! How she reproached herself for what she had said, and for the joy she had at first experienced. Edward went to bed early. As for herself, she could not sleep all night. She thought how wrong she had been in neglecting Edward's wardrobe, and she remembered that he had never even reproached her. She determined not to lose a moment in putting it in order. If she could also mend his coat! If he could go to the concert! She waited with great impatience until it was daylight, and until Edward had gone out in his morning wrapper. She then ran and took his coat, sought among her wools for one to match it, found one, and full of zeal began her work; but the hole was so large that she tried in vain to cover it. A dozen times she unpicked what she had done, and did it over again; but this kind of work upon a worn out material only increased the evil. Greatly excited, all flushed and heated, the more she tried to get on, the less she advanced. At length, when she had almost lost all hope of success, she heard Edward return. She began to cry, and when he entered, he saw her with the coat upon her knees, and her eyes filled with tears. "Here," said she, "I had hoped you might have been able to go to the concert, and I have only made the hole larger." Edward embraced her tenderly. He was delighted to find her attentive and occupied about him. He called her his dear, his good Eugenia, but all these marks of affection only increased her tears. She could not reconcile herself to the thought of Edward's passing the whole winter without going out. "I shall be like you then, my dear Eugenia," said Edward. "Oh, don't think about me." This was the first time she had made use of such an expression. It was the first time such a sentiment had entered her heart. But she had at length discovered that the griefs of those we love are much more distressing than our own. As soon as Edward had left her room, she ran to her drawers, gathered together her few trinkets, and a louis that still remained of the money that Edward had given her, and wrote to Mademoiselle Benoît, telling her that she wanted most urgently to see her. Mademoiselle Benoît came that very evening. Eugenia told her everything, and said that with her trinkets and this money she must buy a coat for Edward. But the trinkets were of too little value to answer the purpose. Eugenia was in despair. Mademoiselle Benoît proposed a plan to her. "I have taught you to make flowers," she said. "Buy some materials, and I will lend you some instruments, and also assist you. The winter is coming on, ornaments will be required, we shall sell cheap, and shall have as many customers as we desire." Eugenia embraced Mademoiselle Benoît in a transport of joy. All the vivacity she had formerly employed in making Agatha and her companions angry, now returned, and she determined to commence on the following day. She sometimes worked while Edward was present, but the greater part of her work was executed in his absence. She would not lose an instant. All her cheerfulness and bloom returned, and Edward was astonished at the change. He thought it arose from her being no longer jealous at seeing him go out without her, and notwithstanding his kindness, he would sometimes have been tempted to be a little vexed, if the uneasiness she manifested when she saw him sad, and the industry with which she occupied herself, when not busy with her flowers, in putting his linen in order, had not led him to forgive what he regarded as a weakness. At length, after 2 months' work, the necessary sum was completed, the coat was ordered, made, brought home, and placed upon Edward's bed. Eugenia had learned from Mademoiselle Benoît that Fanny's aunt was to give a ball, and she got Edward invited. He came home; she saw him pass, and trembled for joy. He beheld the coat, and could not conceive where it came from. Eugenia had no wish to conceal herself. "It is I," she exclaimed. "It is from my work, from my flowers, and here is a note inviting you to a ball at Fanny's this evening." "What!" said Edward, "are you occupying yourself about my pleasures, while leading so dreary a life?" "Oh, do not make yourself uneasy. I have discovered a plan of amusing myself. I shall work for you." Edward was deeply moved. He could not express to his sister all the tenderness he felt for her, nor the esteem with which her conduct inspired him. She would let him have no peace, however, until he was dressed, until he had cast aside his old soiled coat for the beautiful new one. She was never tired of looking at him, so much did she think him improved. She arranged his cravat and his hair. She was anxious that everything should be in order, and she hurried him to the ball, where she imagined that every one must be delighted to see him, and she felt inexpressible joy at beholding him depart. Mademoiselle Benoît, who came that evening to see her, found her as much animated as if she had been at the ball herself. "Do you think you love your brother as much now," she said, smiling, "as when you were annoyed at his leaving you?" "Oh, a great deal more." "And have you had to complain of him during these 2 months?" "I have never even thought of such a thing." "I think indeed, my dear child," said Mademoiselle Benoît, "that an excellent plan to avoid complaining of people is to endeavour to render them pleased with us." Edward returned home early. Eugenia scolded him for doing so, but he came because he had good news to tell her. Although, from a feeling of proper pride, he did not like to speak of his happiness, he nevertheless was not proud with Fanny, who was so kind and sensible. Besides, he wanted to tell her what Eugenia had done for him. Whilst he was relating the affair, one of Fanny's relations, who was behind them, heard a part of what was said, and wished to learn the remainder. As he was Fanny's guardian, and a person in whom she had great confidence, she related the circumstance to him, and spoke, moreover, of Edward's position. This guardian was an excellent man. He conversed with Edward, and found that he possessed both intelligence and good feelings. He was a banker, and he told him that he would take him into his counting house, and give him a salary; and indeed Edward entered on his new duties the following day. His first month's salary was partly employed in purchasing a dress for Eugenia. She was sorry for it, though not excessively so, for the dress was so pretty, and it was so long since she had a new one. But the following month he bought her a bonnet to match the dress. This time she scolded him seriously. "Very well," said he, "take my money, and let us spend it in common." Eugenia became his manager. She bought nothing for herself, but she was delighted when she could put in order or mend any of Edward's clothes. She purchased, bargained, and economized for him, and was so careful of his money, that she would not always let him have some when he asked for it, so that he sometimes tried to steal a part of it from her, in order to make her presents. Edward related to her every evening what he had seen and what he had done. If sometimes she felt disposed to be a little vexed because he returned home rather later than usual, she took one of his shirts to mend, and thought no more of her ill humour. Mademoiselle Benoît, finding her once thus occupied, said to her, "You must allow that, when we make our happiness consist in the attentions which others bestow upon us, we may often be disappointed, because they are not always disposed to grant these attentions; whereas, when we make it consist in what we do for them, we have it always at our own command." The banker's wife, who was as kind as her husband, had just returned from a journey. Edward soon spoke to her of Eugenia. She wished to see her, called on her, took her to her house, where Eugenia even passed some days with her, while their cousin, delighted at having saved her favourite canary from a violent attack of the cramp, troubled herself as little at seeing her go out, as she had done at seeing her stay within, wasting away with ennui. The banker's wife also introduced her to Fanny's aunt, and the two girls were soon united in the most tender friendship. The affairs of Edward and Eugenia were arranged, they succeeded to a small inheritance, and are now in easy circumstances. A marriage is spoken of between Edward and Fanny, and it is also possible that Eugenia may marry the banker's son. She is very happy, since affection has conquered the defects of her character. She still finds them starting up occasionally, but when she feels disposed to be irritable, jealous, or exacting, she always succeeds, by dint of reasoning, in convincing herself that her ill humour is unjust, and if it be directed against any one she loves, she says, "I suppose I do not yet love them sufficiently." Chapter XIV. Chapter 14, Part 1 of Moral Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Moral Tales by Elisabeth Charlotte Pauline GUIZOT. Chapter 14. Marie, or the Feast of Corpus Christi, Part 1. Decoration. At the commencement of the Revolution, Madame d'Aubecourt had followed her husband into a foreign country. In 1796 she returned to France, with her two children, Alphonse and Lucie, for as her name did not stand on the list of emigrants, she was able to appear there without danger, and to exert herself to obtain permission for her husband's return. She remained 2 years in Paris with this intent; but at length, having failed in her efforts, and being assured by her friends that the time was not propitious for her purpose, she determined to quit the capital and proceed to the seat of her father-in-law, old M. d'Aubecourt, with whom her husband wished her to reside until he was able to rejoin her. Besides, having no resources but the money sent her by her father-in-law, she was glad to diminish his expenses by residing with him. Every letter which she received from him was filled with complaints of the hardness of the times, and with reflections on her obstinacy in persevering in such useless efforts; and to all this he never failed to add, that as for himself, it would be altogether impossible for him to live in Paris, since it was difficult enough for him to manage in the country, where he could eat his own cabbages and potatoes. These complaints were not suggested by poverty, for M. d'Aubecourt was tolerably rich, but like the majority of old people, he was disposed to torment himself on the score of expense, and his daughter-in-law perceived that however economically she might live in Paris, her only means of tranquillizing him was to go and live under his own eyes. She therefore set out with her children in the month of January, 1799, for Guicheville, the estate of M. d'Aubecourt. Alphonse was then 14 years of age, and Lucie nearly 12. Shut up for 2 years in Paris, where her mother, overwhelmed with business, had but little time to devote to them, they were delighted to go into the country, and were but little troubled about what she told them respecting the great care they would have to take not to tease and irritate their grandpapa, whom age and the gout had rendered habitually discontented and melancholy. They mounted the diligence full of joy; but as the cold gained upon them, their ideas sobered down. A night passed in the carriage served to depress them completely; and when, on the following evening, they reached the place where they were to leave the diligence, they felt their hearts as sad as if some terrible misfortune had just befallen them. Guicheville was still a league distant, and this they must travel on foot, across a country covered with snow, as M. d'Aubecourt had only sent a peasant to meet them with an ass to carry their luggage. When the man proposed starting, Lucie looked at her mother with a frightened air, as if to ask her if that were possible. Madame d'Aubecourt observed that as their conductor had managed to come from Guicheville to the place where they were, there was nothing to prevent them from going from that place to Guicheville. As to Alphonse, the moment he regained the freedom of his limbs, he recovered all his gaiety. He walked on before them, to clear their way, as he said, and to sound the ruts, which he called precipices. He talked to the ass, and endeavoured to make him bray, and in fact made such a noise, with his cries of "Take care of yourselves, take care of the bogs," that he might have been mistaken for a whole caravan. He even succeeded so well in cheering Lucie, that on arriving at their destination, she had forgotten the cold, the night, and the snow. Their merry laugh as they crossed the courtyard of the château called forth 2 or 3 old servants, who from time immemorial had not heard a laugh at Guicheville, and the great dog barked loudly at it, as at a sound quite unknown to him. They waited in the hall for some time, when presently M. d'Aubecourt appeared at the dining room door, exclaiming, "What a racket!" These words restored quiet, and seeing all 3 of them wet and muddy, from head to foot, he said to Madame d'Aubecourt, "If you had only come 6 months ago, as I continually pressed you to do, but there was no getting you to listen to reason." Madame d'Aubecourt gently excused herself, and her father-in-law ushered them into a large room with yellow wainscoting and red furniture, where, by the side of a small fire and a single candle, Her children had time to resume all their sadness. They presently heard Miss Raymond, the housekeeper, scolding the peasant, who had conducted them, because he had put their packages upon a chair instead of upon the table. "See," she said, in a tone of ill temper, "they have already begun to put my house into disorder." The instant after, Alphonse, rendered thirsty by the exercise he had given his legs, went out to get a glass of water, and perhaps also to obtain a moment's recreation by leaving the room. He had the misfortune to drink out of his grandfather's glass, and Mademoiselle Raymond, perceiving it, ran to him, as if the house had been on fire. "No one is allowed to drink out of M. d'Aubecourt's glass," she exclaimed. Alphonse excused himself by saying that he did not know it was M. d'Aubecourt's glass. Mademoiselle Raymond wished to prove to him that he ought to have known it. Alphonse replied. Mademoiselle Raymond became more and more vexed, and Alphonse, getting angry in his turn, answered her in no very polite terms, and then returned to the dining room, slamming the door after him with considerable violence. Mademoiselle Raymond immediately followed him, and shutting the door with marked precaution, said to M. d'Aubecourt, in a voice still trembling with passion, "As you dislike any noise with the door, you will have the kindness to mention it yourself to your grandson, for as to me, he will not allow me to speak to him." "What do you say, mademoiselle?" replied M. d'Aubecourt. "Is this the style in which children are brought up in the present day? Must we bow to them?" Fortunately, Madame d'Aubecourt was by the side of her son. She pressed his arm to prevent him from answering his grandfather, but he stamped his feet impatiently, and did not speak a word until supper time. At table they ate but little, and spoke still less, and immediately after, Madame d'Aubecourt asked permission to retire. When they were in the room which she and her daughter were to occupy, Lucie, who had until then restrained herself, began to cry, and Alphonse, walking about the room, in great agitation, exclaimed, "This is a pretty beginning." Then he continued, "Mademoiselle Raymond had better take care how she speaks to me again in that style." "Alphonse," said his mother with some little severity, "remember that you are in your grandfather's house." "Yes, but not in Mademoiselle Raymond's." "You are where it is your grandfather's will that she should be treated with respect." "Certainly, when she does not clamour in my ears." "I believe indeed that you would not be guilty of any want of respect towards her, did she treat you as she ought to do." "And if she does not, I owe her nothing." "You owe her all that you owe to the wishes of your grandfather, to whom you would be greatly wanting in respect, were you capable of misconducting yourself towards a person who possesses his confidence. There are persons, Alphonse, whose very caprices we are bound to respect, for we ought to spare them even their unjust displeasure." Then she added with more tenderness, "My dear children, you do not yet understand what caprice and injustice are. You have never been accustomed to them, either from your father or me. But you will do wrong to imagine that you will be able to pass your lives as you have hitherto done, without having your rights infringed, or your actions restrained, when they are proper in themselves. You must now begin to learn; you, Alphonse, to repress your hastiness, which may lead you into many serious faults, and you, Lucie, to overcome your weakness, which may render you unhappy." Then she added, smiling, "We will serve together our apprenticeship in patience and courage." Her children embraced her affectionately. They had unbounded confidence in her, and besides, there was so much sweetness in her disposition, that it was impossible to resist her. Lucie was quite consoled by her mother's words, and Alphonse went to bed, assuring her, however, that he was so much excited that he should not be able to sleep the whole night. Nevertheless, he no sooner laid his head upon his pillow, than he fell into a sound sleep, which lasted until the following morning. When he awoke, he was astonished to hear the warbling of the birds, for he had persuaded himself, since the previous evening, that they would not dare to sing at Guicheville. As for them, however, deceived by the warm sun and mild atmosphere, which melted the snow, they seemed to fancy that the spring was commencing. This idea rendered them quite joyous, and Alphonse began to be joyous also. He ran about the park in the sabots which his mother had bought for him on the previous evening, Then he returned for his sister, whom, somewhat against her inclination, he dragged through the mud of the park, from which she did not so easily extricate herself as he did. At first she found her sabots very heavy, and very inconvenient. One of them she nearly left in a hole, and 2 or 3 times she almost gave up in despair. Alphonse sometimes assisted her, sometimes laughed at her, promising to harden her to it. He returned home, pleased with everything, and disposed to put up with a good deal from Mademoiselle Raymond, whom he found to be better tempered than on the previous evening. Madame d'Aubecourt had not brought a maid with her. Mademoiselle Raymond, therefore, proposed that she should take into her service a young girl named Gothon, who was her goddaughter, and Madame d'Aubecourt accepted this proposal with her usual grace and sweetness, saying that, recommended by Mademoiselle Raymond, she was sure she would suit her. Mademoiselle Raymond, enchanted, drew herself up, bewildered herself in complimentary phrases, and ended by saying that Mademoiselle Lucie had her mother's sweet look, and that Monsieur Alphonse, though a little hasty, was very amiable. M. d'Aubecourt's temper experienced the good effects of this return to a friendly understanding. When Mademoiselle Raymond was out of humour, every one in the house was so likewise, for every one was scolded. She was naturally kind-hearted, but easily offended. Subject to prejudices, and being accustomed to have her own way, she feared everything that might interfere with her authority. But when she saw that Madame d'Aubecourt interfered with nothing in the house, she laid aside all the bitterness which had at first been produced by her arrival. M. d'Aubecourt, who had hesitated between the desire of spending less money and the dread of the confusion which might result from the establishment of his daughter-in-law at the château, was comforted when he learned that Madame d'Aubecourt had refused to pay any visits in the neighbourhood, alleging that her present situation, and that of her husband, did not permit of her seeing any one. Besides, she was careful to conform to all his habits, so that everything went on smoothly, provided that Alphonse and Lucie scarcely spoke at dinner, because M. d'Aubecourt, accustomed to take his meals alone, asserted that noise interfered with his digestion. Provided they were careful never to exceed a smile, for a burst of laughter would make M. d'Aubecourt start as violently as a pistol shot, and provided they never entered his private garden, which he cultivated himself, and where every day he counted the buds and the branches. He could not without trembling see Alphonse, who was always impulsive and ever bustling from side to side, go into it, or even Lucie, whose shawl might accidentally catch and break some of the branches as she passed by. Madame d'Aubecourt had been about 6 weeks at Guicheville, when she received a letter from her husband, informing her that one of their relations, little Adelaide d'Orly, was living at a village 2 leagues off. Adelaide was at that time about the age of Lucie. She had lost her mother at her birth, and had been placed at nurse with a peasant, on the estate of M. d'Orly. As she was extremely delicate, and had been benefited by the country air, she was left there a long time. The Revolution having broken out, her father left France, and not being able to carry with him a child who was only 3 years old, he thought it best to leave her, for the present, with her nurse, hoping to be able to return soon, and take her away. Things turned out otherwise, however. M. d'Orly died soon after his arrival in a foreign land. His property was sold, and Adelaide's nurse, having lost her husband, married again and left the province, taking Adelaide with her, as she was now her sole protector. For a long time it was not known where she had gone to, but at last it was ascertained, and M. d'Aubecourt, who had received information of it from another relative, begged his wife to see her. M. d'Orly was a nephew of old M. d'Aubecourt, and had been an intimate friend of his son's, whom at his death he had entreated to take care of his daughter. M. d'Aubecourt had several times mentioned the matter in his letters to his father, but the latter had remained silent on the subject, from which the son had concluded that he was ignorant of the fate of the child. Such, however, was not the case, for the nurse having discovered the year before that he was Adelaide's grand uncle, had come to see him. M. d'Aubecourt, who feared everything that might put him out of his way, or lead to expense, had tried to persuade himself that she had made a false statement, and that Adelaide was really dead, as had been rumoured. Mademoiselle Raymond, who did not like children, confirmed him in this opinion, which possibly she believed to be well founded, for we are always tempted to believe what we desire to be true. The nurse having met with an indifferent reception, and besides, not caring to have Adelaide, whom she loved as her own child, taken from her, did not insist further, and the child, therefore, remained with her. As soon as Madame d'Aubecourt had received this intelligence, she communicated it to her father-in-law, at the same time informing him of her intention of going to see Adelaide. M. d'Aubecourt appeared embarrassed, and Mademoiselle Raymond, who happened to be in the room, assured her that the roads were very bad, and that she would never be able to get there. Madame d'Aubecourt saw plainly that they were already in possession of the information which she had supposed herself the first to communicate, and she also perceived that her project was not very agreeable to M. d'Aubecourt. Nevertheless, however great might be her desire to oblige him, she did not consider herself justified in renouncing her intention. Her extreme gentleness of disposition did not prevent her from possessing great firmness in everything that she considered a duty. She set out then one morning with Lucie, who was enchanted at making acquaintance with her cousin, and with Alphonse, who was delighted at having to travel 4 leagues on foot. As they approached the village, they asked each other what kind of person their cousin was likely to be, brought up as she was among the peasantry. "Perhaps something like that," said Alphonse, pointing to a young girl, who, in company with 2 or 3 little boys, ran out to see them pass. There was a pool of water by the side of the road where they were walking, and the children, in order to see them closer, ran into it, splashing them all over. Alphonse wanted to throw stones at them, but his mother prevented him. "It would be a good joke," said he, "if it turned out to be my cousin, at whom I was going to throw stones." Lucie exclaimed against such an idea, and one of the little boys having called the girl Marie, she was comforted by thinking that it was not her cousin Adelaide d'Orly, whom she had seen dabbling about with a troop of idle urchins. On reaching the cottage in which Adelaide's nurse lived, they found her laid up with an illness resulting from debility, and from which she had suffered for 6 months. Madame d'Aubecourt having given her name, the poor woman recognised her, and said she was thankful to see her before she died, and that finding herself unable to go out, it had been her intention to ask the mayor to write to M. d'Aubecourt, for, said she, "my child," it was thus she always called Adelaide, "will have no one to look to when I am gone." She had lost her second husband, and had no children of her own, and she did not doubt that her brother-in-law would come and take possession of everything, and turn her child out of doors, who would not then have even bread to eat, for she had nothing to leave her. And the poor woman began to weep. She added that she had been to see M. d'Aubecourt, who would not listen to her, and she went on to complain of the cruelty of Adelaide's relations, who thus left her a burden upon a poor woman like her. Madame d'Aubecourt interrupted her to inquire whether she had any documents. The nurse showed her an attestation from the mayor and 12 of the principal inhabitants of the parish which she had left, certifying that the child whom she took with her was truly the daughter of M. d'Orly, and baptized under the name of Marie Adelaide, and also another from the mayor of the parish in which she was now residing, certifying that the girl living with her under the name of Marie was the same that she brought with her into the parish, and whose age and description corresponded exactly with those of Marie Adelaide d'Orly. "Marie!" exclaimed Lucie, when she heard this name. "Yes, indeed," said the nurse, "the Holy Virgin is her true patron. She has saved her in a dangerous illness. This is her only name in the village." Lucie and her brother looked at each other, and Alphonse began to laugh, amused at the idea of having been on the point of throwing stones at his cousin. At this moment Marie made her appearance, singing in a loud voice, and carrying a faggot, which she had gathered. She threw it down as she entered, and was somewhat astonished on seeing with her nurse the very ladies whom she had splashed, and the young gentleman who was going to throw stones at her. "Embrace your cousin, Marie," said the nurse, "if mademoiselle will be so good as to allow you." Marie did not advance a step, nor Lucie either. "Oh, she also is made to wear fine clothes," continued the nurse, "but what more could a poor woman like me do?" Madame d'Aubecourt assured her that all the family were under great obligations to her, and Lucie, on a sign from her mother, went blushing and embraced her cousin. It was not pride that had at first withheld her, but the idea of having a peasant cousin had astonished her, and everything that astonished also embarrassed her. Marie, equally surprised, had allowed herself to be kissed, without moving, or without returning the salutation. Madame d'Aubecourt took her by the hand, and drew her kindly towards her, remarking how much she resembled her father. The resemblance, in fact, was striking. Marie was very pretty. She had fine, dark, brilliant, though, at the same time, very soft eyes; but the way in which she had been brought up had given a certain brusquerie to her manners. She had beautiful teeth, and would have had a pretty smile, had it not been spoiled by awkwardness, shyness, and the habit of making grimaces. Her complexion, somewhat sunburnt, was animated, and glowing with health. She was well formed, tall for her age, and had it not been for her awkward carriage, would have displayed nobility even under her coarse dress. It was impossible to make her raise her head, or answer a single word to Madame d'Aubecourt's questions. Her nurse was in despair. "That is the way with her," she said. "If she takes a thing into her head, you will never get it out of it." And she began scolding Marie, who did not appear in the slightest degree moved by what she said. Madame d'Aubecourt made an excuse for her, on account of her embarrassment, and said that she had a gentle look. The nurse immediately began praising her with as much warmth as she had displayed in scolding her. Marie smiled and looked at her with affection, but still without saying a word, or stirring from her place. Madame d'Aubecourt promised the nurse that she would soon hear from her again, and took away the documents relating to Marie, and which the nurse, with some hesitation, confided to her. She felt sure that she should be able to induce her father-in-law to receive Marie. He was her nearest relative in France, and it was quite impossible that he should not feel what duty required of him in regard to her. Still, she well knew how much annoyance this would cause him. The children could talk of nothing else during their return to Guicheville, and M. d'Aubecourt awaited, with some anxiety, the result of the visit. He had nothing to oppose to the proofs she brought with her. Nevertheless, he said that further information was necessary. Madame d'Aubecourt wrote to every one whom she thought likely to give her any. All agreed with the first. There was therefore no longer any doubt of Marie's being really Adélaïde d'Orly. Then M. d'Aubecourt said, "I will think of it." But the nurse, feeling herself worse, and not hearing from Madame d'Aubecourt, who had been prevented from going to see her by a severe cold, had got the mayor to write to M. d'Aubecourt. It was also known, since Marie had been talked about, at the château, how much people complained in the neighbourhood of his neglect of his grand niece. Madame d'Aubecourt's visit to the nurse had spread the intelligence that at last he was going to receive her. He heard this mentioned by the registrar, by the Curé, and especially by Mademoiselle Raymond, who was much annoyed at it, and who consequently was perpetually talking of it. In order, therefore, to get rid of a subject which tormented him, he gave his consent in a moment of impatience, and Madame d'Aubecourt hastened to take advantage of it, for she felt extremely anxious about the situation of Marie, and grieved that so much time should not merely be lost to her education, but actually employed in giving her a bad one. Having sent to inform the nurse of the day on which she would fetch Marie, Madame d'Aubecourt and her children set off one morning, mounted upon donkeys; the one that was to carry Marie being mounted by a peasant girl, whom Madame d'Aubecourt had engaged to attend the nurse during her illness, which she was grieved to see would not be of long duration. As she could not reward her for all that she had done for Marie, she wished at least to do all that was in her power for her. She had already sent her some medicines suited to her condition, and some provisions rather more delicate than those to which she was accustomed, and she had learned with great satisfaction that this good woman was in comparatively easy circumstances. When they reached the cottage, they found the door locked. They knocked, but remained for some time unanswered, and Madame d'Aubecourt began to feel excessively uneasy, for she feared the nurse might be dead, and in that case what had become of Marie? At length, the nurse herself, notwithstanding her debility, came and opened the door, telling him that she had been obliged to fasten it, as on the previous day Marie, imagining that it was the one fixed for her departure, had fled from the house, and did not return until night, and she had been anxious to prevent the recurrence of the same thing on that day. Marie was standing in a corner, her eyes swollen and red with crying. She no longer wept, but stood perfectly motionless and silent. Madame d'Aubecourt approached, and gently endeavoured to induce her to accompany them, promising that she should return to see her nurse. Lucie and Alphonse went to kiss her, but she still continued fixed and silent. Her nurse exhorted her, scolded her, and then began to grieve and weep at the idea of losing her; but all this did not extract a single syllable from Marie. Only when she saw her nurse weep, the tears rolled down her own cheeks. At length, Madame d'Aubecourt, seeing that nothing was to be gained by these means, went over to her, and taking her by the arm, said in a firm tone, "Come, come, Marie, this will not do. Have the kindness to come with me immediately." Astonished at this authoritative tone, to which she was not accustomed, Marie allowed herself to be led. Alphonse took her other arm, saying, "Come along, cousin." But when she came near her nurse, she threw her arms round her, weeping and sobbing as if her heart would break. The nurse wept as violently as the child, and Madame d'Aubecourt, though herself greatly affected, was nevertheless obliged to exercise her authority in order to separate them. At length Marie was mounted on her donkey. She went on in silence, only now and then allowing large tears to escape from her eyes. By degrees, however, she began to laugh at the caracoles which Alphonse endeavoured to make his animal perform. All at once, Lucie's donkey began to bray, and was going to lie down. Marie jumped off hers before either of the others, and ran to Lucie's assistance, who was crying out, and unable to retain her seat. She scolded and beat the animal, and at length reduced him to obedience; but perceiving that he was about to recommence, she insisted that Lucie should mount hers, which was more gentle, saying that she would soon manage the other. This little incident established a good understanding between the two cousins. Marie began to be cheerful, and to defy Alphonse in the race, and had quite forgotten her griefs and troubles, when on arriving at Guicheville, the sight of Mademoiselle Raymond and M. d'Aubecourt again rendered her silent and motionless. She was, however, soon roused by Mademoiselle Raymond's dog, who came forward barking with all his might. Like the generality of dogs brought up in the house, he had a great antipathy to ill-dressed people, and Marie's dress quite shocked him. He rushed upon her, as if about to bite her, but Marie gave him so violent a kick that it sent him howling into the middle of the room. Mademoiselle Raymond ran forward and took him up in her arms with a movement of anger which sufficiently announced all she was going to say, and which she would have said without hesitation, had not the presence of Madame d'Aubecourt in some degree restrained her. Alphonse forestalled her by saying, that if her dog had been better brought up, he would not have drawn such treatment upon himself. Mademoiselle Raymond could no longer contain herself. Madame d'Aubecourt, by a sign, imposed silence upon her son, who was about to reply. This sign, though not addressed to Mademoiselle Raymond, nevertheless obliged her also to restrain her feelings, and she left the room, carrying with her her dog and her resentment. From this moment war was declared. Zizi, who did not forget the kick which Marie had given him, never saw her without showing his teeth, and if he came too near her, another kick sent him off again, without softening his resentment. Alphonse never met him without threatening him, either with his hand or his cane, and Mademoiselle Raymond, constantly occupied in running after her dog, and protecting him from his enemies, had not a moment's repose between her fears for Zizi's safety and her aversion for Marie, whose follies she eagerly seized upon, and Marie's follies were almost as frequent as her actions. However, she did not often commit any before M. d'Aubecourt. She scarcely dared either to speak or move in his presence. At meals, during the first few days, it was impossible to make her eat, but as soon as they had risen from table, she could take a large slice of bread, and eat it while running in the garden, where Alphonse speedily joined her. With him she agreed better than with any one else in the house. Both were gay, livery, thoughtless, and enterprising, and vied with each other in all kinds of tricks and follies. Marie, who was very expert, taught Alphonse to throw stones at the cats as they ran along the leads, and during this apprenticeship he had twice managed to break some panes of glass, one of which belonged to the window of Mademoiselle Raymond's room. In return he taught his cousin to fence, and they often entered the house with their faces all scratched. Marie also had a method of pinning up her dress, so as to enable her to climb upon the trees and walls. Madame d'Aubecourt sometimes surprised her while engaged in this amusement, and reprimanded her severely. Marie immediately became quiet and modest, for she felt great respect for Madame d'Aubecourt, and would never have thought of disobeying her to her face, but as soon as she was out of sight, whether from thoughtlessness, or from not being aware of the necessity of obedience, a thing to which she had never been accustomed, she seemed to forget all that had been said to her. Alphonse occasionally reminded her of it, and to him she willingly listened, for she had great confidence in him. Neither was she obstinate, but she had never been taught to reflect, and her thoughts seldom extended beyond the moment, so that when she took a fancy into her head, she could think of nothing else. She spoke but little, and was almost constantly in motion. Motion indeed seemed to constitute her very existence. When her timidity compelled her to remain quiet, this repose was not turned to any advantage, in the way of reflection. The constraint she felt absorbed her mind, and she could think of nothing but the speediest means of escaping from it. Unlike other children, she made no remarks on what she saw around her. When asked whether she did not think the Château de Guicheville much more beautiful than her nurse's cottage, she replied that she did. Still she never thought of enjoying its comforts and conveniences, and she had more pleasure in sitting upon the tables than upon the chairs. Madame d'Aubecourt had a frock made for her like the everyday dress worn by Lucie, and she was delighted at seeing herself attired like a lady, but she always managed to have it too much on one side or the other, while the string belonging to the neck was very usually tied with that which belonged to the waist. She was constantly forgetting to put her stockings on, and her hair, which had been cut and arranged, was almost always in disorder. A pair of stays had been made for her, and she allowed them to be put on without any opposition, for she never resisted, but the moment afterwards the lace was burst and the bones broken. They were mended 2 or 3 times, and at length given up. On one occasion, Madame d'Aubecourt had sent her, accompanied by Gothon, to see her nurse. While the girl was gone into the village to execute a commission, Marie made her escape into the fields, in order to avoid being taken back. Half a day was consumed in seeking for her, and everything was in commotion at Guicheville, on account of the uneasiness occasioned by her protracted absence. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, Part 2 of Moral Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Moral Tales by Elisabeth Charlotte Pauline GUIZOT. Chapter 14. Marie, or the Feast of Corpus Christi, Part 2. All these facts were carefully noted by Mademoiselle Raymond, nor had she any trouble in becoming acquainted with them, for they formed a perpetual subject of conversation between Lucie and Gothon. Lucie could not reconcile herself to the manners of her cousin. Besides, her arrival at Guicheville had afforded her very little amusement, for Madame d'Aubecourt, fearful lest she should contract any of Marie's bad habits, left them but little together. Lucie too saw much less of her brother than formerly, for the moment he had finished his lessons, he ran off in search of Marie, to join him in those sports which were little suited to his sister's disposition, so that she sought amusement in discussing the new subjects for blame or astonishment, which Marie's conduct perpetually supplied. Gothon, her confidante, spoke of them in her turn to her godmother, Mademoiselle Raymond, and Mademoiselle Raymond discussed them with M. d'Aubecourt. He attached but little importance to them, so long as they did not decidedly affect himself. But after some time, when Marie had become accustomed to the persons and things about her, the circle of her follies widened, and at last reached him. Since she had dared to speak and move at table, she seldom spoke without a burst of noise, and if she turned round to look at anything, it was with so hasty a movement that she upset her plate upon the floor, or shook the whole table. If she climbed upon an armchair in the drawing room for the purpose of reaching anything, she upset the chair, and fell with it, breaking one of its arms, and with the foot tearing a table cover, which happened to be near it. Alphonse had frequently warned her not to enter his grandfather's garden, but this advice was forgotten as soon as the garden happened to be the shortest way from one place to another, or that the shuttlecock had chanced to fall into it, or that she wanted to pursue a cat, or a butterfly. On such occasions, M. d'Aubecourt always found a branch broken off, a rose bush or a border trodden down; and Mademoiselle Raymond, whose window looked upon the garden, had always seen Marie either going in or coming out of it. These multiplied vexations tormented M. d'Aubecourt all the more, from his not complaining of them openly, but only by indirect allusions, as is often the case with the aged. Sometimes he would say that, at his time of life, one could seldom hope to be master of his own house, and that it was natural that people should trouble themselves very little about the aged, or their inconveniences. At another time, he would assure them that they might do just what they pleased with his garden, and that he should not trouble himself any more about it. Madame d'Aubecourt understood all this, and was greatly grieved, and as she perceived that Marie's presence occasioned him a constantly increasing annoyance, she kept her away from him as much as possible. But the necessity of doing this was very painful to her, for she felt that the only means of making anything of Marie was by gaining her confidence, which could only be done by degrees, by seldom quitting her, by taking an interest in what amused and pleased her, by endeavouring to give her an interest in things with which she was as yet unacquainted, by talking to her, in order to oblige her to reflect, and thus implant some ideas in her mind, which was naturally quick enough, but totally devoid of culture. Could she have followed her own wishes, she would, in the first instance, have overlooked all faults arising from impetuosity, want of reflection or ignorance, reserving her severity for grave occasions, or rather, without making use of any severity, she might have succeeded in leading Marie by the sole desire of giving her satisfaction; whereas, instead of that, obliged to be incessantly scolding her for faults slight enough in themselves, but seriously annoying to M. d'Aubecourt, she had no means of insisting, with particular emphasis, on more important matters. Besides, it happened that, for the first time in his life, M. d'Aubecourt had a violent attack of the gout, and as he was unable to walk, the society of his daughter-in-law had become indispensable to him, and she seldom quitted his room, so that Marie was more than ever left to herself, with no other guardian or preceptor than Alphonse. Nor was he altogether useless to her. Her want of sense rendered him more reasonable, the defects of her education made him appreciate the advantages he had derived from his own. He corrected her whenever she made use of any vulgar expressions. He taught her to speak French, and scolded her if she happened to repeat any word for which she had already been reprimanded, and by his mother's advice, he made her repeat the reading lesson which Madame d'Aubecourt gave him every morning. Marie took great pleasure in doing everything required by Alphonse, who was fond of her, and liked to be with her, and whose presence never embarrassed her, as he had similar tastes with herself. Therefore, when she had read well, and he perceived she took pains to pronounce the words he had taught her, he would not patiently suffer her to be found fault with; and he was fond of boasting of her dexterity and intelligence in their games, and of the vivacity, and at the same time gentleness of her disposition. And in truth, as he observed to his mother, no one had ever seen Marie in a passion, nor had she ever been known to exhibit any impatience at being kept waiting, or any irritability when contradicted. Always ready to oblige, the ball of worsted had no sooner fallen on the floor than she had picked it up, and she was always the first to run and fetch Madame d'Aubecourt's handkerchief from the other end of the room. If while eating her breakfast she saw any poor person, she was sure to give him almost the whole of her bread; and one day, when a cat had flown at Zizi and was biting him, Marie, notwithstanding the scratching and anger of the animal, tore him from Zizi's back, where he had already drawn blood, and threw him to a great distance, at the same time becoming angry with Alphonse for the first time in her life, because he laughed at Zizi's predicament, instead of trying to extricate him. Alphonse laughed still more at his cousin's anger, but he related the circumstance to his mother. Lucie, who had also seen what Marie had done, told Gothon of it, and she informed Mademoiselle Raymond; but Mademoiselle Raymond was so much excited against Marie, that she would not have been moved by anything that came from her, even had Zizi himself related it to her. However, these various manifestations of Marie's kindness began to increase her cousin's affection for her. The feast of Corpus Christi was drawing near, and Lucie had worked for several days with great industry upon an ornament designed for the altar which was to be erected in the courtyard of the château. Marie had watched her working with much pleasure. She had great respect for the ceremonies of the church, and this was about the whole amount of the religious education her nurse had been able to impart to her. Deprived for a long time of the clergy and the mass, the poor woman had regretted them exceedingly, and when the practices of religion were re-established, she experienced great delight, in which Marie shared, though without very well knowing why, for her knowledge did not extend very far. But she was always angry when the little boys of the village made use of any irreligious expressions, and told them that God would punish them. She had learned by heart the prayers, in order to sing them at church with the priests, and Lucie was somewhat embarrassed by this, because it attracted attention to them, but Madame d'Aubecourt allowed her to continue the practice, as she sung with earnestness, and was thereby kept quiet in church. She was fond of going to church, because her nurse had told her to pray for her, and now she thought she was performing a meritorious act, in standing by Lucie's frame, while the latter worked the ornament for the altar, and assisting her by cutting her silks, threading her needles, and handing her the scissors. Since the day that she made her escape into the fields in order to avoid returning to Guicheville, she had never been allowed to visit her nurse. This favour was denied under pretence of punishing her, but in reality because the poor woman was so ill that she no longer seemed conscious of anything. Madame d'Aubecourt had been several times to see her, but without being recognised. She took care that she wanted nothing that could alleviate her condition, but she was anxious to spare Marie so sad a scene. Marie, taken up with a crowd of objects, only thought of her nurse occasionally, and then she manifested great impatience to go and see her. She had no idea of her being in danger, and flattered herself, as she had been led to expect, that when she recovered she would come to Guicheville. The evening before the fête, being in the yard, she saw a peasant who had come from the village in which her nurse lived. She ran to him, asked him how her nurse was, and whether she would soon be able to come to Guicheville. "Oh, poor woman," said the peasant, shaking his head, "she will go nowhere but to the other world. Every one says that she will not be long here." Marie was struck as with a thunderbolt. This idea had never occurred to her. Pale and trembling, she asked the man whether her nurse had got worse, and how and when she had become so. "Oh, Mademoiselle Marie," said he, "ever since you left her, she has been declining. That is what has brought her to the state she is in." He was, however, wrong in this opinion, for during the few conscious moments that she had enjoyed since Marie's departure, she had greatly rejoiced that her mind was at rest on her account, but what the man had said was the rumour of the village. Marie, weeping and sobbing, ran to find Alphonse, for she was afraid to address herself directly to Madame d'Aubecourt, and she entreated him to ask his mother to let her go and see her nurse. "I will come back," she said, clasping her hands. "Tell her that I promise to come back the moment Gothon tells me." Alphonse, much moved, rose to beg his mother to grant the permission which Marie solicited. He met his sister, who whispered to him that they had just learned that the nurse had died the previous evening. The peasant had slept at the town, and therefore was not aware of what had happened. Marie, who followed Alphonse at some distance, saw him stop to speak to Lucie, and exclaimed, "Oh, do not prevent him from asking if I may go to see her. I promise you I will return." Her look was so suppliant, and the expression of her sorrow so intense, that Lucie had great difficulty in restraining her tears while listening to her. They made a sign to her to tranquillize herself, and hastened to their mother, to state her request. Madame d'Aubecourt did not wish to inform her at that moment of her nurse's death, for though Marie had usually excellent health, yet during the last few days she had exhibited, on 2 or 3 occasions, feverish symptoms, consequent upon her rapid growth, and Madame d'Aubecourt was afraid that this intelligence might be injurious to her. She hastened to Marie, and endeavoured to calm her, promising that in a few days she should do as she wished, but at the present moment it was impossible, as Gothon, Lucie, and herself were busy in working for the festival of the following day. She assured her also that it was quite a mistake to suppose that it was her departure which had made her nurse so ill, and at length she succeeded in tranquillizing her a little. But for the first time in her life, Marie experienced a sorrow which fixed itself upon her heart, and would not leave it. She thought of her poor nurse, of the last time she had embraced her, of her grief when she saw her depart, and then she uttered cries of anguish. She prayed to God, and several times in the night she woke Lucie by repeating in an undertone, as she kneeled on her bed, all the prayers she knew. She thought that the following day, being a grand festival, it would be the most favourable time to beg of God to restore her nurse to health, and as her devotion was not very rational, she imagined that to merit this grace, the best thing she could do, was to contribute to the adornment of the altar, which was to be erected in the courtyard of the château. She therefore rose before it was light, and left her room unheard, for the purpose of seeking, in a particular part of the park, for some flowers which she had observed growing there, and of which she intended to make some bouquets and garlands. But on reaching the spot, she perceived, to her great grief, that a heavy rain which had fallen the evening before had destroyed all the blossoms on the trees. She could not find a single branch that was not faded, and in the rest of the park there were scarcely any but lofty trees. She saw no chance of meeting with anything of which she could make a bouquet. Whilst looking about, however, she passed by M. d'Aubecourt's garden, which at daybreak exhaled a delightful perfume. She thought that if she were to take a few flowers, they would not be missed. She began by gathering them cautiously in different places, then, when she had plucked a very beautiful one, another like it was requisite to form a pendant, on the other side of the altar. Thus her zeal, and her love of symmetry, led her at every moment into fresh temptations, and then she remembered that M. d'Aubecourt had the gout, that he could not leave the house, and would not see his flowers, that they would be of no use to any one, and that no one would know what she had done. At last she forgot all prudence, and the garden was almost entirely stripped. Just as she had finished her collection, she perceived from the terrace the peasant who had spoken to her passing along the road at the bottom of the park. She called to him and begged him to tell her nurse not to be too much grieved, that she should soon go and see her, for they had promised to allow her to do so. "Oh, poor woman," said the man, "you will never see her again, Mademoiselle Marie. They are deceiving you, but that is not my business." With these words he struck his horse, and galloped off. Marie, in the greatest anxiety, threw down her flowers and ran into the yard, to see if she could find any one who could explain to her what the man meant. She saw the kitchen maid, who was drawing water from the well, and asked her whether Madame d'Aubecourt had sent the previous evening to inquire about her nurse. "Sent indeed," said the girl, "it was not worth while." Marie became dreadfully uneasy, and began to question her, but the girl refused to reply. "But why?" said Marie, "why did Peter tell me I should never see her again?" "I suppose," replied the servant, "he had his own reasons for saying so," said she, and she went away, saying that she must attend to her work. Marie, though it had not yet occurred to her that her nurse was dead, nevertheless was very unhappy, for she perceived that something was concealed from her, and being timid in asking questions, she was at a loss to know how to obtain the information she wanted. At this moment she perceived one of the small doors of the yard open. She had so long been in the habit of running alone in the fields, that she could not believe there was any great harm in doing so, and accustomed to yield to all her emotions, and never to reflect upon the consequences of her actions, she ran out while the servant's back was turned, determined to go herself and learn something about her nurse. She walked as fast as she could, agitated with anxiety, at one moment for her nurse, at another for herself. She knew she was doing wrong, but having once begun, she continued. She thought of what Alphonse would say, who, though always ready to excuse her before others, would nevertheless scold her afterwards, and sometimes severely enough, and she remembered her promise to him only a few days before, to be more docile and more attentive to what Madame d'Aubecourt said to her. She thought too that it might be for her want of due submission that God had thus punished her, for she had yet to learn that it is not in this world that God manifests his judgments. However, she did not think of returning. She felt as if she could not go back, and then the idea of seeing her nurse again, and of comforting her, filled her with anticipations of pleasure, which it was impossible for her to renounce. Poor Marie! The nearer she drew, the more she dwelt upon all this, and the more lively became her joy. The anxieties which had tormented her began to vanish. She hurried on, reached the village, ran to her nurse's door, and found it closed. She turned pale, but yet without daring to conjecture the truth. "Has my nurse gone out?" was all she could ask of a neighbour, who was standing at her door, and who looked at her with an air of sadness. "She has gone out, never to return," was the reply. Marie trembled, and with clasped hands leaned against the wall. "She was carried to her grave yesterday evening," added the woman. "To her grave? Yesterday? How? Where have they taken her?" "To Guicheville. The cemetery is at Guicheville." Marie experienced an emotion indescribably painful, on learning that the evening before, and so near to her, the funeral had taken place, without her knowledge. She recollected having heard the tolling of the bells, and it appeared to her that not to have known it was for her poor nurse they were tolled, was like losing her a second time. Then, as the thought of never seeing her again passed before her mind, she sat down on the ground by the door, and wept bitterly. During this time the neighbour told her that her nurse had regained her consciousness a few hours before her death, and had prayed to God for her little Marie, and had also spoken of her to the Curé of Guicheville, whom Madame d'Aubecourt had sent to see her. Marie wept still more. The woman tried to induce her to return to Guicheville, but she would not listen to it. At length, after she had cried for a long time, the good woman took her to her cottage, and succeeded in making her drink a little milk, and eat a piece of bread, when seeing her more calm, she again endeavoured to persuade her to return home. But Marie, who was now capable of reflection, could not endure the idea of facing Madame d'Aubecourt, whom she had disobeyed. Still, what was to become of her? Her sorrow for the loss of her nurse was redoubled. "If she were not dead," said she, sobbing, "I should have remained with her." But these regrets were to no purpose. This the neighbour tried to make her understand, and this Marie felt but too well. Nevertheless, as her reason did not restrain her when she was about to leave Guicheville, neither did it in the present instance induce her to return, although she knew it was necessary. But Marie had never learned to make use of her reason, to control either her impulses, her wishes, or her antipathies. At length, the woman perceiving after 2 hours of entreaty, that she could gain nothing, and that Marie still continued there, either pensive or crying, without saying a word or deciding on anything, she determined to send to Guicheville, and inform Madame d'Aubecourt. But when she returned from the fields, where she had gone to seek her son to send him with the message, Marie was not to be found. She sought for her in vain through the whole village, and at length learned that she had been seen going along a road which led to Guicheville. She immediately suspected that she must have gone to the cemetery. And in fact Marie had gone there, but not by the direct way, for fear of meeting any of the inmates of the château. As the boy had not yet started, his mother ordered him to take the shortest way to the house, and tell them that it was in the direction of the cemetery they must look for Marie. During Marie's absence, a terrible scene had been enacted at the château. M. d'Aubecourt, who she imagined would be confined to his room for another week, feeling much better, wished to take advantage of a lovely morning to go and see his garden. As he approached it, leaning on the arm of Mademoiselle Raymond, he perceived Marie's hat half filled with the flowers which she had collected, and part of which lay scattered on the ground, where she had dropped them, after having spoken to the peasant. He recognised his streaked roses, and his tricoloured geraniums. He picked them up, anxiously examined them, and looked at Mademoiselle Raymond, who, shaking her head, observed, "It is Mademoiselle Marie's hat." He hurried on to his garden. It seemed as if an enemy had passed through it. Branches were broken, bushes had been separated in order to get at a flower which happened to be in the midst of them, and one border was quite spoiled, for Marie had fallen upon it with her whole length, and in her fall had broken a young sweetbriar, recently grafted. M. d'Aubecourt, whose sole occupation and pleasure consisted in his flowers, and who was accustomed to see them respected by every one, was so disturbed at the condition in which he beheld his garden, that the shock, increased perhaps by the effect of the air, or by his having walked too fast, made him turn pale, and lean on the arm of Mademoiselle Raymond, saying that he felt faint. Greatly frightened, she called out for assistance. At this moment, Madame d'Aubecourt came up. She was calling for Marie, and very uneasy at not finding her anywhere. "You want Mademoiselle Marie," said Mademoiselle Raymond. "See what she has done," and she pointed to M. d'Aubecourt, to the pillaged garden, and to the hat filled with flowers. Madame d'Aubecourt did not in the least understand what all this meant, but she hastened to her father-in-law, who said to her in a feeble voice, "She will kill me." He was carried to his bed, where he remained a long time in the same state. He experienced suffocating paroxysms, which scarcely permitted him to breathe. The gout had mounted to his chest, and they feared every moment that he would be stifled. Madame d'Aubecourt, perceiving that the mere name of Marie redoubled his agitation, endeavoured, though in vain, to impose silence on Mademoiselle Raymond, who was incessantly repeating, "It is Mademoiselle Marie who has brought him to this condition." Lucie, quite ignorant of what had happened, came to tell her mother that Marie was nowhere to be found, and that perhaps it would be advisable to send some one to the village, where her nurse had resided. "Yes, look for her everywhere," said M. d'Aubecourt in a low voice, interrupted by his difficulty of breathing. "Yes, look for her everywhere, in order that she may kill me outright." Madame d'Aubecourt entreated him to be calm, assuring him that nothing should be done but what he wished, and that Marie should not come into his presence without his permission. In the meantime, the news of what Mademoiselle Raymond called Marie's wickedness soon spread through the château. Alphonse was thunderstruck, not that he believed in any bad motive on the part of his cousin, but accustomed to respect his own duties, he could not conceive how any one could so forget themselves. Lucie, who was beginning to be fond of Marie, felt grieved and anxious. The servants talked over the matter amongst themselves, without much regretting Marie, who had not made herself loved by them; for it is not enough to be kind-hearted, it is necessary to use sufficient reflection to render our kindness agreeable and beneficial to others. Marie, sometimes familiar with the servants, would very often not listen to them when they spoke to her, or would deride their remonstrances. She always laughed when she saw the cook, who was deformed, pass by, and she had several times told the kitchen maid that she squinted. She had never asked herself whether these remarks gave pain or pleasure to those to whom they were addressed. Almost the whole of the morning was passed in anxiety, and the man who had been sent to the village had not returned, when the Curé came to the château, and requested to see Madame d'Aubecourt. As he was leaving the church, after having finished the service, he met the son of the neighbour with whom Marie had spoken, and being acquainted with him, he asked him if he knew what had become of Marie, for he had been informed of her disappearance. The peasant told him what had taken place, and added that he thought she must be in the cemetery. They immediately went there, and looking over the hedge, they beheld Marie seated on the ground, crying. They saw her kneel down with clasped hands, then kiss the earth, and afterwards seat herself again and weep, with a depth of sorrow which penetrated them to the soul. It was evident that at that moment Marie believed herself alone in the world, and abandoned by every one. She entreated her nurse to pray for her. They did not enter the cemetery for fear of frightening her, but the Curé, leaving the peasant as sentinel, went to communicate his discovery to Madame d'Aubecourt. She was very much embarrassed. She could not leave her father-in-law, though he was beginning to cover, for the slightest agitation might cause a relapse, and she was satisfied that neither Mademoiselle Raymond, nor any one belonging to the house, would succeed in inducing Marie to return. She hoped the Curé would be able to effect this, and as she did not wish her to enter the château at the present moment, for fear the news might reach M. d'Aubecourt, she requested the clergyman to take her to his house, where his sister, who had been a nun, now resided with him. In consequence of this determination, the Curé returned to the cemetery, where he found Marie still in the same attitude. When she saw him, she turned pale and blushed alternately. Yet, however she may have stood in awe of him, she felt so completely abandoned, since she no longer dared to return to the château, that she experienced an emotion of joy on seeing some one whom she knew. "Marie, what have you done?" said the Curé, addressing her with some degree of severity. She hid her face in her hands, and sobbed. "Do you know what has taken place at the château?" he continued. "Monsieur d'Aubecourt has been so overcome by the ingratitude you have evinced in devastating his garden,
which you knew was his sole delight, that he has had a relapse, and Madame d'Aubecourt has passed the whole morning agitated by the anguish occasioned by his condition, by her anxiety on account of your flight, and by her grief for the impropriety of your conduct." "Oh, Monsieur le Curé," exclaimed poor Marie, "it was not from wickedness, I assure you. I wanted to adorn the altar, that God might grant me the grace of curing my poor nurse; and she was already there," she said, pointing to the ground, and redoubling her sobs. The Curé, profoundly touched by her simplicity, seated himself by her side, upon a bank of turf, and said to her with more gentleness, "Do you think, Marie, that the way to please God, and obtain his favours, is to distress your uncle, who has received you into his family, and to disobey Madame d'Aubecourt, who shares with you the little she has reserved for her own children? If anything can afflict the souls of the just, you have distressed that of your poor nurse, who looks down upon you, I hope, from heaven, for she was a worthy woman. She regained her consciousness for some hours before her death. I visited her at the request of Madame d'Aubecourt, and in speaking of you, she said, 'I hope God will not punish me for not having done all that was necessary to restore her sooner to her relations. I loved her so much, that I had not the resolution to separate myself from her. I know very well that a poor woman like me could not give her an education. She has often grieved me also, because she would not go to school, and because I had not the heart to oppose her. Oh, Monsieur le Curé, entreat her for my sake to learn well, and to be obedient to Madame d'Aubecourt, in order that I may not have to answer before God for her ignorance and her faults.'" Marie still continued weeping, but less bitterly. She had again knelt down, and clasped her hands. It seemed as if she was listening to her nurse herself, and entreating her forgiveness for the grief she had caused her. After the Curé had admonished her for some time longer, she said to him in a low voice, "Monsieur le Curé, I entreat of you to ask forgiveness for me of Madame d'Aubecourt. Beg Alphonse and Lucie to forgive me. Say that I will do all they tell me, and learn all they wish." "I do not know, my child," said the Curé, "whether you will again be permitted to see them. Monsieur d'Aubecourt is so extremely angry with you, that your mere name redoubles his sufferings, and I am afraid you cannot return to the château." Chapter 14, Part 3 of Moral Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Moral Tales by Elisabeth Charlotte Pauline Guizot. Chapter 14. Marie, or the Feast of Corpus Christi, Part 3. This intelligence struck Marie like a thunderbolt. She had just clung to the idea that she would do all she possibly could to please her relations, and now they abandoned her, cast her off. She uttered cries almost of despair. The Curé had much difficulty in calming her, with the assurance that he would exert himself to obtain her pardon, and that if she would aid him by her good conduct, he hoped to succeed. She allowed herself to be led without resistance. He took her to his own house, and gave her into the charge of his sister, a very worthy woman, though somewhat severe. Her first intention had been to reprimand Marie, but when she saw her so unhappy and so submissive, she could think of nothing but consoling her. The Curé returned to the château to give an account of what he had done. Madame d'Aubecourt and Lucie were affected as he had been himself by the sentiments of poor Marie, and Alphonse, with his eyes moist with tears, and at the same time sparkling with joy, exclaimed, "I said so." He had not, however, said anything, but he had thought that Marie could not be altogether in fault. It was arranged that as her return to the château was out of the question for the present, she was to remain as a boarder with the Curé. Madame d'Aubecourt, on leaving Paris, had sold some of her remaining jewels, and had destined the money she received from them for the support of herself and her children. It was out of this small sum that she paid in advance the first quarter's salary for Marie, for she well knew that the present was not the time to ask M. d'Aubecourt for anything. Alphonse and Lucie rejoiced at the arrangement, as it did not remove Marie away from them, and Alphonse promised himself to be able to go and continue her reading lessons;
but the following day the Curé came to announce to them that his sister had received a letter from her superior, inviting her to rejoin her and a few other nuns of the same convent, whom she had gathered together. He added that his sister proposed to set out at once, and that if they consented to it, she would take Marie, who would thus pass with her the time of her penitence. Alphonse was on the point of protesting against this proposition, but his mother made him feel the necessity of accepting it, and all three went to take leave of Marie, who was to set out on the following day. Marie was extremely grieved when she learned the mode in which they disposed of her. She felt much more vividly her attachment to her relations since she had been separated from them, and it now seemed to her that she was never to see them again, and she said, crying, "They took me from my nurse in the same way, and she is dead." But she had become docile, and besides, Madame Sainte Therèse, such was the name of the Curé's sister, had something in her manner which awed her a good deal. When she heard of the arrival of Madame d'Aubecourt and her children, she trembled very much, and had she been the Marie of a former time, she would have made her escape. But a look from Madame Sainte Therèse restrained her. Lucie, on entering, went and threw her arms round her neck, and she was so much moved by this mark of affection, when she only expected severity, that she returned the embrace with her whole heart, and began to weep. Alphonse was exceedingly sad, and she scarcely dared to speak to him, or look at him. "Marie," he said, "we are all very grieved at losing you." He could say no more, for his heart was full, and he knew that a man ought not to display his sorrow too much, but Marie clearly perceived that he was not angry with her. Madame d'Aubecourt said to her, "My child, you have occasioned us all very great grief in compelling us to separate ourselves from you, but I hope all will yet be well, and that by your good conduct you will afford us the opportunity of having you back again." Marie kissed her hand tenderly, and assured her that she would conduct herself properly. She had promised it, she said, to God and to her poor nurse. They were astonished at the change that had been wrought in her by 2 days of misery and reflection. She gave sensible answers to all that was said to her. She remained quiet upon her chair, and already looked to Madame Sainte Therèse from time to time, for fear of saying or doing anything which might displease her. The austere look of this lady somewhat terrified Alphonse and Lucie on their cousin's account, but they knew that she was a very virtuous person, and that there is nothing really alarming in the severity of the virtuous, because it is never unjust, and can always be avoided by doing one's duty. Alphonse gave Marie a book, in which he begged her to read a page every day for his sake, and he also gave her a little silver pencil case, for the time when she should be able to write. Lucie gave her her silver thimble, her ornamented scissors, an ivory needle case, and a ménagère, furnished with threads, because Marie had promised to learn to work. Madame d'Aubecourt gave her a linen dress, which she and Lucie had made for her in 2 days. Marie was greatly consoled by all this kindness, and they separated, all very melancholy, but still loving each other much more truly than they had done during the 2 months they had passed together, because they were now much more reasonable. Marie departed. M. d'Aubecourt recovered, and quiet was again restored in the château. But this sending away of Marie was a subject of great surprise in the village, and as Mademoiselle Raymond had not concealed her aversion for her, she was looked upon as its cause. She herself was not liked, and an increased interest was therefore felt in Marie's fate. Philip, the gardener's son, who regretted Marie because she played with him, told all the little boys of the village that Zizi was the cause of Mademoiselle Raymond's antipathy to her, and whenever she passed through the streets with Zizi, she heard them say, "Look, there's the dog that got Mademoiselle Marie sent away." She therefore did not dare to take him out with her, except into the fields, and this consequently increased her ill feeling towards Marie. As to M. d'Aubecourt, on the contrary, being kind hearted, though subject to whims and ill temper, he had ceased to be irritated against her, now that she was no longer in his way. He permitted Madame d'Aubecourt to talk of her, and even to read to him the letters in which Madame Sainte Therèse gave an account of her good conduct; and finally, as no one knew better than Madame d'Aubecourt how to persuade people to do what was right, because all were won by her extreme sweetness, while her good sense inspired confidence in her judgment, she induced him to pay the trifling salary of Marie, and he even sent her a dress. It was Alphonse who communicated all this good news to her, at the same time adding, that both his sister and himself endeavoured to do everything they could to please their grandfather, that when he was very much satisfied with them, he might grant them a favour, which would give them more pleasure than anything else in the world, namely, the permission for her to return. He told her that he had begun a pretty landscape for M. d'Aubecourt's fête, which was that of St. Louis, and that Lucie was working him a footstool on which to support his lame foot. Marie was enchanted at receiving this letter, which she was already sufficiently advanced to read herself. The brother of one of the nuns, who had a garden in the neighbourhood of the place in which she resided, and who was very fond of Marie, had given her 2 very rare trees. She would have been delighted could she have sent them to M. d'Aubecourt for his fête, but she hardly dared to do so, and besides, how was she to send them? Madame Sainte Therèse encouraged her, and it so happened that a relative of one of the nuns had occasion to go, precisely at that time, in the direction of Guicheville. He was kind enough to take the trees with him, and had them carefully secured on all sides, so as to prevent their being too much shaken in the journey. They arrived in very good condition, and were secretly committed to Madame d'Aubecourt, and on the morning of St. Louis' Day, M. d'Aubecourt found them at his garden gate, as if they had not dared to enter it. On them was this inscription: "From Marie, repentant, to her benefactor," written in large letters, with Marie's own hand, for she could as yet only write in large hand. M. d'Aubecourt was so much affected by this present and its inscription, that he wrote a letter to Marie, in which he told her that he was very much satisfied with the account that had been given him of her conduct, and that if she persevered, he should be very glad to see her again at the château. This was a great joy for Madame d'Aubecourt and her children, to whom M. d'Aubecourt read his letter, and they all wrote to Marie. She had sent word to Alphonse by the traveller, that Madame Sainte Therèse had forbidden her to read in the book which he had given her, because it consisted of tales, that this had very much grieved her, and she begged him to choose from among the books which Madame Sainte Therèse did permit her to read, one in which she could every day read more than a page for his sake. She asked Lucie to send her a strip of muslin, which she wished to scallop for her, because she was beginning to work well, and she sent word to Madame d'Aubecourt that she kept for Sundays the dress which she and Lucie had given her, the day of her departure. These messages were faithfully delivered. Alphonse, by his mother's advice, selected for her Rollin's Ancient History. Lucie sent at the first opportunity 2 trimmings for handkerchiefs, to be scalloped, one for Marie and another for herself, and Madame d'Aubecourt added an English belt to wear on Sundays with her dress. From this moment the children redoubled their care and attention to their grandfather. Lucie wrote his letters under his dictation, and Alphonse, who had found means of constituting himself sole manager of Marie's trees, because he had received the instructions of the man who brought them, entered every day into the garden to attend to them, and he occasionally watered M. d'Aubecourt's flowers, who soon looked to him so much for the care of his garden, that he frequently consulted him as to what was to be done in it. Lucie was also admitted to the council, and Madame d'Aubecourt likewise gave her opinion occasionally. The garden had become the occupation of the whole family, and M. d'Aubecourt received much greater pleasure from it than when he had it all to himself. One day, when they were all together, one watering, another weeding, and a third taking insects from the trees, "I am sure," said Alphonse, replying to his own thoughts, "that Marie would take care of them now with as much pleasure and attention as ourselves." Lucie blushed and glanced at her brother, not daring to look at M. d'Aubecourt. "Poor Marie!" said Madame d'Aubecourt, with tenderness, though not with any sadness, for she began to feel quite sure that she would return. "We shall see her again, we shall see her again," said M. d'Aubecourt. The subject was not pursued further at that time, but 2 days afterwards, when they were all in the drawing room, Madame d'Aubecourt received a letter from Madame Sainte Therèse, who informed her that in the spring of the following year, she intended to pass 3 or 4 months with her brother, prior to her settling finally in the place where she then was, and that being anxious that Marie should edify the village of Guicheville, where she had set such a bad example, she would bring her there to make her first communion. Lucie uttered a cry of joy. "Oh, mamma," she said, "we shall make it together," for it was also in the following year that she was to make her first communion. Alphonse, much affected, looked at his grandfather. "Yes, but," said he, after a moment's silence, "Marie will then go away again." "After her first communion," said M. d'Aubecourt, "we shall see." Lucie, who was seated by her grandfather, quietly knelt down on the footstool upon which his feet were placed, and as she gently bent her head over his hands, in order to kiss them, he felt the tears of joy fall upon them. Alphonse was silent, but his hands were tightly clasped together, and an expression of happiness pervaded his whole countenance. "If she is as good a child as you two," said M. d'Aubecourt, "I shall be delighted to have her back with us." "Oh, she will be, she will be," said both the children, their hearts swelling with pleasure. They said no more, fearing to importune M. d'Aubecourt, who loved tranquillity, and had accustomed them to restrain their feelings, but they were very happy. There was great satisfaction throughout the château. Marie's faults were forgotten, while her disgrace was pitied. Mademoiselle Raymond was the only person who felt any annoyance, not that she was really ill disposed, but when once she took up any prejudices, she seldom overcame them. Besides, the continued reproaches made to her for her dislike of Marie had the effect of increasing it, and as the other servants made a sort of triumph of her return, she was all the more displeased with it. But she had insensibly lost much of her ascendancy over the mind of M. d'Aubecourt, who, now that he was surrounded by more amiable society, was less dependent on her and less afraid of her ill temper, for Madame d'Aubecourt spared him the trouble of giving his orders himself, and thus freed him from 1,000 petty annoyances. Mademoiselle Raymond therefore manifested nothing of her displeasure before her superiors, and the end of February, the time fixed for Marie's return, was looked forward to with great impatience. Marie arrived in the beginning of March. For more than a week, Alphonse and Lucie went every day to wait for the diligence, which passed by the château. At length it stopped, and they saw Marie descend from it. They scarcely recognised her at first, she had grown so much taller, fairer, and handsomer. Her bearing was so much improved, and her deportment so modest and reserved. She threw herself into Lucie's arms, and also embraced Alphonse. Madame d'Aubecourt, who had perceived her from the window, hastened to meet her. All the servants ran out, Zizi also ran out barking, because all this commotion displeased him, and besides, he remembered his former aversion for Marie. Philip gave him a blow with a switch, which made him howl terrifically. Mademoiselle Raymond, who was slowly approaching, rushed towards him, took him in her arms, and carried him away, exclaiming, "Poor fellow! You may now consider that your days are numbered." The servants heard this, and glanced slyly at her and Zizi. Marie was led to the château, and Madame Sainte Therèse, who had gone to her brother's, left word that she should soon come and fetch her. M. d'Aubecourt had given permission for her to be led to him. He was in his garden. She stopped at the gate, timid and embarrassed. "Go in, Marie, go in," said Alphonse. "We all go there now, and you shall go in and take care of it as we do." Marie entered, walking with great care, for fear of injuring anything as she passed along. M. d'Aubecourt appeared very glad to see her. She kissed his hand, and he embraced her. They happened to be standing near the 2 plants which she had given to him. Alphonse showed her how much they had prospered under his care. He also pointed out such trees as were beginning to bud, and all the early flowers which were making their appearance. Marie looked at everything with interest, and found everything very beautiful. "Yes, but beware of the feast of Corpus Christi," said M. d'Aubecourt, laughing. Marie blushed, but her uncle's manner proved to her that he was no longer displeased with her. She again kissed his hand with a charming vivacity, for she still retained her liveliness, though it was now tempered by good sense. She spoke but little, she had never indeed been talkative, but her replies were to the purpose, only she constantly blushed. She was timid, like a person who had felt the inconvenience of a too great vivacity. Madame Sainte Therèse returned. Marie seemed to feel in her presence that awe which respect inspires. Nevertheless she loved her, and had great confidence in her. Madame Sainte Therèse said that she had come for Marie. This grieved Alphonse and Lucie excessively. They had hoped their cousin would have remained at the château the whole of the day, and they had even been anticipating a further extension of the visit, but Madame Sainte Therèse said that as Marie had commenced the exercises for her first communion, it was necessary that she should remain in retirement until she had made it, and that she was not to go out, except for her walk, nor were her cousins to see her more than once a week. They were obliged to submit to the arrangement. Although Madame d'Aubecourt did not approve of this excessive austerity, which belonged to the customs of the convent in which Madame Sainte Therèse had passed the greater part of her life, she was so virtuous a person, and they were under so many obligations to her for all that she had done for Marie, that they did not consider it right to oppose her. When Marie was gone, Alphonse and Lucie were eloquent in their praises of her deportment, and the grace of her manners. Their mother agreed with them, and M. d'Aubecourt also expressed his satisfaction, and consented positively that immediately after her first communion, she should again become an inmate of the château. It was decided that the first communions of the village should be made on the feast of Corpus Christi, and that until then Madame d'Aubecourt should go every other Thursday to pass the afternoon at the Curé's house, where Marie expected them with great delight. She saw them besides every Sunday at church, when of course she did not speak to them, but they exchanged a few words on coming out, and sometimes, though rarely, they met in their walks. Thus they did not lose sight of each other, but were able to converse about their various occupations. Marie had read the whole of her Rollin. Alphonse pointed out to her other historical works, and she gave him an account of what she read. He applied with great zeal to his studies, in order to be able to give her hereafter lessons in drawing and English; and Lucie never learned a new stitch, or busied herself with any particular work, without saying, "I will show it to Marie." Every one was happy at Guicheville, and all hoped to be still more so. The feast of Corpus Christi was drawing near. The two girls, equally inspired with piety and fervour, beheld its approach with mingled joy and fear. Alphonse thought of the happy day which was to bring back Marie, and to exhibit her, as well as his sister, as an example to the young girls of the village. He would have been glad to have signalized it by some fête, but the seriousness and holiness of such a day would not permit of amusement, or even of any distraction. He determined at least to contribute as much as he possibly could to those attentions which were allowable. Madame d'Aubecourt had provided for Lucie and Marie 2 white dresses, both alike. Alphonse wished them to have veils and sashes also alike. From the money which his grandfather had given him for his New Year's gift, and which he had carefully saved for this occasion, he sent to purchase them at the neighbouring town, without saying anything on the subject to Lucie, who did not consider it proper to occupy herself with these matters, and left them all to her mother's care. Madame d'Aubecourt was the only person admitted into his council, and with her permission, the last evening but one before the festival, he sent Philip, with the veil and sash, to Marie, accompanied by a note, in which he begged her to wear them at her first communion. Philip was very much attached to Alphonse and Marie. This was almost his only merit. In other respects he was coarse, quarrelsome, and insolent, and had an especial aversion to Mademoiselle Raymond; and as he and his father were the only persons in the house who were but slightly dependent upon her, he amused himself by provoking her whenever he could find an opportunity. He never met her with Zizi without making some disagreeable remark about the animal, to which he always added, "It's a great pity they don't let you eat Mademoiselle Marie," at the same time threatening him with his hand. Mademoiselle Raymond would get angry, while he would go off laughing. If he chanced to meet Zizi in a corner, a thing which very rarely happened, because his mistress no longer dared to let him go about, he would tie a branch of thorns to his tail, a stick between his legs, or cover his face with paper. In fact, he thought of everything which could displease Mademoiselle Raymond, who thus lived in a state of perpetual apprehension. As Alphonse was very anxious that Lucie should have the surprise of seeing Marie dressed exactly like herself, he had told Philip to go to the presbytery without being observed, and Philip, who was very fond of doing what he ought not to do, took a fancy to get there by climbing over the wall, which was not very high. When on the top, he perceived Marie, who was reading on a slight elevation which had been raised near the wall, for the purpose of enjoying the very beautiful view which it commanded. He called to her in a low voice, and threw her the packet which Alphonse had confided to him, and was preparing to descend when he perceived Mademoiselle Raymond walking by the side of the wall, with Zizi panting before her. As she approached, Philip, finding under his hand a piece of flint belonging to the wall, threw it at Zizi, and hid himself among the trees which overhung the wall at this spot. Mademoiselle Raymond, who was stooping down at the moment, for the purpose of removing something from Zizi's throat, received the flint on her forehead, where it left rather a large wound. She screamed and raised her head. Perceiving Marie on the mound, who, having heard her cry, stood up, and was looking at her, she did not doubt that it was she who had thrown the stone. Redoubling her speed, she hastened to the presbytery to complain, without perceiving Philip, who nevertheless was not very well concealed, but whom she had no idea of finding there. As to him, the moment she had passed, he jumped down and made his escape as fast as he could. Mademoiselle Raymond found no one at home but Madame Sainte Therèse. The Curé had gone to the neighbouring town on business, and would not return until the following evening. She related to her what had occurred, showing her forehead, which was bleeding, though the wound was not very deep. She also showed the stone, which she had picked up, and which might have killed her. She asserted that it was Marie who had thrown it, but Madame Sainte Therèse could not believe such a thing. She, however, accompanied her to the garden, in search of Marie. When Marie saw them approaching, she hid her packet under a cluster of rose bushes, for being as yet unaware of what had occurred, she was afraid that Philip had done something wrong, and in order not to be compelled to say that he had been there, she did not wish what he had brought to be seen. However, she blushed and turned pale alternately, for she was afraid of being questioned, and did not wish to be guilty of an untruth. Madame Sainte Therèse, on coming up to her, was struck with her air of embarrassment, and Mademoiselle Raymond said to her, "See, Mademoiselle Marie, how well you employ the last evening but one before your first communion. After that you will be called a saint in the village. I shall only have to point to my forehead." Saying this, she showed it to Marie, who blushed still more at the thought that Philip could have committed so disgraceful an act. "Is it possible, Marie," said Madame Sainte Therèse, "that it can be you who have thrown a stone at Mademoiselle Raymond?" And as Marie hesitated, seeking for an answer, she added, "You must surely have hit her unintentionally; but nevertheless this would be an amusement very unbecoming your age, and the duty for which you are preparing yourself." "Madame," replied Marie, "I assure you that I have not thrown any stone." "It seems then to have come of its own accord," said Mademoiselle Raymond, in a tone of great asperity, at the same time pointing to the spot where she stood when the stone struck her. It was evident that it could only have come from the garden, and from an elevated position. Madame Sainte Therèse interrogated Marie with increased severity, and Marie, trembling, could only reply, "I assure you, madame, that I have not thrown any stone." "All that I can see in the matter," continued Mademoiselle Raymond, "is that I doubt whether Mademoiselle Marie will make her first communion the day after to morrow." "I am very much afraid that she has rendered herself unworthy of doing so," replied Madame Sainte Therèse. Marie began to weep, and Mademoiselle Raymond hastened to relate her adventure at the château, and to say that probably Marie would not make her first communion. She referred to her talent for throwing stones at the cats, as they ran along the leads, and added, "She makes a fine use of it." Lucie was horrified. Alphonse, quite bewildered, ran to question Philip, and to know whether, when he executed his commission, he had observed anything amiss at the Curé's house, and whether Marie appeared sad. Philip assured him that he had not perceived anything whatever wrong, at the same time carefully avoiding any mention of the means by which he had transmitted the packet to Marie, and he so represented matters that Alphonse did not suspect anything. Madame d'Aubecourt, being very uneasy, wrote to Madame Sainte Therèse, who replied that she could not at all understand what had happened, but that it seemed to her impossible that Marie should not be greatly in fault; and during the course of the following day, they learned from Gothon, who had received her information from the Curé's servant, that Marie had cried almost all the day, and that Madame Sainte Therèse treated her with great severity, and had even made her fast that morning upon bread and water. In the evening, Lucie went to confession to the Curé, who had returned, and saw Marie coming out of the confessional sobbing violently. Madame d'Aubecourt went to Madame Sainte Therèse, and asked her whether Marie was to make her first communion on the following day. Madame Sainte Therèse replied, in a sad and severe tone, "I do not at all know." As they were in the church, nothing more was said. Marie cast upon her cousin, as she passed by, a look which, notwithstanding her tears, expressed a feeling of satisfaction. She whispered something to Madame Sainte Therèse, who led her away, and Lucie entered the confessional. After having finished her confession, she was timidly preparing to ask the Curé what she so much desired to know, but before she could summon courage to begin, he was sent for to a sick person, and hurried away, so that she had no time to speak to him. She passed the whole of that evening and night in inexpressible anxiety, which was so much the more intense from the manner in which she reproached herself for every thought which wandered from the sacred duty of the morrow. Then she prayed to God for her cousin, thus uniting her devotion with her anxieties, and the thought of the happiness which was in store for her, with the supplications which she breathed for her dear Marie. The morning came. She dressed herself without speaking, collecting all her thoughts, so as not to allow a single one to escape her which could occasion her any uneasiness. She embraced her brother, and begged the blessing of M. d'Aubecourt and her mother, which they gave her with great joy, and M. d'Aubecourt added, that he blessed her both for himself and for his son. All sighed that he was not present at such a time, and after a moment's silence, they repaired to the church. The girls who were to make their first communion were already assembled. Lucie, notwithstanding her self-possession, surveyed them with a glance, but Marie was not among them. She turned pale, and leaned upon the arm of her mother, who sustained and encouraged her, and telling her to commit her griefs to God, led her into the row of girls, and passed with M. d'Aubecourt into the chapel at the side. Behind the girls stood Mademoiselle Raymond and Gothon, and the principal people of the village. "I was quite sure she would not be there," said Mademoiselle Raymond. No one answered her, for all were interested in Marie, whom they had often seen in the cemetery during the past months, fervently praying at the foot of the cross which she had begged might be erected over the grave of her poor nurse. Lucie had heard Mademoiselle Raymond's remark, and violently excited, she prayed to God with all her strength to preserve her from all improper feelings; but her agitation, and the restraint she had imposed upon her thoughts, affected her so much, that she could scarcely support herself. At length the door of the sacristy opened, and Marie appeared, conducted by the Curé and Madame Sainte Therèse. She came forward with the white veil upon her head, beautiful as an angel, and as pure. A murmur of satisfaction ran through the church. Marie crossed the choir, and after bending before the altar, went and knelt at the feet of M. and Madame d'Aubecourt, to ask their blessing. "My child," said the Curé to her, sufficiently loud to be heard, "be always as virtuous as you are now, and God also will bless you." Oh, what joy did Lucie feel! She raised to heaven her eyes moistened with tears, and believed that in the happiness she then experienced, she felt the assurance of divine protection throughout the whole of her future life. M. and Madame d'Aubecourt, deeply affected, bestowed their blessing upon Marie, who knelt before them, while Alphonse, standing behind, his face beaming with joy and triumph, looked at her with as much respect as affection. Madame d'Aubecourt herself led Marie to Lucie's side. The two cousins did not utter a word, nor give more than a single look, but that look reverting to Madame d'Aubecourt before it fell, expressed a degree of happiness which no words could have conveyed, and the eyes of Madame d'Aubecourt replied to those of her children. The long wished for moment had arrived at last. The two cousins approached the altar together. Lucie, more feeble, and agitated by so many emotions which she had been forced to repress, was almost on the point of fainting. Marie supported her, her countenance beaming with angelic joy. Having received the communion, the cousins returned to their places, prayed together, and after having passed a part of the morning in the church, went to dine at the château, where Madame Sainte Therèse and the Curé had been invited. Marie and Lucie talked but little, but it was evident that they were very happy. Alphonse, his relations, the servants, all appeared happy too, but this joy was silent. It seemed as if they feared to disturb the perfect calm which these young souls, pure and sanctified, ought to enjoy. The looks of all were unconsciously turned towards them, and they were waited upon with a kind of respect which could not suggest any sentiments of pride. After having again gone to the church in the afternoon with Lucie, Marie came back with her to take up her abode at the château. The evening was very happy, and even a little gay. Alphonse ventured to laugh, and the two cousins to smile. In the room in which they slept, and next to the bed occupied by Madame d'Aubecourt, Marie found one exactly like Lucie's. All the furniture was alike, henceforth they were two sisters. From the following day, she shared in all Lucie's occupations, and especially in her care of M. d'Aubecourt, who soon became as fond of her as he was of his grandchildren. Mademoiselle Raymond having fallen ill some time afterwards, Marie, who was very active, and had been accustomed to attend to her poor nurse, rendered her so many services, went so often to her room to give her her medicines, was so careful each time to caress Zizi, and even occasionally to carry him a bit of sugar to pacify him, that the feelings of both were changed towards her; and if Zizi, who was the most vindictive, still growled at her now and then, he was scolded by his mistress, who begged pardon for him of Marie. Marie had related to Alphonse and Lucie, but under the strictest secrecy, all that had taken place. She told them that Madame Sainte Therèse, having questioned her to no purpose, had treated her with much severity; that she had said nothing, fearing that, if the truth were known, Philip might be discharged, but that she had been very unhappy during those 2 days; that at length, the Curé having returned, she took the resolution of consulting him in confession, well assured that he would then say nothing about the matter, and that he advised her to confide what she had done to Madame Sainte Therèse, on her promising inviolable secrecy. This she had done, so that they were reconciled. She, moreover, told Lucie that the reason of her crying so much on leaving the confessional, was because the Curé had exhorted her in a most pathetic manner, in recalling to her mind her poor nurse, who had been carried to the grave precisely on the same day, and at the same hour, the preceding year. Alphonse scolded Philip very severely, and forbade him ever to do any harm to Zizi, or anything which might displease Mademoiselle Raymond. The latter, being freed from annoyance on this point, consoled herself for not being so completely mistress of the château as formerly, by the reflection that Madame d'Aubecourt and her children, in relieving her of many cares, left her more at liberty. Besides, the regard they had for her on account of her fidelity and attachment, flattered her self-love, so that her ill humour perceptibly decreased, so that song and laughter were now as frequently heard at Guicheville, as murmuring and scolding had been during many previous years. M. d'Aubecourt returned to France. He found but little of his property remaining, but still sufficient for the support of his wife and children. Marie, on the contrary, had become rich; her right had been recognised, not only to her mother's fortune, but even to that of her father also, as he had died before the laws against the emigrants had been enacted. The elder M. d'Aubecourt was her guardian, and as, though a minor, she enjoyed a considerable income, she found 1,000 opportunities of making this family, which was so dear to her, partake in its enjoyment. In fine, in order to unite herself entirely to it, she is going to marry Alphonse, who loves her every day with a deeper affection, because every day she becomes more amiable. Lucie is transported with joy at the prospect of becoming in reality Marie's sister. Madame d'Aubecourt is also very happy, and Marie finds that the only thing wanted to render her own happiness complete is the power of making her poor nurse a partaker in her joy. Every year she has a service celebrated for her at Guicheville, and all the family look upon it as a duty to assist at it, in order to show respect to the memory of one who so generously protected the childhood of Marie. Chapter 14.